All right, it says we are live. Let's get our Facebook group in here before we officially are off the ground here. Spinning wheels going 1 and 2. All right, welcome in, welcome in. It is day 3 of the NFL Draft 2023, April 29th. April has almost come to a close. It's my parents' anniversary. Happy anniversary, Mom and Dad. And it's time for an episode, I guess, of Dove Valley Deep Divers for breakfast while we're building breakfast. Whatever it is, war table here. If we're covering the Broncos Mile High Huddle. Welcome in, everybody. I am Nick Kendell, joined by, as always, Erick Trickel and Lance Sanderson. Lance, how are you doing? I see that you're copying me. Yesterday I had the Iowa Hawkeye polo, and today I see the Wyoming Cowboy polo. What's going on?
Well, I had to trace Eric there for a minute with the shirt and tie last night. So it's only natural that I have to trace you for just a little bit. Doing good this morning. Today's show, guys, brought to you by copious amounts of caffeine. Let's just put it that way. But no, doing good, man. I'm excited for today. It's going to be a long process going through. The Broncos don't pick until the 6th round, but maybe we see trade here, and maybe we, move on and get a pick here in tail end of the 4th or 5th round. So excited. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it will be a lot of fun to see. Also, still a lot of good players off the board. Some movement to kick us off in the draft here. We have the Saints pick in right now. But Eric, tell us what's led us here. 3 trades to start here as they're cutting a beautiful barbecue slab on my TV right now. Oh God, I miss Kansas City barbecue. Eric, what's been the trades?
So yeah, we saw this. We have the Saints moving up. There's been a lot of talk. I mean, they want a quarterback behind them. There's that Fresno State quarterback. But one thing that you always see every year is the start of the days. Day 2, day 3, the first few picks. There's always a lot of talk about movement here. There's a lot of talk about movement in the first few picks yesterday. We just didn't see a lot of it happen. Today, we're starting off with just trade after trade after trade, which isn't surprising. You just want to get that last of that value, those last few top 100 guys that have fallen. You're just wanting to go up and get them.
Yeah. A lot of movement here. It's pretty fun to see. Didn't see as much yesterday, but that's because there was a lot of good players left, right? That players wanted. I'm sure the Steelers had a lot of calls, but they're like, you know what? We're going to sit there and take Lance's guy, Joey Porter Jr. out there, which is a damn good pick at 32 overall. Excuse me. So the Saints pick is in, but while we're waiting for this to be announced, let's say hello to some people in the chat. We got our guy Dylan Von Arks in the house, DVA, saying, "Sup Broncos country." As always, he says, make sure you hit that like button on the way in. If you're Facebook, YouTube, wherever, make sure you hit that. Share on all your platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Be Real, whatever the heck it is these days that the kids are on. TikTok us, I don't know. And subscribe on all platforms if you haven't already. Thank you so much, Dylan. We got our guy Gatorade Gaming. Gatorade, I'm missing the llama pick here. You're throwing me off. Saying, hello, MHH. Happy day 3 of the draft. What's good, Broncos country? Denver Broncos for life, state of being, and buck you all. Buck you too, Gatorade. Hope you're doing well. We got our guy CPO coming in saying, okay, so we picked Kenny McIntosh and Stetson Bennett today, right? We'll see. Broncos running back, quarterback, tight end, offensive line, safety, specialists. I mean, everything should be on the table, especially picking that late. So we will see what happens here. We got Jake Gerard saying trade Cortland Sutton for a 4th. Eric, have you heard anything on the player movement front, unless you have a pick you want to announce first?
Well, first, I mean, there's been a lot of talk. I mean, I was reaching out as much as I could last night. I was talking about here. There are guys that the Broncos do have interest in moving, but they have been consistently sticking to their value. They have a value on jury duty of a first-round pick. Doesn't mean a first-round pick directly. Could be a second and a third or something. And then Cortland Sutton, value of a second, early third-round pick. That was where their value was for it. It's hard to get that value now. All the offers that I heard were about a value of a late 3rd round pick, early 4th round pick based off a couple of day 3 trades. So it doesn't seem like they'll move one of the wide receivers. And Albert Breer put this out just a few minutes ago, saying the Broncos, they got to call on the wide receivers after taking Marvin Mims. At this point, it costs a lot in 2024 picks to get Judy or Sutton, and teams are being stingy with 24 picks. That is because the 24 draft, something that I've talked about a lot on Dove Valley Deep Divers, seems a lot stronger than this one is, especially at the top.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the reasons I love Riley Moss. I love the pick. I think that's a good slot for him. Giving up that 2024 third and a top 108 pick in this draft. A little pricey, but you guys know me. I absolutely love the future draft capital. The general consensus is that a future pick is worth like minus 1 round, 1 round later, but not to me. I think it's still worth the same. It's an appreciating asset. I'd rather go get future picks. I mean, the best move that George Payton made in the entire draft last year, maybe drafting Damari Mathis, but the best one, in my opinion, was trading that late 3rd, and he ends up getting pick 68 from trading that late 3rd, and you got another 5th from that. do that every time. And so I'm always a little bit skeptical with that. But thanks for the comment there, Jake. We're going to get to more questions as we roll through, but we have an announcement first on this first pick of the day. One of my favorite players in the draft, somebody I mocked pretty consistently in the mock draft simulators to the Broncos round 4. I guess he wouldn't have been there at 108. Nick Saldivari, offensive lineman from Old Dominion. He has been cross-training. He played tackle there, Old Dominion. He played some guard at the Senior Bowl, and he also took some snaps at center. I know that a lot of people in the offensive line community were big fans. Oh, Lance, there he goes. I think he meant to cook himself out. All right, well, there we go. Nick Saldivari, a very good player here. Great selection for the Saints. I think somebody that was worth moving up for. Probably one of the best offensive linemen left on the board, and one of the few tackles that were left as well. So, Lance, welcome back. You didn't click yourself out there. You enjoyed the pajama bottoms there. But tell me about Nick Saldivari, Eric.
I mean, I really like
Eric, sorry. Go ahead.
I really like his versatility, and as you said, I mean, he's done a lot of different things. I think he also brings some good scheme versatility. I mean, he may not have the best core strength, but he's good enough. He's got enough power to his game. I liked him. He was a guy that intrigued me as a developmental offensive lineman here in the 4th round. I don't think I ever mocked him there just because I wasn't sure he was there just outside my top 100, but it was like a late 3rd. I thought as early as he could go. So it's no surprise that, the Saints, who they're looking for offensive linemen, they want to rebuild that offensive line. They want to prepare for the future because they have a couple guys that are getting ready to have their contracts expire and everything, and they're in such a bad salary cap spot. So it makes a lot of sense. I like the pick for them as somebody who could just bring an option at all 5 spots, really, because there are a lot of people that I talked with that view that he could be a good center in the NFL as well.
Yeah, I really like Nick Saldivari. Lance, do you have any thoughts on him as well? Old Dominion player, first Old Dominion went off the board. We're also now on Zach Kuntz watch, his teammate out there. Do you have any thoughts on Nick Saldivari, one of a lot of offensive line scouts, sleepers in this class?
Yeah, that's the big thing is I've just heard a lot that, the position versatility, the athleticism that he plays with is something that scouts really like. You guys pretty much touched on it, though. I've been with Eric a little bit here. I wonder if he does slide all the way inside and man the pivot at the center position. So a very intriguing pick. We got Jacorian Bennett, the cornerback from Maryland, to the Raiders here at 104 overall, a teammate of Deontay Banks, who feisty coverage cornerback. Eric, what do you think on him?
On Jacorian Bennett?
Yeah,
I like him a lot. I mean, he's a guy who I think he's going to sit there and move inside, be a nickel corner, and he's going to be a good one. I think there's enough of his floor is high enough that he could be a solid starter almost immediately. I don't know if he offers a lot on the outside, but kind of being a nickel safety kind of hybrid, that's kind of where I view him. I like the pick, and this is probably for the Raiders anyways. This is probably one of my favorite picks that they've made.
Yeah, interesting to see the Raiders go with Jacorian Bennett here. You mentioned him being a slot. I think probably Broncos country, at least those of you that are perennially online, know that the Raiders had a slot cornerback who graded extremely high by PFF, and a lot of Raiders fans said, look, he's graded higher than Patrick Surtain, and that's Nate Hobbs, who is a very limited player, but does that cover 3, nickel spot pretty well. Maybe they try him outside. Maybe Nate Hobbs has to fight for a spot. Obviously, those PFF grades are they're good tools, but they're not the end all be all. So they end up taking a nickel corner here. Maybe he's going to play safety instead for them. Maybe Nate Hobbs moves, but I am curious about that position for the Raiders going forward. And what you laughing about, Eric? Just the Nate Hobbs conversation with Surtain, or no?
Eagles going back to Bulldogs. They take Keely Ringo.
God bless it. They are they're unbelievable with the Bulldogs here. This is a fun one for them. I'm curious to see what's up with Keely Ringo. I know that. I mean, you shift back to October this last year, and Keely Ringo is pretty consistently a top first-round pick, even sometimes featured in the top 10. Eric, what caused this slide? I mean, obviously, he is a massive, jacked-up player. I think he is one of Bruce Feldman's freaks, but teams did not value the position here or his ability here until the early 4th.
Well, throughout the process, I guess he didn't interview well. It's a lot of same things that I was talking about with DeJuan Jones last night. I was hearing the same thing. I've been hearing the same thing about Keely Ringo. Very defensive with criticism. There was issues at Georgia with him coaching and taking to what the coaches were trying to say. They're trying to develop his technique. He's a guy that I've said all along, he's more athlete than football player. Well, it kind of gave me and kind of got an answer there. He just didn't take to coaching to develop that technique. So that is a issue here. Real quick before we grab this comment, there is a comment that I want to grab. Talking about the Broncos real quick from Fallen Angel saying no center WTF, Mims would have been there at 67. From what I've heard, Mims would not have been there at 67. It was a situation where they had to go up and get him. Otherwise, they were going to miss out on him. And there were other weapons they were looking at, and they started going off the board. So they went and they got their guy before a couple other teams that were picking before 67, 64, 65, 66. Two of those three teams were probably going to take Mims.
And can you list those cornerbacks or the wide receivers that they were eyeing, or any idea of who that might be? I know the Broncos did a lot of work on Rashee Rice, who ends up going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, a completely different type of player than Mims. But, wide receivers, you can find different ways to do that. Are there any of the wide receivers that stand out to you?
Wide receivers, I don't know about. I know they did a lot of work on Rashee Rice, and he would make a, kind of a more natural replacement for Courtland Sutton. I mean, they're not the same player by any means, but they're a lot more similar than Mims is to him. But tight ends, there was a lot about Luke Musgrave, some that you've talked about a lot, and then Michael Mayer as well. Those were two guys at tight end that they were looking at potentially moving up for, but they didn't get anywhere near close that range for them.
Yeah, I was curious if maybe my guy from Michigan State, Reed, who a lot of people are like, oh, you Broncos can get him mid-4th. And it's like, I don't know, man. He's pretty good. He ends up going mid-2nd, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one that I thought maybe would be an interesting one as well. And also somebody with that returning ability, which everybody who watched the press conference last night know that they talked a lot about that with the selection of Marvin Mims. So let's get to this question here this comment here from Jason O'Neill saying, good morning, afternoon, MHH Broncos country. I was right in thinking last night as the Broncos neared the pick, I was very surprised with the 3 picks. Maybe I misread that. I'm not sure, but yeah, surprising. What are your general thoughts on this? General takeaways, Lance, on the Broncos 3 picks? Obviously, they trade up for Marvin Mims, a slight trade up. They end up sitting there and let the board fall to them to take Drew Sanders, and then they end up trading up pretty bigly, as a former president might say, for going up for Riley Moss. What are your overall just thoughts on the class and philosophy? Obviously, a small sample size. Broncos are limited draft capital. It's hard to kind of take too much away, but if you could make a general statement on this philosophy.
Well, I like the value that they got with Drew Sanders falling down all the way out into the top of the 3rd round. There's a lot of people saying that he could have been potentially a 1st-round pick. Obviously, off-ball linebacker out of Arkansas, very versatile, good in coverage, can rush the passer and whatnot, brings you some versatility that they don't have in the room right now. I know that there was a lot of people saying that he could have been like a pick to the Buffalo Bills or maybe even the Dallas Cowboys as early as 26, 27 overall. So the value for him to fall that far and just offer that versatility and bring you another player that you can get after the quarterback as a blitzer and stuff. Really dynamic football player. I like that a lot. I really am. It's not that I don't like the player in Riley Moss. I think he fits really well. I don't understand why they decided to move up as far as they did. They gave up pick 108 to be able to move up that far, and then also a future of what was a 3rd-round pick, I believe is what it was. So they gave up a lot of draft capital to go up and get a cornerback who I feel like maybe could have fallen a little bit further. You maybe didn't have to give up that 3rd-round pick for next year. So that's the only questionable move I have. I like everything that they've done so far. Like I said yesterday, I was a huge fan of Marvin Mims coming out of Oklahoma as that burner wide receiver that they needed to add some speed. So far, so good for me. Just that one question about Riley Moss.
Yeah, it is confusing. I think they had it on pretty good authority that Moss was going to come off the board pretty quickly there after that, but it's not so much maybe Riley Moss falls. It's that, is he that much obviously better than waiting until round 4 for a Corey Trice, maybe a tiny trade up for a Keely Ringo, maybe for a Clark Phillips, who's still out, Clark Phillips, who's still out there. Some of those names, is he that much better than those guys? We're going to fix and find out. Obviously, if again, press conference yesterday, Sean Payton mentioned that they did as much work on Riley Moss as any singular player in this entire draft. And they were extremely impressed with his character, intelligence, work ethic, versatility. I wish they'd have gone a little bit more into the vision for him. They mentioned him as a cornerback, but as you guys know, especially you guys, but listeners know as well, cornerback is a wide array of positions and versatility and spots and assignments. Is he somebody who's going to be inside, outside? Is he going to be somebody who's playing the slot? Maybe I thought ESPN maybe did him a little bit dirty when they listed him as a safety when he was drafted. Oh, Riley Moss safety. I don't know. He's got the goods, I think, to hang out at cornerback. Have you heard anything more on the Riley Moss pick about his vision? Obviously, Sean Payton went into some of the anecdotes about Seahorn, the last Caucasian cornerback to play a lot because he was coaching that team that Seahorn was on with the Giants. But have you heard anything about this vision with Riley Moss this upcoming season?
Well, one thing with him that I always ask whenever a team trades up is I like to get to the bottom of why they traded up for him. And what I gather with Moss is that not necessarily they were afraid of him getting drafted. It was he was their guy and they wanted to go get him. They wanted to secure him before he fell. It's not like Mims where there was good authority that he was going to go in the net before the few picks before 67. They wanted to go get Riley Moss. They had him, from what I gathered, significantly higher than the other corners who were still available at that time. And they like his versatility. They like his football IQ. You always talk about it. Those blue collar guys. He's that type. He was a guy when I was doing my digging into him is he really stood out at the Senior Bowl practices to the scouts that were there. And they absolutely loved him and they kept a close eye on him throughout. And just did a lot of time, as you said, Sean Payton, they said they did a lot of work on him and they did. I mean, it was from what I've gathered, he was one of the players that was probably the most work that they put into. As for using him, I mean, I'm expecting kind of just a versatile role, doing a little bit of everything, kind of a jack of all trades in the secondary. Because from what I've gathered, it's going to be a little bit more matchup based with who's covering who. So, maybe you see Surtain playing in the slot a little bit, depending on what they're going against, depending on the receiver, or Mathis in the slot. And then you have Riley Moss kind of fixing or going in there a little bit. And also depending on what they're doing with Quan Williams, all matchup based, and brings a little bit of additional depth to the unit that they really needed.
Yeah, and just getting a little bit more into Riley Moss, I have a little bit more experience having watched him at Iowa City the last few years. Came to Iowa, 2-star recruit, track athlete, really good track athlete, and was a blue shirt. Didn't even get a scholarship out of the gate, and he got on the field as a true freshman, which is quite rare for a Phil Parker defense to get out there and start. And let me tell you, early in his career, it was rough. He got picked on, he got obliterated. I mean, even I was rough on him. you can go find, my Moss tweets early in Twitter, and it's like, oh my God, what is this guy doing out here? A little bit of struggles, and we'll have Eric back in a second. But came in as a true freshman. I was a huge proponent of who Iowa had on the roster at the time in cornerback Julius Brents. I'm like, why are they playing Riley Moss over Julius Brents, for God's sake? This like slender man, crazy length guy. Obviously, Julius Brents transfers to Kansas State and ends up being an earlier pick than Moss, but Moss was so good out there, and they loved him so much that it caused Julius Brents to go look for another opportunity out there. And like I mentioned with Riley Moss, his freshman year, he was targeted, he was picked on, he had some struggles out there. And some guys, when that happens, you see them fade away into oblivion. I mean, because he got beat. It was not great tape out there his rookie year, but he doubled down, worked harder, improved that quick memory, and just grew over that time. So somebody, especially the cornerback position, who has been targeted a lot, has had those failures and then seen them improve over time in this Iowa scheme and playing in the Big Ten West, I think it's great. Really shows a lot of the toughness and resiliency and resolve that he has at the position. So speaks to him, in my opinion, as a person. One thing I will say, again, I'm kind of on too long of a tangent here, but I'm a little bit concerned about the Iowa translation. And I'm a big Iowa fan, but the Iowa translation scheme-wise from the cornerbacks to the NFL. Phil Parker does play a lot of match quarter stuff, canopy defense. It's a lot of press and then bail. So you're getting back, you're playing deep, and you have a chance to make plays on the ball. You don't have great quarterback play in the Big Ten West. You can make those plays on the ball. But the last three relatively early drafted cornerbacks from Iowa have not done great. So they've been really good in college and then not done great in the NFL. And you're thinking back to Desmond King. I think he won the Jim Thorpe. He ends up going the 5th round to the Texans, maybe. Didn't play great. You guys remember Josh Jackson, 2nd round to the Packers. He flamed out. Not great. And then, of course, Broncos country knows Michael Ojemudia. So I think Riley Moss is a better athlete than all of them. But there's a little bit of question for me of the scheme that Iowa plays translating to the NFL and what that looks like, because what they're asked to do isn't always translatable to the NFL. So getting really peeling back that onion on Riley Moss. Any thoughts there on that, Lance? Anything you want to add? I know you had some questions about the coverage technique, and last night when the pick was first made, you're like, I'm not so sure about this compared to some other guys.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing for me was that you didn't see a whole lot of press coverage with him in terms of press man turning and running and staying with the guy. Like you said, it's a lot of press and bail on that match quarters defense for Iowa. So kind of an intriguing fit for me and maybe a little bit of a projection there. But he does have the lower half fluidity and obviously the speed and athleticism to be a guy like that. So the projection is relatively easy there. So that was really the one big thing. Got a couple of picks coming in here though. The Indianapolis Colts there at 106 just took Blake Freeland, the offensive tackle from BYU, and then Jake Andrews, the center from Troy, going off the clock just now as well to the Patriots. So a couple of interesting offensive linemen. I know Eric had some issues with Blake Freeland. We had talked about that a little bit behind the scenes a couple of weeks ago. So Eric, why don't you take it away on Blake Freeland really fast?
Yeah, Blake Freeland. I liked him. Dude's an excellent athlete. He matches, There, what is it? 3 cone and 10-yard split. Those are the two metrics that have a good predictive success, right, Nick?
Yes.
And
yep.
he met those metrics. I like him. I mean, I had questions about the sand in the pants, the power and everything. If he had enough core strength, so he wasn't really a guy for me for Denver, but he was a guy that I liked if he went to the right scheme. And the Colts, they've got a good program there for their offensive linemen. They have a versatile running scheme there that he can fit well and just provide some solid ability. Then Anthony Bradford going to Seattle. This is a pick I really like a lot for him.
Yeah.
He's very inexperienced, but he has enough strength. He's got enough movement skills to be versatile, but they needed so much help, and they are really they're going back. Well, they started last year with it, but they're doing what Pete Carroll wants. They got Zach Charbonnet to balance out Kenneth Walker and just be a running football team and just take more pressure off of Geno Smith and just try to run the ball extremely well and just let Geno Smith make the few plays that are needed to win games.
Yeah, I really like Anthony Bradford. I think it was Chad Reuter selected Anthony Bradford to the Broncos at pick 68 in one of his mocks. He's extremely young, but he is an absolute unit of a player. I mean, great length, great size. Somebody that if the Broncos didn't draft or sign Ben Powers, one that I've been like, this is a scheme fit that you can get hopefully late round 3, early round 4, obviously comes off the board here, early round 4, exceedingly young. I think he has great length as well. So this is a good pick for the Seahawks. And I know the Seahawks have some long-term questions at the interior offensive line spot. They're linked pretty heavily to a few centers here, but I think I don't remember who their starters are at guard, but I believe they have some guys that just have like 1 year left of control out there. So Bradford is somebody who can come in, does project as a good long-term starting guard out there and a masher, no doubt. So I really liked Bradford coming out. Didn't watch him put him under the microscope until a little later. And definitely I thought was a great fit for the Broncos. So we have the Colts selection coming up here, but I did want to come back to Blake Freeland a little bit. Obviously tested extremely well. He is a big athlete out there. And somewhat surprising for a BYU prospect, he's not coming out at 36 years old. I think he's only 22, 23. He doesn't have, 2 houses and 6 kids yet, or anything like that, or hasn't done any of that stuff. Like Jaron Hall coming out here. We got an Adi here to the Colts. Good pick. But somebody who I was surprised he's coming off the board here because while the athleticism is interesting, I thought the tape was horrible. I didn't think he's a very, you talked about it. This is kind of coming back to Anton Harrison here. When you described Anton Harrison, that's how I saw Blake Freeland. His ability to change direction laterally doesn't exist. He's a very linear player, explosive forward and backward, but the fluidity to change direction isn't there. And then I see he has absolutely no sand in his pants, the ability to anchor. So I lost a bet on this pick here. I had a bet with a friend of mine that I said Jalen Duncan would go before Blake Freeland because I liked the tape of Duncan a little bit more. Obviously, there's something else going on maybe with that. But I owe somebody a whiskey now, unfortunately. So you win some, you lose some. But interesting here. We have Adi coming off the board here. What's the story here on Adi? Eric, what's going on? I absolutely love this pick to the Colts. I got to text my Colts friend. I have a lot of friends who are Colts fans, and I'm going to have to give them some props for this pick.
From what I've gathered, it was just an issue of there is a lot of concern with Adebawore about where do you play him? He's not really an edge guy in the NFL. He's not an interior guy in the NFL. And it's a thing of that teams, they don't want him to drop weight to be more of a true edge, even though he's undersized for it. and they don't know if there's any room on his frame to add more weight to be a true interior defensive lineman. So there are concerns about where to play him, and while you can utilize a tweener, the additional concern was, as a tweener he is, a lot of people just didn't view him as a true 3-down guy. That he is a situational pass rusher only, that you can move around and try to exploit a weakness in pass protection. So I think that's a big reason as to why he fell.
I don't understand, and I know the tape is different, and you got to trust the tape on this, but how Kalijah Kancey can go 19 overall when he is so small that I view him as somebody maybe you're not playing on first down, and then you have Ade go all the way here. Even though it is a projection, what translates as projection? Athletic traits on the defensive line. Like, that's about as pure as it gets. Also a team captain. So I don't know. Really interesting fit here. The Colts, I think, have done a pretty good job. We know that they've been one of the highest relative athletic score drafters in over the last few years. And even though he is smaller, he's got okay size. If you listen to him at defensive end, even then he's an interesting player. So good pick here. Ade. I had to text my Colts friends to see that one. And let's say hello to some more people in the chat here now that we're on commercial break. Want to say hello. Did say hello to Jason O'Neill. Hope you're doing well. We got our guy Ernie Mays in the house, the one, the only Ernie Mays. God bless you, Ernie. We really do appreciate you. Ernie's one of my favorite cats out there. We got Dehine coming in, Dehani coming in. Good morning with the Pulp Fiction chimpanzee there. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but we do appreciate you coming in. Hope you're doing well. We got Achy Dragon coming in. I got to say, Achy Dragon is actually one of my favorite commenters because he is clever. A lot of quips out there. He's got a
dynamite one right now too over here. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there. This one with from Achy Dragon talking about Dylan Horton, the edge defender from TCU, going to Houston, saying Horton here's a who. So I'm all the way in on comments like this, man. Thanks, Achy Dragon, for joining us, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we do appreciate that, and absolutely love Achy Dragon's clever one-liners. Lance, you're kind of freezing up a little bit on me, so I'm going to take control here for 1 second. We got our guy Dom Harmio coming in saying, good morning, Nick and Eric and Lance. Good to see you. We got a comment coming in here from Gary Shupil. I got some of these names. I'm sorry. You guys have great names, but I can't not pronounce it all. I haven't had enough coffee from Patrick, who I see is in here hanging out with us today. We got Evan Hull to the Broncos today. What do you think about Evan Hull here? We just had a Northwestern player come off the clock, one of the worst teams in football last year. They won week 0, in Ireland against Nebraska, and then didn't win a game on American soil the rest of the year. But Evan Hull to the Broncos. Do you think there's a chance he could make it to them in the 6th round?
Well, first things first, we just got let known that if you're on Facebook, switch over to YouTube. Come join us there. We're going to have to cut the feed to Facebook for today. Got to be able to get some content out on it. So we hope we see you guys joining us through the YouTube feed. But as for Evan Hull, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, even though he's not the most explosive running back, he's a versatile guy. He catches the ball well. And one thing that stood out to me is at the Senior Bowl, in the one-on-one drills with blocking, he did the best. He was the only one who consistently stepped forward and met linebackers in pass protection drills, and he did well. Mm-hmm. Like, there are a couple misses, but he can hold his own. He can buy that a little bit extra time that you're looking forward to. But I think what makes the most sense is, where did the Broncos running back coach come from? Where was he at last year? Northwestern. So there's a lot of familiarity there already with Evan Hull, with the coach.
I mean, you mentioned he wasn't the most dynamic athlete, but his testing was pretty good for a running back position. He has okay size as well. I think he can do a lot of things well. More of a slasher than a power guy. I don't know if you're ever going to see him, be breaking too many contacts out there or too many tackles with contact balance, but a good player nonetheless. So big fan of Evan Hull to the Broncos. I mocked him to Denver pretty consistently in the 6th round, and there's still a lot of good running backs left. So we'll be following that position without a doubt. The Broncos obviously need more bodies there. Hopefully they don't turn around and, sign back Melvin Gordon or something after the draft when that happens here. No, sorry, Melvin, had to get this shot in. Michael Ronquillo coming in here. Our guy, Michael. Hopefully you're joining us on YouTube now, Michael, because since we're cutting the chat off, Michael's our big guy. We got to tell Chad, you got to make the stage here, make the red carpet for Michael. Appreciate you coming in. Greg Smith is in the house too. Good morning to you, Broncos country, Denver Broncos for life. We got Amy Alice coming in here. Alice coming in saying, good morning, Broncos country. We always love to say hello to our Mile High Huddle ladies. Hope you're doing well. Holy Divers in the house as well. All three are hatless. I repeat, hatless. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm going to have to. It's because I do so many morning shows, right? I have the hat hair in the morning. I got too much flow going on. I got to say, I came on the show about 3 minutes before we kicked off because I cut it down to the wire. Had to get the dog walk in. He had to go take care of some business. You catch my drift. So hopped in the shower then. And then here we are. We made it in time. But yeah, hatless. I do have hair. And also now you see. So I'm showing off the hair now. But also you're seeing that Scott and I share area volume and when it comes to forehead space on our heads, unfortunately. So we have a interesting pick here. Another Big Ten kicker coming in here. What do you think? Lance, we have a kicker. I'm going to kick it to you for some kicker commentary.
Kicker commentary. Not a whole lot to come from this one, quite honestly. I don't do a whole lot on specialists, but interesting that we have 2 kickers off the board now already this early in the draft. It's a very surprising move for me. But the Patriots, obviously, they've been having some issues over the last couple of seasons with their kicker. So after moving on from Steven Gostkowski a couple of years ago, they've just needed to, get a decent guy. And apparently Chad Ryland is the one that they want. Very interesting to see, like I said. So I want to go back to Dylan Horton, though, here for a minute. I really liked that pick for the Houston Texans. They needed another edge defender. They paired him up with Will Anderson. This is a great fit for what D'Amico Ryans wants to do down there in Houston. So I like the value there. They moved down a few spots, grab an extra pick later here in the 6th round, and grab a guy that fits another need for what this defense needs to address moving forward. So I like that player a lot. The swim move and the spin move that he has is just absolutely disgusting. Super long, plays very well. So I like that pick for the Houston Texans a lot.
Yeah, Houston Texans. TCU is a fun team this last year. Obviously, seen a few come off the board here now. Horton was a good player for them, a leader for that team. Big turnaround underneath Sonny Dukes after moving on from Gary Patterson, who pretty much built that program for TCU. So fun year. We'll see what they can do again this upcoming season. We already had Kendre Miller come off the board, right? He was selected, another TCU player as well, obviously, and then Steve Avila. So we're still waiting on Tomlinson out there, LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew out there, the cornerback, diminutive as well. But speaking of diminutive corners, Clark Phillips III coming off the board here to the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons had been being mocked cornerbacks pretty consistently. Round 1, round 2, they obviously traded for Jeff Okudah as well. But now we have Clark Phillips coming off the board. A lot of people loved his tape. I know a lot of people mocked him to the Broncos round 3, but then he doesn't test excellent. He's, I think, 0th percentile arm length, small frame as well. Tell me about Clark Phillips, Eric.
I mean, I liked him. I didn't love him. He's a guy that is just very limited in what you're going to do with him. You're not going to play him on the boundary. And even in the slot, you got to be cautious of what matchups you see him. You have him go against because just that size. I mean, it's such an issue with it. And I don't have as much of an issue with some smaller defensive backs as you do, Nick, if they play bigger. And you don't see that with Clark Phillips. He doesn't play big. He plays small, and he just the physicality isn't there. But I do find it funny that we see probably the biggest guy in the draft, DeJuan Jones, go, then a kicker, and then we see one of the smallest guys go on Clark Phillips in 3 consecutive things. And then real quick on the kicker, he is such a weird kicker to me. He does a great job up to 30 yards, struggles 30 to 40, and then does well beyond 40. Just that 30 to 39 range it's just under 60% field goal percentage, which is weird. Just such a weird range that he struggles with.
That is really weird, and a lot of fun talent coming off the board right now. Early 4th round. It's one of the reasons we had that pick 108 already come and go. But I always loved like the first 10 to 20 picks in the 4th round. After that, it gets a little bit interesting. And interesting also, Anthony Bradford does come off the board to LSU at the Broncos pick. He's somebody that's linked to the Broncos.
And a guy that
mentioned that just a little bit ago. Sorry. Go ahead.
And a guy that you and I both talked about, Nick, Chandler Zavala, just gets drafted here. Second guy not invited to the combine. He was a guy that I didn't get around to him until probably about 4 weeks ago, when he really started to get the hype and moved up and everything. I absolutely loved him. He was definitely a guy before Denver traded back up for Riley Moss. I was like, 108, like that's the guy I would really like to see at 108, because I think he can do well as a guard. I think he could be even better as a center in the NFL.
Interesting. Well, he's a fun one, no doubt. Just kind of running through some of these picks. We didn't get a chance to talk very much about Jake Andrews, center from Troy, going 107. Then it was Anthony Branford to the Seahawks at 108. Dylan Horton, linebacker, defensive end to TCU. Adebaware to Northwestern at 110. DeJuan Jones to the Interesting, Dwan Jones to the Cleveland Browns. I wonder what that means about the future. They just paid Jack Conklin big money. Obviously, you have Jedrick Wills out there at left tackle. Maybe he's somebody who's not long, and they move Jack Conklin to right left tackle. I know Conklin's had some injury issues. Chad Ryland then to the Patriots. Clark Phillips to the Oh, there's a good pick here coming up too. Clark Phillips to the Falcons at 113. Chandler Zavala to the NC State there at 114, and then Roshan Johnson, one of our favorite backs, a special teams player, core 4 special teams player, came to Texas, and they absolutely loved, ranted, raved about this guy. What a special leader he was, a team player, a captain, came there as a scramble quarterback, then moved to running back. Very fun player. Real quick, I did want to talk about Chandler Zavala real quick. Just kind of the fun little storylines here in the background. Chandler Zavala going to play maybe left guard for the Carolina Panthers. Who was his teammate 2 years ago? Who was playing next to at left tackle 2 years ago? It was none other than, and I hear some dogs barking or something going on. But none other than, who was the first pick for the Panthers last season?
Icky
Ekwonu. Yep, NC State. So left tackle, Icky Ekwonu, then left guard, Chandler Zavala. Of course, perfect. There you're going to have those guys playing to get together next to each other once again out there in Carolina land. So, Eric, you have something to say here?
Real quick, just some matters of business real quick. We're still going to be on the Facebook feed for a little bit longer, but at the top of the hour is when we got to cut it. So make sure those of you on Facebook start working your way over to YouTube, youtube.com/milehighhuddle. We are live there, and we don't have to worry about being kicked off there. We can't. We're able to stream there, and unfortunately with Facebook and how they are, we can't stream to Facebook and still publish content to Facebook. Little wonky thing about it. So that's why. I mean, we got to get all the written content out there covering the draft picks and stuff like that from last night and whatever the moves the Broncos make today. So make sure you guys move on over to YouTube and join us there.
Click a thumbs up, though. Either way you're at, Facebook, YouTube, wherever. Share the channel. Come share it on your Twitter, your Twitch, your Instagram, whatever it is. Come hang out. I want to say hello to some people in the chat. Come in. Peter Middleton, that was fun yesterday. Well, hopefully today's fun, too. Got a guy, Patrick. Coffee's brought to you by Patrick today. Cheers to you, buddy. Nice that I can cheer the camera again without completely blacking out on my screen with the new camera going on here. So that's amazing. We appreciate that. We got Cristiano coming in with the new pick, I believe, saying, how's it going, guys? Just joining a little late. For the draft, I liked Saldivari at 108 and 139 as a center. Yeah, Saldivari was a good pick there for the first one. There's a reason they traded up to get him. We got Pearl Heater coming in saying, good morning to you. Enjoyed last night. Oh, Pearl Heater, what did you enjoy last night? No, we appreciate you coming in. We got our guy, Jeremy Sean, joining us today out there in Mexico, stopping in for the like and from Mexico. Enjoy day 3. We'll have a margarita for me. I'm a big Marg fan out there, more of a craft beer fan out here in the Pacific Northwest. I like my, Nano Brewery hazy IPA or something. But have a fun time out there. We always love that. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello as well. Hope you're doing well. I know that Opthian was really hoping for Darnell Washington to Pittsburgh yesterday. Let's kind of talk a little bit about the overall draft so far. I know that the Eagles, day one, everybody was drooling over themselves for the Eagles, but overall, day 1, day 2, I think maybe the Steelers are my favorite draft.
And I got to mention, since you talk about the Eagles, this is absolutely funny. Benjamin Solak on Twitter covers the Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles defense had 22 tackles, a sack, 3 passes defense, an interception, and a touchdown in the 2021 College Football National Championship game.
Wow. Crazy. I mean, they have, 5 of the 11 starters now on that team?
Yes. Yeah.
Nakobe Dean, Jalen Carter, you got the big guy there in the middle whose name is escaping me right now. Jordan Davis, Keely Ringo, Nolan Smith. Yeah, that's 5 of 11. That's pretty damn incredible. Darnell Washington to Steelers. I love what the Steelers are doing so far. They've been probably my favorite draft class. They're getting big. They're getting mean and making me not so big and mean on here. Rock Chalk coming in with the $10 super saying, do you guys think the Broncos stand pat with only 2 6-round picks left, or do they trade players to get back into the 4th and 5th round? Lance, gut feeling. Where are you at on this question? I'm going to kick it to you from Rock Chalk.
Well, the one player that I really have my eyes on in terms of moving on from and trying to get that 4th round pick, I don't know that they're going to get a 4th round pick for him, but I mean, that would be kind of what I was asking for, would be Josie Jewell, the linebacker. Obviously coming in earlier and getting Drew Sanders to play that linebacker position. Maybe this is the year that they move on from Josie Jewell. Last year of his contract, I know that they like him as a leader, but they can move on, get a little bit more upside there, maybe reset the position with another linebacker here on day 3 as well. but I don't know what you're going to get for him. Maybe a 6th or a 7th round pick, something like that. And it may not even be for this year. Alberto, they might move on from him and see if they can't get something for next year in 2024. Those are the two guys that I have my eyes on, though.
Yeah, that's good calls out there on both those guys. Thank you, Rock Chalk, for the $10 super. We'll see if the Broncos do make some moves.
Thanks.
I'm really hoping they don't trade future capital again to go up and get some picks this season, especially in what's considered a lesser draft class overall. It just doesn't seem like good business. And I don't like to rob Peter to pay Paul. I know that. I thought it was funny last night. I don't know if you could feel the awkwardness, Sean Payton joking about I'm the spender and George is the saver. And then he's like, yeah, we traded up. He's like, it felt really good, didn't it? And George Payton's like, yeah, I guess. But I think I'm a little bit more on the nerd side with George Payton on that. And we got Sidney Sow coming off the board here to the Patriots. Man, the Patriots love the round 4 picks, aren't they? This is the third one already here. They take another interior offensive lineman. This is why teams typically don't utilize first round picks on those interior spots if you can help it, because you're going to be able to find guys day 2, and they are flying off the board now. Sidney Sow, Eastern Michigan, big size, actually tested pretty darn well out there. I don't think he's always the most fluid on tape, but if you're looking for a power guard, I think he's a pretty good pick here for them. So keeping it moving along. I did want to say hello to some people. I know that Troy gave a bunch of supers yesterday saying, and I see that cute picture of the golden retriever eyes there saying, hi guys, thanks again for the discussion. Love how versatile the picks are. Mims can be inside, outside, or punt returner. Sanders can play inside and outside, and Moss can play cornerback and safety. Yeah, so far the Broncos picks have been very versatile, and I just want to add to this as well. He is somebody who, or all these picks are somebody who I expect day 1 roles on special teams. Every single one of these players is going to have a special team impact day 1. I'm so tired of it was a running bit at this point. I'd come on the show recapping the game this week. I'm like, okay, it's time for Nick to get mad about special teams. And hopefully it sounds like the Broncos felt that way as well, especially Sean Payton, and all these picks should help impact special teams. What do you think, Eric, about the special teams impact of any of these guys, if you want to highlight any one specifically and the role that you see?
I mean, after Sean Payton was hired, he made it clear that the special teams unit needed fixing. Like, that was there was no qualms about it, no questions about it. Like, he came in and he was like, yeah, we got to do better on special teams. The unit was crap. And it was. It just consistently. You had an inconsistent punter. You had inconsistent coverage. You had a terrible kick. You had inconsistent kick returner. They weren't coached well. I mean, that was something that was constantly getting taken shots at. So it's not surprising that they're going and getting guys. I think this spells the end of Montreal, Washington, and Denver. I think he'll have a chance to compete, but it's not looking good for him. But Drew Sanders, I mean, they mentioned it last night. He's a core 4 special teamer. He's going to be on all 4 special teams units. And then Riley Moss, I mean, he's a gunner. Like, you can insert him in. He's a gunner on punts. He's a gunner on kick returns. Like, just. So all 4 special teamers, and I'd expect that trend to continue today, because you've done a lot on the outside aspect. You added a guy on the outside, you added a guy on the inside, added the returner. Well, you still got to build up the inside a little bit more, possibly add, on the flip side on punt returns, you kind of may want to add, one of your blocking guys on that, to counter the gunners. So looking at defensive backs who can possibly bring that to it is something that keep an eye on today. And real quick, we did get a $10 from Lawrence Rivera saying, did I get in his trouble? Hopefully not, my bad. You did not, Lawrence. It is not anything that was said in the chat. It is just a thing on the back end with Facebook. We can't stream to it and can't publish to it at the same time. So it sucks, but nothing you did. Thank you for the super, Lawrence, and thank you for joining us.
You did get us in trouble, but you have to donate another $10 to get us out of trouble. So no, appreciate the $10, Lawrence. We really do appreciate you. Comment there on the kicker, potentially for the Broncos. We'll see if they end up getting a kicker here. And we have another trade coming in. Good move by the Vikings here. I love doing stuff like this. Trade down from 119 to 134 and get a future 5th round pick for the Chiefs to come up. We know how much the Vikings love to trade back, and that's even maybe their new GM likes to do it even more than Spielman and George Payton did. So the Vikings have been one of the most trade happy teams in the NFL. And Akey Dragon coming in with a $4 super sticker. I can't see what it is on my end, but appreciate you, Akey, coming in. Anything you can do like that to support us is big time helpful. We had a question about Broncos taking a kicker in the 6th round. Certainly a possibility. I would not rule out anything out there. We've already had 3. Is it 3 kickers come off the board now? Did another one come off while we've been talking?
2.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought I saw a 3rd one maybe, but I could be. I'm obviously mistaken on that. I want to keep saying hello to people. Some of the the familiar names that we know. Kayleon Green, good to see you, Kayleon. We got Michaela Israel coming in. Say hi to Cooper for us. Hope Coop's doing well. We appreciate you. Hope you had fun with us last night. We have also some other super chats coming in here. Jonathan Fallick. Can somebody pull that up so I don't lose my spot in the where we're at in this? There we go. Go ahead. Can you read it for me, Lance?
Yes, Jonathan Fallick coming in here with the $20 super chat. We appreciate you, John, for joining us, man. Thanks for putting in the hard work, guys. I was excited about Darius Rush. Curious why he might be falling and your thoughts on him versus Riley Moss. Well, aside from being an Iowa guy, boo Iowa, always and forever. Boo Iowa. We don't appreciate any Iowa people here at all on this podcast at all. Darius Rush, I like that fit for the Broncos. A little bit more just because he has that man coverage versatility. He can play press. He can play off a little bit. With Moss, that was really the one question I had, and I'm going to go back to it again, was just the ability to play press man coverage, which is what Van Joseph likes to do, especially on obvious passing situations. He wants to disrupt the timing, really let that defensive line get after the quarterback, and you got to have guys that have loose and fluid hips down in the lower half. So Riley Moss, he brings that athleticism, and I think he can play in press man. It's just I have to see it more. So thank you, Jonathan, for joining us, man. We appreciate the donation, and I'll send it off to Eric. What do you think on Darius Rush?
Well, first I say, Nick, your grifting worked a little bit. Lawrence Rivera coming in with another $1 Thank you, Lawrence. We appreciate that.
I'm getting it from my producer. It takes another $10. Sorry, man. It's inflation these days, right?
We may want to keep quiet. AK just came in and says, "Don't tell his wife." I definitely hear you on that. But anyways, Darius Rush, I like him. He's one of those guys that I thought would go in that in the third round there. He's one of the guys that I personally liked a little bit more than Riley Moss. He's a good athlete. I think he was not quite needing as much work with his technique as you need with Riley Moss. Not that Riley Moss was extremely raw or was a technician or anything. But he's been one that I've been trying to get some answers as to why he's possibly fallen a little bit. I haven't heard anything yet. There was talk, and it is interesting because there was talk coming out of South Carolina that he would go higher than his teammate, Cam Smith. There was a lot of that over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So it's just still a little bit surprised he's on the board. I don't think he'll go wait much longer. The Kansas City Chiefs just take another cornerback, Jamari Connor out of Virginia Tech. He's a versatile defensive back. I liked him. Kind of a
tight end guy.
Yeah, he's a tight end guy. That's what I was going to say. And goes a little bit away from the mold that they've kind of had at corner a little bit. I know they got that one guy last year who was a little bit bigger, but outside of that, I mean, for the most part, Kansas City's gone a little bit smaller with their defensive backs over recent years, and here they go get a big guy.
Other than L'Jarius Sneed, right? Like he's pretty lengthy boy out there.
He's lengthy, but I thought he was a little bit shorter and thinner.
I don't recall.
Yeah, he's a super thin guy.
I just remember him being long.
He's a thinner guy. Yeah.
Okay.
He's very long, yes, and fluid, but he is like super thin and I don't want to say super short, but definitely on the shorter side for a boundary cornerback. Another $10 super sticker here from AK Dragon. Can't see that on our end, guys, but thank you, AK. We definitely appreciate that. I haven't seen Jamari Connor, so the more that you guys talk on him, the better for me. I haven't got a chance to watch him, so interested to see
he's physical.
What this brings to. Okay.
He's physical. He's thick. I think he's somebody who's going to be a potential safety slot type that's going to match up with your flexed out tight ends and your flexed out running backs. Maybe you could play that Daniel Sorensen role, who is kind of more of the safety body versus the cornerback body. But 6 foot, 210, 205 makes a lot of sense to get one of those guys in because of the physicality and the nature. Special teams pathway there for him. So we'll be interesting to see what he can do. I want to get a few comments here. Brendan P coming in saying Deuce Vaughn, any thoughts about him? Also, we had some comments about Tyler coming in asking about Deuce Vaughn. Would he be a target for the Broncos? And I saw one a little bit later. Here we go. Leadhead saying running back Pitt Israel Abanaconda. Is he possible? So running back is definitely something on Broncos' mind right now. I think a lot of us have kind of I wouldn't say given up, but the center position seems to have dried up a tad for the Broncos here. Maybe they can take one, but probably not one that's going to beat out Cushenberry year one or the other center they brought in whose name's escaping me right now, Fuller. But Eric, how does your running back board look right now? What's going on with how that position is stacking up? Haven't seen too many come flying off the board right now. I think only Roschon Johnson has been selected so far today. So running backs there's still talented running backs available and falling.
Yeah, it is. This was a class that I thought, I mean, you had some good talent at the top, but I think that after the first three, there was a significant drop off. Then you had a handful of guys, and then there was a significant drop off. And day three, I think there's just a large cluster of guys that I like. And depending on how you are with fumble rates, this year I factored in a lot heavier. There could be even more guys if you want to cut, if you're okay with that. Israel Bonaconda, he's the top guy I have left. Chase Brown out of Illinois, he's the second guy. Kenny McIntosh, I think we're getting to a range where, fifth, sixth round, if he's there in the sixth round, I'd be fine with it with his fumble rate, though not ideal. Deuce Vaughn, he's a guy that I could definitely see a lot of interest from Sean Payton specifically after what he did out of Darren Sproles and getting, trying to use Deuce Vaughn in a similar way. Eric Gray, he's a little bit bigger significantly bigger than Deuce Vaughn, but he's a receiving back. I mean, he runs the ball all right. Doesn't offer anything in pass protection, but he's a good receiver that you can line up outside. Zach Evans, DeWayne McBride, two guys that I'm all the way off on due to their fumble rates. Sean Tucker, he's a solid guy. I wasn't as high on him, but he's fine. Evan Hall, of course, is a big guy, is one of my guys at running back that I really like for the Broncos.
Yeah, a few other names. Talked a little bit about Evan Hull earlier. He's an interesting one. You have Deneric Prince, I think, also Tulsa, bigger body there, 216. Ran a 4.41 at 216 is pretty nice size-wise. Then if you want to actually go with a hulking guy, Chris Rodriguez, definitely a battering ram type. But this Kentucky offensive line was terrible last year, and they ran the offense through him and Levis. So some names there. Somebody who reminds me a lot of CJ Anderson still on the board. Older player, has had some injuries, but if you're talking 6th round, 7th round, Mohamed Ibrahim from Minnesota. I mean, he's going to be able to pick his spots and get through the line of scrimmage. Very squat player, breaks a lot of tackles. In the open field, he's not going to be even able to run away from some linebackers at the next level, but he's a little hamster out there. And his yards per carry, not a lot of explosive runs, but I think his carries of 3+ yards would be probably some of the highest in college football these last few seasons. The rate of that, because he's not going to hit home runs for you, but the consistently chain mover guy, I'm a big fan of him. Older, injuries going to knock him down, but he just runs tough. I think he's somebody that you're going to hand the ball to, and you're going to get good results from him no matter what. So would be pretty fun for those guys. Thank you guys for all the super chats coming in today. You guys are killing it. We got Michael Ronquillo saying, this is a Facebook star for all the Mile High Huddle podcasts. Bow, bow, bow. Thank you so much. That was my sad air horn, I guess, on that one. Thank you guys so much. Broncos country, go Broncos, and buck 'em. Buck you too, Michael. We always appreciate you coming in. Hopefully we'll see you on the YouTube side of things. Just an announcement. It's going to kick over here in less than a minute. So we're going to be over only on YouTube and Twitch as well, and Twitter, so you can follow us on there, but YouTube is the main place, so don't go anywhere. Facebook people, before we kick off, click the thumbs up, share it, say thank you, leave a comment. We'd really appreciate that. And we also appreciate David Wilder coming in here, $20 ruse, saying good morning, Nick, Eric, Lance, Broncos country. I'm happy about the draft pick so far. I hope we get a kicker back. MHH for life, Denver Broncos for life, and Buckham. A lot of kicker talk. Excuse me, go ahead.
Oh, you just froze up there for a second.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm back, baby. But a lot of kicker talk today. I think that maybe Broncos country's honeymoon might be over with Brandon McManus. Do you have any thoughts on that, Lance? I keep kicking it to you for the kicker talk here, but I think you can probably talk a little bit about McManus at least.
Well, right? I think, I think the big thing here is, Brandon McManus is, as far as, being vocal on the opportunities to kick those longer field goals and then not really coming through. Get him over, 53 yards. James Campbell is going to love this, by the way. Our guy, James Campbell, he has such a major issue with Brandon McManus in terms of kicking the long field goals and not being reliable. Once you get him past, I think it was 53 yards is the big cutoff for him. So I can definitely understand that. It would suck to move on from a leader like that. He is obviously the Broncos player rep for the Players Association. So obviously very well liked in the locker room, in one of the final pieces that, was from the Super Bowl 50 team. But I mean, it is time. He's an older player. He's definitely more expensive for a kicker. So it's very, very plausible for me to watch them bring in some competition at the very least, and potentially even move on to get younger and cheaper at the position this year.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'm sad I didn't get to Phil here before Facebook was cut off there. It looks like it's still streaming to Facebook. Chad's about to do it. But Phil, real quick before Chad cuts it off, good morning, Nick, Lance, and Eric. I have seen our grading based on picks so far as a C+ to an A-. What do you guys think? I'm going to give the Broncos the players they've taken, where they've taken them. I will give them a B+, A-, but because of the trade, I'm going to give them a BB-. Again, I am much more about accumulating future capital for that plus interest versus giving it away, and that one dips it down just a little bit for me. It's a B. It was going to be hard for them to have an A. What do you think, Eric, Lance? Give me a grade real quick before Chad kicks us out on the.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I gave it a B+ last night, factoring the trade in, and I think I probably cement myself as a B now. After thinking about it a little bit, just trading a future third for Riley Moss. Granted, they wanted to go get their guy. I think they got excellent value for Drew Sanders. So it's a good draft. I just wish that you were able to keep that 2024 pick.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Absolutely. Cemented as a B. I wouldn't say B+ if you didn't have to send a trade and you get Riley Moss. You still have 108 still as well. So, yeah, definitely a B for me on those guys. And Chad is coming in saying that he is cutting the Facebook stream, guys. So the Mile High Huddle Facebook page and the podcast Facebook page, please jump over to YouTube if you want to continue riding with us. We appreciate all your guys' love and support. And if you don't want to do that, you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Absolutely. We appreciate you. And there they go. Well, hopefully we'll see him back here soon. Saw Carol talking here. Carol says wives always find out. Yes, they do. Yeah. Don't even, no white lies, no half truths. Just if they ask you something, just start giving them everything because they will find out. Also, they find the burner accounts. I have no burner account. Actually, no, I don't. I had one for a bit when things were a little bit testy politically there for a little bit. I'm like, I'll have this. And she's like, what is this email account? I'm like, I thought about maybe making a burner, but have not really used it. So it's all good. So we have some more picks coming down the line here from the Broncos. Last one we kind of really talked about was Sidney Sow, pick 117 overall, Eastern Michigan to the Patriots. Since then, we've had Braden Daniels, a 5-positional player, a little bit small, but a good athlete, come off the board to the Commanders, Utah at 118. 119, we kind of talked about him. Chamari Connor, Virginia Tech safety, nickel corner. At Carter Warren, the Pitt offensive tackle, come off the board to 120 to the New York Jets. Ventrell Miller, Florida linebacker, to the Jags at 121. 122, another interior offensive lineman. Every other pick's been an interior offensive lineman. John Gaines had the best short shuttle of any player at any offensive lineman at the combine this year. And that's been one of the best indicators of success in the NFL over the last few years for interior offensive linemen. But John Gaines comes off the board to 122 to the Cardinals from UCLA. And then we just had Cameron Young, defensive tackle, Mississippi State, go to the Seahawks at pick 123. Lance, any of those players you want to talk about? Anyone that stand out to you? Braden Daniels, Carter Warren, John Gaines. I got some offensive linemen flying off the board now.
Carter Warren is a guy that I thought had some starting upside coming out of Pittsburgh. Right and left tackle, can probably slide to the inside. I think is probably the best for him, best fit for him moving forward. And the Jets just do exactly what they need to do: improve that offensive line in front of Aaron Rodgers. So I thought that was a really good pick. Braden Daniels, like you said, very versatile. There's a lot of talk about him moving all the way from tackle inside to center at the next level. So versatile pick there on the offensive line. That a couple of them coming off right back to back there. So a couple of intriguing picks. I'm still just I guess I have a big question here. I have Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M, as the top player available on my board. He was a second-round player for me. Do we have any news on why potentially he might be falling, Eric? No?
No, I haven't been able to hear anything. But real quick, Carter Warren, he's a guy I absolutely loved. He was one of few developmental tackles I had pegged in this. The question with him was injuries. He missed I think it was 9 games last season. That he's still kind of working his way back from a little bit, but he was one guy that I had. I always wanted to try to find him, get him there in that, that 4th or 5th round for the Broncos in mock drafts. But it's a good pick for them. It gives them a guy to develop because they still have, if they're going to roll with Mekhi Becton, Carter Warren gives them a guy to get healthy, develop him, and then look at moving on because they also have some options at right side too, depending on what they're doing with Elijah Vera Tucker and or actually with Mekhi Becton there because they have Dwayne Brown on the left side.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I like Carter Warren as well. Not a good run blocker, but really smooth pass protector outside zone. Does have to work on his anchor a little bit. Could add, some more mass to his base. But I'm sure you know about that as well. We got Lance Rivera coming in $10 saying, "Dang, I missed the show. Good Bleep guys, thank you very much. Lawrence Rivera, saw you on the Facebook side. Now you're over here with us. We got Dirty Boy 6789. I'm really sorry that Dirty Boy 6788 was taken. I'm going to steal a Jeremy Sean's joke there for a second. It made me laugh the other day. But the 990 or the 99-cent super, hey man, every bit helps. We really do appreciate that. Thank you for coming in and supporting us. Yeah, I really did like the Carter Warren pick as well, but I'm going to talk a little bit of John Gaines. I think Chip Kelly's done a pretty darn good job with that UCLA program here over the last few years. I'm going to be curious to see what happens there now that Dorian Thompson-Robinson has moved on. Obviously, he was a pretty highly rated recruit and somebody who maybe we can see the Broncos target in the 6th round. I do believe they had a super recruit, like a 5-star guy, added in this upcoming quarterback class for UCLA. USC and UCLA each of them got a really good quarterback recruit. Not as good as the one that Tennessee or Texas got, but I digress. So we'll be watching for Dante Moore. Maybe, I don't remember. This was supposed to be a pretty special quarterback recruiting class this last year. So we'll see. But the board keeps falling here. One other player that we didn't mention very much that I see we missed because we got on Sidney Sow was one of my favorites in this draft class, kind of an inside-outside guy, Colby Wooden from Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, Derek Hall was the one who really stood out on that Auburn defense this year, but I like Colby Wooden a bit as a potential Draymond Jones replacement because he's an inside-outside pass rusher, a little bit thicker, a little bit more of a physical player, can do some shock stuff on the inside, but smaller player. I think he's going to be a good pick there for who ended up taking him. I had it right there. And now what tab was it for the Packers? So the Packers added another lengthy defensive lineman type to go with Lucas Van Ness. So Packers love themselves that type.
Exactly. I was just about to say they love that type, that fluid, bursty, explosive lower half, the lengthy, power rushers and whatnot. Colby Wooden was actually the 3rd player on that Auburn defensive line that I liked. I liked Eku Leota, their other edge defender, a little bit more than I like Colby Wooden, just because Leota is so much more explosive as an athlete. He's got some injury concerns you're worried about, like obviously he tore his pectoral muscle this early, I believe it was October. So he should be good enough to come back from that. He didn't get a whole lot of opportunity to play this season with that injury, obviously, but very bursty, very explosive in the lower half, very good bend, just a really bad player in the running game. So he's obviously going to fall just a little bit further down, but that was a player I liked a little bit more than Colby Wooden. But Wooden fits really well with what the Packers want to do. He fits that archetype. He fits their prototype very, very well. So, and like you said, I like the pairing with Lucas Van Ness there. You get some inside-outside versatility from both of those guys. So Packers are doing a pretty decent job here.
Yeah, Packers have a type, man. They love to get those kind of tweener guys that are the power players on the inside with some inside-outside versatility. So we got John Lenardini coming in here saying, morning, boys, just got in here. Have the Broncos made any move or just rumors? Doesn't sound like they're going to end up trading either Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton at this point. If they did, it might be after the draft for 2024 capital. We've seen the Broncos now, they're missing a 2nd-round pick, and whichever 3rd-round pick ends up being the later one. So maybe you see a wide receiver traded after the draft for 2024 draft capital, or maybe a late day 3 pick and a 2024 pick. But it sounds like they've shifted their focus more to 2024 capital acquisition for those two. If that does happen, I'm still skeptical it would. And other rumors, I mean, maybe one of those edge rushers, maybe Josie Jewell, maybe a secondary player out there now that they kind of have a lot of different safeties, maybe somebody in the last draft class, which it does not sound like the Broncos current coaching staff is in love with. So, there was some yesterday after, because of how the board fell with the tight end position, the Broncos didn't end up trading it, but it did sound like there was at least a little bit of smoke. Could have been speculation, but Dulcich maybe would have been somebody who was being moved if the board fell a certain way. So definitely some chances here. Any other guys who stand out could be traded here? Any rumors you're hearing, Eric, based on your connections?
Yeah, there's a couple edges that I reached out on that they've been quietly put out there on the trade market. Not a lot of movement there. Again, I kind of talked about it last night about the new coaching staff wanting to move on from guys of the last coaching staff. Nick Benito was one of those names that was kind of just floating out there a little bit. And then Jonathan Cooper, he's another one. And I honestly I'd prefer to keep Jonathan Cooper. He's probably one of the more reliable depth guys that they have. I am a little surprised that Jacob Martin isn't the guy that hasn't been floated. But Josie Jewell, it doesn't sound like anything will happen there. Just a matter of the Broncos, they're setting their value for these guys and they're sticking to it. That's why Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton haven't been moved, and that's probably going to be why Josie Jewell's not moved. And Albert Okwuegbunam continues to be a name to watch. I'm not sure what they'll get for him, if anything. it might be a situation where they're giving up a 6th-round pick this year and getting a 6th-round pick next year for him, kind of thing, and maybe like a 7th this year or something. Just trying to balance out that value. There isn't much there. But yeah, it just seems to be somewhere on the defense, the front 7, more so edge and linebacker, seems to be where the conversation's at. Haven't heard anything with anybody at in the secondary.
Yeah. Well, it would be interesting. I was just curious maybe about Delaren Turner-Yell or one of those other cornerbacks out there. Love Kwan Williams. You're not going to get much value for him. Saying Bassey, every team's had a chance at him multiple times to get him. So I wasn't sure about that, but maybe some of those guys make sense. Mm-hmm. Comment in here from 78 Leadhead, who I think always provides interesting analysis and commentary. So shout out to you, 78 Leadhead. Says Riley Moss is a playmaker, which is something we really don't have at the cornerback position. I'm going to take a little bit of a different stance on this 78 Leadhead, and I think that the Broncos' chances for playmaking at the cornerback position haven't had a runway to make plays on the ball because of how anemic the Broncos' offense has been. Teams have pretty much, gone and played turtle on offense the last couple of years against the Broncos because they know that if they don't turn the ball over, then they're going to beat the Broncos because the Broncos' offense has been that terrible and pathetic. So why go out there and do anything? It's one of the reasons that it was 2 years ago. Everyone's like, oh my God, look how good the Broncos did against Jamar Chase. They didn't give a hoot about throwing it to Jamar Chase. They just knew that if they didn't turn the ball over, they were going to win. And that's what ended up happening there. So that's another example. And then also specifically after Von Miller went down and Bradley Chubb 2 years ago, and after Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory were out last season, the pass rush has been terrible. And it's pretty damn hard to get turnovers if you're not getting pressure. Pressure leads to turnovers. Good sticky coverage leads to pressure. It's cyclical, but I'm much more of a pressure-oriented belief person. And after Gregory, Baron Browning getting injured, Bradley Chubb traded, they sucked. And then Draymond Jones even down the end, getting hurt and missing the rest of the season. So they blew in pressure towards the end of the season.
Yeah. So New Orleans Saints, they just made their pick. When we talked about trading up, when they traded up for the first-round pick, this was a guy I mentioned. They do get up. Fresno State quarterback Jake Haener.
Interesting pick. I think he's going to be an incredible backup in the league for a number of years. Sounds like he's wired really tough. I mean, it's one of those guys that, you love the quarterbacks to play with like a heart of a lion, but sometimes it's almost the first quarter and they're up, 7-0 already. And he's diving like it's Elway in the Super Bowl doing the helicopter thing. It's like, buddy, like I appreciate the heart, but like you got to protect yourself out there. So he's going to be a tough player for them. I think a very good backup. Some teams, and I don't know if I'm of this belief, but like some teams believe the backup quarterback is more valuable than like a third of your starters on your starting 22, like more starter than your starting center for the Broncos, or more important than your starting safety because of what they bring to the team overall, to that locker room, and in case you do have an injury. But Eric has a comment here cutting me off on my excellent points about backup quarterbacks.
Well, I was just going to say part of that is the value, just how valuable the quarterback is. But we do have a trade. We've had it speculated here with DeAndre Swift and the Lions about maybe that's the way Denver goes. DeAndre Swift is headed to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a draft pick.
Good pick for them. I like that a lot. Somebody that they can use out there. They have Rashad Penny in that backfield. They have, Kenneth Gainwell as well in the backfield. They're definitely going by the committee approach for that position. I'm guessing they probably just gave up like a 6th-round pick or something pretty small. I think DeAndre Swift only has 1 year of control left. So this is that's a good move for the Eagles, and Howie Roseman continues to play the draft game pretty well, in my opinion, and the positional value game pretty well.
Yeah, and this is something that I see Andrew Brandt talk about a lot. Howie Roseman is a businessman, and he's surprised that businessmen don't have more jobs in the NFL as general managers. I mean, you mostly get, this guy's a former scout, this guy's a former cap guy, this guy's analytics. I think Howie Roseman is the only businessman that is a general manager in the NFL, and he just consistently treats it like a business. He makes smart business decisions, which is why the Eagles, even though they had a few rough years, they're able to bounce back. And old coaching staff, Doug Peterson, Carson Wentz, Nick Foles, they get to a Super Bowl, they win it. Well, new coaching staff, they get there with Jalen Hurts, they lose, and now he's continuing to treat it like a business and improving this roster and being smart with the picks that he has and turning picks into more picks.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's a good point. I do think that the business goes hand in hand with analytics, because what do CEOs and people make their decisions on? That's the stats. What are the numbers crunching doing on there? At least the smart businessmen. Some of them, go by old school, playing golf and those deals, shaking hands, and maybe more of that Elway business approach out there. But I think that the analytics is more of the business model. But you're correct. I think it's good, and the Eagles do a good job. And again, coming back to this point, I love Riley Moss. I'm glad the Broncos got him. I thought that was a good slot for him. I'm excited to see what he can do. But the analytics and the business side would say that you trust your long-term of the position. And even though the future pick is worth less right now, it's an appreciating asset. Accumulate appreciating assets. Don't get rid of them. It's an investment. So we'll see how it plays out for the Broncos here. And you got another one, Eric. Keep giving me the finger. I love it. Buck, you too.
I actually have a question, and I have a question that kind of goes with what we're talking about. So Sean Payton, he's very aggressive with picks. The Saints, for a long time, they're always kicking the can down the road. They did that with Salary Cap, and they do that with picks. Oh, we'll trade future picks next year, and then next year we'll trade the following year's picks for more picks this year. And that's something they consistently do. George Payton obviously doesn't share that same philosophy. You talked about the awkwardness there, and a lot of teams like to make changes to their front office after the draft. So just a quick question. What do you think the odds are a week from now that George Payton is still with the Broncos?
I think it's pretty good. I don't think they'd be putting him front and center as much as they have with the press conferences and whatnot, if it was just going to be the Sean Payton show going forward now. And nothing, I guess, would totally shock me. But I think that's one that he's going to be here. And guess what? You have your classic scapegoat there as well. I also think that George Payton somewhat started to redeem himself a little bit with the front office, or with the new ownership group. I think he was pretty much in some big trouble after the oh my God, Stenson Bennett coming off the board here to the Rams. But I think there was flexing on him. There was some questionable decisions. I mean, the Nathaniel Hackett bleep show, Russell Wilson all around so far. It's like, man, those are your decisions, and you're the guy that's left over from the regime before us. Yikes. But I think that I think George Payton will be here another year. And guess what? If this Broncos team struggles at all this year, doesn't make the playoffs, only 6-7 wins, he's gone without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm actually in agreement with you. I always felt that, because that was a big conversation back in January. How long does George Payton have? I always felt he'll make it at least into the season. He's just that perfect scapegoat, as you said. My thing is like, they made it very clear that Sean Payton is the man in charge. Mm-hmm. Everything is him. So it makes it a little bit harder to scapegoat him, but you still have the easy access there. If Russell Wilson struggles to start the season and doesn't really bounce back, well, George Payton, you made that trade. This is your fault. You missed on Nathaniel Hackett. Those are the two big mistakes. So you can still scapegoat him. It's just a little bit harder.
Yeah, the 2022 draft class looks like cheeks right now. Yeah. I know they didn't have great draft capital, but guess what? The ones you had some misses out there. Delaire and Turner Yell going one freaking pick before Tariq Woolen. A lot of the league missed on him, but still, doesn't seem like the Broncos coaching staff is very big on Greg Dulcich right now. Definitely some questions about Nick Benito out there. So that class as well, not doing super good. The Randy Gregory contract, which if the Broncos were, ho-hum at quarterback, let's say they ran with Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater another year, we'd be talking about, man, the Randy Gregory contract not looking so hot right now. The Cortland Sutton, the Cortland Sutton deal as well. I mean, that's another one. It's just like, questions there. But I think that they wouldn't be putting him as front and center if they were going to get rid of him. And wanted to get to this comment here. We're going to keep it. Honestly, you guys are killing it in the chat right now. Appreciate you. Click a thumbs up. Subscribe to Mile High Huddle over on YouTube and iTunes and all that if you haven't done so yet. And follow Eric and I on Twitter. But we got Troy coming in. Troy dropped $30 super yesterday, $40 super. I'm not sure, but I recognize that because those dog eyes, man. Whatever that dog wants, let me know. I'm in. But he says, are you worried about the Broncos defense not being as good as we think because of the turtle offenses the last few seasons? Will Joseph be unfairly blamed if a drop off, if the defense is good, if the offense is good again? I think we kind of saw that last year as well. All of a sudden, towards the last, 5-6 weeks, the offense starts to roll a little bit. They're putting up some points. And all of a sudden, the Broncos defense is giving up points left and right. So I think that is definitely something to watch out for. I really do think that's the case in 2022, where they were like, oh, look at the defensive stats. Well, they had like no possessions because teams were playing, super conservative offense. I don't know if you were a fan of the movie The Water Boy, but in the Bourbon Bowl, the climax of the movie, when Adam Sandler's killing it so much as Bobby Boucher, the linebacker, the opposing team just starts kneeling it and then punting. That's essentially what teams have been doing against the Broncos. They've been laughing at the Broncos offense in the face with how anemic they've been. So I definitely think it's possible that if the offense improves, the defense will shrink a bit because of just the connectivity between the two units.
And that is something that we kind of have seen over the last couple of years, though not as big. When games were close, we saw that the defense had issues closing out. Consistent in the second half, end-to-end games, the defense got worn out and they struggled a lot. But we do have the trade details on DeAndre Swift. The Eagles are getting a seventh-round pick as well for DeAndre Swift, while the Lions are getting a fourth-round pick in 2025 and a seventh-round pick this year. Essentially, the Lions move up 30 spots. They get picked 219 after giving up 249.
Okay, not a bad spot for them. A few more picks here that we want to run through as it's starting to really, roll through. We had Tavius Robinson, Ole Miss, outside linebacker, go to the Ravens. The Ravens love to continuously add to that position. You have Darius Davis, TCU wide receiver, to the Chargers. So the Chargers adding another wide receiver here in this class. They look like they're really trying to add to that room with Kellen Moore and give our guy, unfortunately, Justin Herbert. Do love Justin Herbert. We have Isaiah McGuire, somebody who a lot of people thought might be a top 100 pick, defensive end from Missouri, go 126 to the Browns. I know that Isaiah McGuire actually had some pretty damn good tape against the Broderick Jones this last year when Missouri went up against Georgia. So he's an intriguing player this late. Jake Haener, we mentioned it, pick 127. A lot of quarterbacks going to probably come off the board here. That won't be the last, obviously, or then also Stetson Bennett's obviously not the last. We know about that one. Then somebody that you and I shared a little bit of a bromance with this last year, Villamia Fehoko, San Jose State defensive end, kind of a bigger body classic defensive end, a little bit more weight, but super productive for that San Jose State team. And somebody who I think maybe led college football in sacks this last year, or pressures, or quarterback hits. He was really productive statistically.
And one thing too is that one thing that I like energetic defenders that where it's contagious. And I talked to a coach there at
San Jose State
about Fehoko, and he was saying is like whenever, even if he didn't make a play, even if he made a mistake about it, he was always the one. It was leadership and energy, and he would just sit there and try to fire up the defense. He had no issues taking responsibility for when he made a mistake, but it wasn't a thing of like, oh, if he didn't make a mistake, somebody else did, that he's going to take the blame for it. He still holds his teammates accountable. Coach's guy, scouts love him. He was the guy that when we were doing our roundtable mock draft, he was one of those guys that I was kind of like contemplating with. There with that, what pick was it? The last pick where we took Lonnie Phelps. I think he was still on the board there, and I think this is it. So he goes a lot higher than that. He goes a little bit higher than I thought he would. But yeah, he's a kid that I think that he will have a maybe not like an outstanding career, but I think he'll be around the NFL for quite a while with special teams ability and energy on defense and solid ability to get production.
Yeah, productive player, without a doubt. So I saw a comment here. I have to do it. I'm sorry for you, Eric. 78 Leadhead asking me, who is the other Caucasian cornerback that Iowa was talking about? Cooper DeJean. If you get a chance to take in Iowa next year, you'll notice number 3 out there. I'm sorry, Eric, but Mel Kiper has been already talking about him as a top 10 pick in the 2024 draft class. He's big too. He's like 6'2", 210. He's a very physical player, and he started to take the ball away last year instead of Riley Moss. He was the guy who was making all the plays.
I will say, as much as I like to joke on Iowa and everything, and how much I always complain privately about, oh God, I have to watch Iowa football. I like watching that defense. That is a fun defense to watch.
And the special teams.
Yeah. It's just, I think the last time I did it was I ended up watching the freaking fullback.
Yep.
And that was a snooze fest for me. I hate watching Iowa offense. I hate it. I hate Kirk Ferentz's system that he runs there. I just don't like the offense. It's not fun. It's boring. But so I don't mind the defense. Cooper DeJean, I like what I saw of him when I was scouting the defense this year. And he's very intriguing to me.
If Iowa doesn't take, or if Broncos don't take a tight end in this class, Iowa's got 2 of them coming out next year. And they're more of the classic inline guys. So one of them, spells the name the same as you, Eric, and he killed it in the spring game. He's a monster size wise, so a lot of fun. We got our NG shot coming in here saying, do you think the Broncos should have taken Kelee Ringo over Riley Moss? Oh man, I should have said that a little bit more exuberant with the question marks and the exclamation points. Then let's go Broncos. There you go. I did a good job on that one. Thanks, guys. What do you think here, Lance? Welcome back. Kelee Ringo over Riley Moss. Different players. Did you have Kelee Ringo over Riley Moss on your big board?
I did actually. I had Kelee Ringo as a second-round player. Riley Moss was a fourth-round player, in my opinion. I actually like Riley Moss's fit with the Broncos a little bit better than Kelee Ringo overall. Ringo is just so raw as a cornerback. Like, he relies on his athleticism so much more than he does his technique. I mean, and he's got great size, but he doesn't play to that size and physicality the way that you would think a player of his stature would play. So with Riley Moss, I think that you have a little bit more nuance in coverage. You have the ability to kind of play him off the ball, play him up in press and stuff like that. Kelee Ringo is mostly a cover 1, cover 3 kind of a player. Eric, did you have something here?
Oh, no.
I saw your hand flash. Oh, sorry about that. No, I don't think Kelee Ringo should have been taken over Riley Moss, but I can get and understand why somebody would like that, given the athletic profile and just the size and the physical tools that Ringo does have, where Riley Moss is more thinner, doesn't really have the length, and he also is more of that off-zone match quarters kind of a, player in terms of his coverage ability. So, no, I like Riley Moss better for the Broncos right now.
Kelee Ringo is interesting. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to see. I put in the group chat just a few minutes ago. Have we gotten a chance to talk about Darius Davis, the TCU wide receiver to the Chargers yet?
No, take the floor. If you lost him, go ahead.
I like this pick a lot. We were talking about it on day one with the Chargers and how, I thought they needed to add some explosiveness and versatility with that wide receiver room. And they went and got Quentin Johnson with their first pick at 21 overall. Then they pair him up with his teammate, Darius Davis, who was absolutely electric with the football in his hands. Very fast. He can score from pretty much anywhere. A little bit smaller guy, but gadget player. Very, very good, very smooth, very explosive, decent route runner, decent hands. But the biggest thing is he's just a small guy. I like this move for the Chargers because they finally went and got that vertical deep threat guy for Justin Herbert to throw the football down the field too. So very impressed with that pick. I really like pairing him with Quentin Johnson again as well.
Yeah, Darius Davis, one thing about him is, for me, he's a gadget receiver. Kellen Moore's hands are all over this pick. And speaking of hands, Darius Davis, he's only dropped 7 passes in his career. That is a career 5.9 drop rate. Like, he has good hands. And he has strong hands that help him secure the ball, doesn't put the ball on the ground a whole lot in his career, and gives him another option as a returner as well, where his vision and his shiftiness can really shine.
And we have Charlie Jones coming off the board here. Another Iowa transfer. Man, if Iowa could have kept Charlie Jones in there, maybe they score more than 12 points a game. But Charlie Jones, an electric returner, a little bit smaller. But you saw him at Purdue. I think he was pretty close to leading. I think he led the Big Ten in receptions. They were very much a air raid offense out there at Purdue. We'll see what they do with taking the Illinois defensive coordinator now as the new head coach, with Brom going to his alma mater in Louisville. But Charlie Jones, second team AP All-American, a really good returner. I'm curious to see if he can add a little bit more mass to him. He's a little bit older as well. He transferred from Buffalo to Iowa, then he transferred from Iowa to Purdue because the Iowa offense was that bad. I don't blame him one freaking bit. I'm still sad. But Charlie Jones, really good player. 8 games with 100-plus receiving yards this year, which led college football. Super productive for Purdue. Really good player. Got jets. That guy can fly. And again, I think he had 2 or 3 punt returns for a touchdown at Iowa this last year. So really good player here. I had seen him being mocked pretty consistently in the 5th round, but fun to see him come off the board here. I'm a big fan of Charlie Jones. Good player, hard worker, a little bit small, a little bit slender. I don't know how much bigger he can get as far as the weight, 175, but really good player. Not as electric as Marvin Mims, though. Not as electric as Mims.
Yeah, that's one thing that I felt was lacking. He's not like super explosive. He's a guy that I liked, and I liked him for Denver. It's just I just was so focused on finding somebody who brings a little bit more explosive ability to the offense, and that's not really him. Charlie Jones, he had a great combine. His routes were really clean. He's a guy that I really grew to love over the draft cycle. He ended up being one of my dudes.
And this is setting the table, in my opinion. Lance's computer looking frozen there. He's setting the table for life after Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd is somebody that they've been shopping him a good bit. They are not looking to keep him around too much longer, especially with what's going to happen with T. Higgins in that team. So they add a weapon there. Somebody who's probably going to be a pretty good slot player, in my opinion, for that team. You can do a lot of slot work out there. Tough player. Again, I'm still really sad that he transferred from Iowa, especially because he transferred after the spring game, I think. So Iowa was kind of left with their you-know-what in their hand to get him. But good job, Charlie Jones had a great season for Purdue, and happy to see him go in the 4th round here. I will take some solace here. If he plays great in the NFL, I'll be like, oh, former Iowa receiver actually doing something in the league. Thank God.
Real quick, just Stetson Bennett. Jeff Schwartz on Twitter just made this joke that I find absolutely hilarious. He's asking if a rookie quarterback has ever been older than the head coach.
Man, that's
why does it feel like Stetson Bennett's been playing at Georgia for the last 25 years? Like, quite honestly, it just seems like he's been there for absolutely ever.
He was there, another right? And then transferred out and then transferred back. Like, he tried to go and then he went elsewhere. Yeah, God, crazy career. So go ahead.
Troy jumping in here. Troy Boer is like, wait a minute. Wasn't DeAndre Swift also from Georgia? Are the Eagles just doing this for fun now? Like, seriously, they are going to the Georgia well over and over again. I'm telling you, they're going to draft Chris Smith at some point.
They're playing to the memes.
They have to. I mean, do it for the content. They probably were freaking pissed that Stetson Bennett went off the board where they couldn't take him. And we got a guy here who I unfortunately watched a good bit. Probably one of my teams I respect but hate watching college football. Wisconsin, Nick Herbig coming off the board here. Somebody who just absolutely destroyed a lot of right tackles, a lot of slow-footed right tackles at the last few seasons. Obviously, Jim Leonard has moved on from Wisconsin, so we'll see what that defense looks like now with Luke Fickell out there in Madison, Wisconsin. But Herbig a little bit smaller, but a tenacious player, a good hunter. Without a doubt, the transition to the second level, the off-ball stack spot, is going to be interesting for him, but has an early path to the league, and also another small pass rusher from Wisconsin going to pair up with TJ Watt. Some familiarity there. He'll have a role early on. I'm curious to see though how he can transition to playing first and second down off the line of scrimmage.
There's been a lot of edges over the last few years of those from out of Wisconsin they played edge in college, but they're going to move off ball. He's just another one. I liked him as an edge, but he just doesn't have enough to hang in there. Quite a few coaches said that he was a pain to prepare for.
Yes.
Just because of they praise his football IQ as an opponent, because you could try to set up to defend him one way, and he would just, after one or two plays, he just completely change everything. And Wisconsin guy said that he lacked discipline in what their play is he was just smart with his freelancing a little bit and found a way to win. So there's a lot of praise there, and very cerebral player who I'm interested in seeing his transition to off ball. And I think that he's got everything to be successful there.
And a great pick here by the Bears. Tyler Scott coming off the board here. Vertical threat, good ball tracker, somebody who's more track athlete than wide receiver right now. I'm still a little surprised that he came off the board after his teammates, but somebody that they can use him gadgeting and get the ball in his hands, and gives them another option in the pass game to help Justin Herbert. Again, the fact that he is a little bit of a gadget player, you can do a lot of stuff, jet sweeps with him, fly sweeps, screens, et cetera, et cetera. You add him to DJ Moore, you add him to Chase Claypool and Mooney out there, another deep threat for them. Justin Fields last year was one of the highest yards per attempt of any quarterback in the football, if I'm mistaken on that one. So he brings a vertical element to them that they can use a rotational player on them. Going to be a lot of deep routes in that offense, I believe, this upcoming season, playing into Herbert's strengths. And he's a really good pick here, in my opinion, in the 4th round. I really like what the Bears have been doing. They've also had Pickens earlier in the 3rd round. I was a big fan of. They took a few other players as well. So I'm liking what the Bears are doing.
And I like this pick too, because you mentioned Darnell Mooney. Last year he suffered some injuries, missed amount of time, and he's entering the final year of his contract. So it's good insurance not keeping Mooney around long term. If he gets hurt, he can kind of fill in and do that. And if Mooney's out there on the field, well, you have two guys who you can line up in the slot with the two other receivers on the outside of it. And you have Velus Jones Jr. as well, who's got plenty of speed to attack vertically. And so it's just playing, as like you said, the deep shots in Chicago are going to be just constant. It's going to run the ball and throw it deep. That's that offense.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, like you guys have mentioned, they're doing everything they can this year to help out Justin Fields and really try to get that third-year progression out of him. With obviously, you bring in DJ Moore in the trade down from number 1 to number 9. They trade down again, go get an offensive lineman. They in Darnell Wright. They added Roschon Johnson just a little bit earlier today, so that's a good running back that they needed to add to that team as well. And then Tyler Scott, who I really liked coming out of Cincinnati. The one thing that is like the biggest concern with him is size. And that's this whole wide receiver class. Everybody in this class is super small and super fast. Like there's not a whole lot of those height, weight, speed guys. So with Scott, you're going to have some size issues and some concerns there. But if you get him the ball in open space and let him go to work with that, just like explosive track level speed, he's going to just be a dynamic playmaking threat for you guys. So I like this pick for the Bears a lot.
Yeah, I do too. And I also took Roschon Johnson, running back from Texas. That was the other guy that I was thinking about. So I really like a lot of the picks that the Bears have been making today. They've done a good job trading down multiple times. It's a bleep or get off the pot time for Justin Fields. All three of us were massive Justin Fields fans, but he needs to play much better than he has. Obviously, still exceedingly young. He's young. Was he like 2 or 3 years younger than Stetson Bennett, who just came off the board? And he's already been in the league for 2 years. But will be a lot of fun to see what they do out there in Chicago this year. And I would say that the NFC North is there for the taking right now. Aaron Rodgers is out. We'll see what they do. I'm very curious to see what Jordan Love does. I was very intrigued by him. Just a little bit of hindsight stuff. There's an alternate reality out there where the Broncos aren't able to get Russell Wilson, and they traded like a second last year and maybe a second this year for Jordan Love, and he's the quarterback with Nathaniel Hackett here in Denver or something. But I'm a big fan of Jordan Love. I hope he figures it out there in Green Bay. Any news, Eric? What's going on? How are you doing? Tell us about your big board. I see Jay Ward comes off the board here, LSU cornerback to the Minnesota Vikings. Pretty solid out there at LSU this last year. How are we doing?
Yeah, real quick, you're talking about Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. And one thing with them, too, is they're building this team for him to succeed. And if he doesn't step up, well, they have 2 first-round picks next year. If Justin Fields struggles, and doesn't take that next step forward as a passer that they want, they're in a great position with how they're building the roster to go and get a quarterback next year as well. Like, I absolutely love how they're doing it. Ryan Poles, I've always been a fan of what he's done as a general manager. I really like what they're doing. And on that note, too, is I was a little harsh on Darnell Wright, how he was early. Well, come to find out, Ryan Poles doesn't go to visits very often. He doesn't go to workouts with players. He did with Darnell Wright, and they put him through a hour-long workout where the first 5 minutes is just conditioning. Like, you're just basically, from what I understand, is you're doing a lot to get your heart rate up, try to, break down the player, get them, out of their comfort zone. That's the first 5 to 10 minutes. And then you start going through position drills and seeing how they do. And Darnell Wright, no issues. And that was a good thing to see, because there was some conditioning concerns with him. So he erased those concerns for the Bears and made them comfortable using that pick so early on. And on that note, too, another guy they did that with was DeJuan Jones, who he tapped out of the workout after the first few minutes. I from what I gathered, it was only 5 to 10 minutes that he did it before he's like, yeah, I'm done. I can't keep going. So I really like what the Bears have done. And after that, Nick, I can't remember what the question was you asked me now.
I just asking about your big board, where you're at. A few more Bears players here. They also took Gervon Dexter in 22nd pick in the second round. I wasn't as big on Gervon Dexter. You mentioned Siaki Ika, as it looks like Tarzan plays like Jane. I thought I saw that with Gervon Dexter, but because of the tools, I thought, mid third is where I take a swing on, and they take him late second. They also took Tyreek Stevenson, who I liked a good bit there, late second, early third pick. Eric wasn't as much of a fan on him, but I thought he was one of the better man coverage corners in this class. And everything eventually comes back to man. If you can't play man in this league, you're not going to be in the league very long, in my opinion, because at some point you're going to have to play some man coverage. And we have a Raiders pick here, Eric. What's going on?
Yeah, this is a quarterback that was linked with the Broncos, and Aiden O'Connell going to the Raiders. And real quick, we have somebody asking about a Taysom Hill type, and then the mention of Jack Coletto. I know Mike Kliss has hyped up Jack Coletto as a Taysom Hill type player. Jack Coletto is nowhere near the athlete that Taysom Hill is. Jack Coletto is not a Taysom Hill type. I think one thing that often goes forgotten with Taysom Hill, dude was an excellent athlete. Like the athleticism just created his versatility. There is no one like him this year in this draft. There are guys that you can kind of, do similar things with, but there's no Taysom Hill.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack Coletto.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jack Coletto. Like you said, not quite as freaky of an athlete as Taysom Hill was, but he does play all over and do a whole lot of things for Oregon State. I like him, but I'm not going to, pound the drum for the Broncos to go get him. A guy that I like a little bit better than Jack Coletto is Max Duggan from TCU, but you just don't see him as that player, running around on special teams or catching the football as a tight end. He's just a gamer. He's a decent athlete. He runs fairly decently. He has a really decent arm as well in terms of arm strength, but he's a single velocity thrower of the football. Like it's 95-mile-an-hour fastballs coming out of his hand every time he throws the ball, which was a big issue for some of those receivers at TCU. And one of the bigger questions that I had, like how high is the ceiling for a guy like Quentin Johnson if he got better and more consistent quarterback plays? So Max Duggan would be the guy that I would more along the lines of compared to a Taysom Hill. But like Eric said, there's really not a guy like that this year.
And real quick, just a question. I know we've all talked about it a little bit, but are we sure that Sean Payton wants another Taysom Hill type player? Like that was just kind of a little thing that he used there for a while. It's never been a large part of his offense, and it was something that he did to try to extend Drew Brees' career a little bit. So does he actually want another Taysom Hill type player?
Lord only knows. I think he mentioned about the offensive rule changes potentially with the Jalen Hurts stuff. And he said, like, listen, if they're not going to get rid of that, quarterback push, quarterback draw rule or make something different there, then I'm going to use the hell out of it. And that to me would say maybe he's looking for a Taysom Hill athlete still, but maybe it's not going to be immediate. Maybe it's something a little bit more down the line for the Broncos. But we'll see. I mean, heck, maybe they get Trey Lance after the draft and they get somebody like that who can do a little bit of that stuff. But we'll see. So we are moving right along now. We're still in round 4, so we still got a long way to go. We're in round 5 now, thank God. But we've been hanging out with you guys for an hour and a half. A lot of fun. Eric, I'm curious about where you're at on your big board. Just give me some of the names that are standing out to you right now as we kick off a round. We're still a round away from the Broncos picking. Who's somebody that stands out?
Well, I mean, one guy that really stands out that I think the Broncos could look at is Andrew Voorhees, the UCLA or the USC offensive lineman. I think he's a fine fit. And he brings some good versatility, but he tore the ACL at the combine and the drills. So he's going to get a redshirt year. He was a top 100 player for me because I didn't want to bump him down super far because of ACL injury, because he graded out so well with tape for me. And it's a situation where I still have a lot of questions about Quinn Miners. I'm not set that he's a long-term starter yet in the NFL. Last year was really hit or miss with him. He started to improve as the season went on. And then you have his contract situation, coming to a head here soon. So Andrew Voorhees, he's a guy that, just redshirt him for a year and work on developing him, improving him, letting him get healthy. There are a bunch of other injury concerns as well with him, but he's one guy that I have rated highly that I understand why he's falling. Jalen Duncan, he's another one, but there's a lot of questions about if you can keep him motivated. There's a couple defensive backs, though. I mean, if they want to go in and add yet another defensive back, Cameron Mitchell and Corey Trice, both guys that I've raved about a lot. If they want to add up a different type of receiver and continue to build that room up, Puka Nacua, I think, is somebody who can make sense. A.T. Perry and Xavier Hutchinson as well are guys that stand out. And one of my favorites at wide receiver, Grant Dubose out of Charlotte. Talking about guys who like to bring in as a blocker, Grant Dubose is one of the better blockers in this class at wide receiver.
Well, we love that, without a doubt. So, Lance, where are we at? Starting the 5th round now. Do you have any players? You mentioned Antonio Johnson earlier. Why is he falling? I thought he was pretty terrible on tape last year, but really good 2 years ago. Obviously, was a really highly rated recruit. I know Iowa's continuously gone with the Texas high school recruits so far. Maybe Antonio Johnson falls and they take that swing. But any thoughts? And we have the first pick of the 5th round here. Yasir Abdullah from Louisville. They say he's the outside linebacker. He's probably another guy that's going to have to transition to a stack position, just given his body type, then can stem down, as the words of Sean Payton yesterday, talking about Drew Sanders. But how's your board looking right now?
Well, obviously, I still have Antonio Johnson, like you said, as the top-rated player on my board with the second-round grade. Chris Smith from Georgia is there as well. I'm also with Eric here, Jalen Duncan, Andrew Voorhees are definitely up there as well. Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker from Alabama, for a stack linebacker. If you're looking for a guy that can come and drive vertically on the football, has some decent coverage skills, that's a guy that I have my eyes on here. Go to an Alabama teammate, Emil Ekiyor, the offensive guard who had a really good showing at the center position at the Senior Bowl earlier this season. If you're looking for some more speed, you can get Trey Palmer from Nebraska. Travis Hodges Tomlinson, the cornerback from TCU, nickel guy, a guy that just brings a lot more feistiness for a guy that is as small as he is, but Corey Trice up there as well. So that's pretty much where my board is at right now. I have a couple other players I didn't name, but I don't necessarily think that they're fits for Broncos. Guys like Akayu Blue Kelly from Stanford, that long physical cornerback on the outside, more off man than press man, but I like that some versatility that he brings there. So that's where I'm at right now. Nick, what do you think?
Real quick, Nick, you mentioned Yasser Abdullah, right?
Yeah.
Were you talking about him as he was just picked by the Jaguars?
Yes.
Or were you talking about him as a pick for the Broncos?
No, because he was just picked.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm right now, obviously we talked a lot about the running back position for the Broncos with their 6th-round pick coming up here, but still like a lot of the tight ends that are available. Obviously we mentioned Zach Kuntz earlier, absolutely freakish athlete, tested insane. I know there's been some injury questions there. He's probably going to be a raw player for a bit, but just taking a shot on an athlete in round 6 if he falls that far, without a doubt. We mentioned him a few times, Eric. I should have had a bet with you. I did not think Payne Durham would go round 4. I thought more round 5, 6, but he's still available. One of the better prototype Y tight ends in the class. He's still out there. You have Josh Wiley, who from Cincinnati, who can be a little bit of a flex player, can do some H-back stuff. I like him a lot. Will Mallory from Miami is still out there. And then Davis Allen, kind of just an overall solid tight end across the board. But if you're looking to play more 12 and 21 personnel and get those tight ends out there, some versatility, there's 5 guys that I listed that I could see being impact players for the Broncos that could make some sense. A little bit more of a pet player for me at the tight end spot. He's probably going to be more tight end fullback. I know the Broncos paid a fullback, so maybe that doesn't happen. But I also like Braden Willis out of Oklahoma, another big-time special teams player for them. Brent Venables speaks super highly about him. He'd probably be more of a 7th-rounder, and you already took a fullback type, so maybe not him, but I did want to give a shout-out to Braden Willis from Oklahoma as well. And Broncos seem to have an Oklahoma connection going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's something that I talked.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's something that I talked about earlier. There of 20 so far, 22 draft picks under George Paton. 12 of them have been from 2 regions, and 3 scouts work those regions. So, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, with where the talent is going in college football and where they're coming out of, but it shows a lot of trust in those scouts, and especially day 3. That's where the scouts really get a shine. That's where they get to step up onto the table and be like, "This is the guy we get. He's my guy. Let's go get him." So, I mean, if they have that trust on it, maybe they do go Braden Willis. I like him. I do think he's more of a fullback guy, but he can work in line a little bit, bring special teams. And again, as I said earlier, special teams is what you do a lot of drafting for on day 3, with the ability to bring more on either offense or defensive side of the ball. I'm not a big Will Mallory or Davis Allen guy. And Nick apparently has something.
The guy we talked about a lot coming off the board here to the Colts. Somebody like, how does this guy keep falling? Well, Colts have been stacking those guys in this class. They're going to get a lot of praise for their class. Darius Rush off the board here to the Indianapolis Colts now after adding Ade earlier. So Darius Rush, he tested extremely well. I think he was the fastest recorded player at the Senior Bowl this last year as well. Had his athletic profile, according to Mock Draftable, the 2 players he compares the most to in terms of just the pure height, weight, speed testing was Sauce Gardner and Darius Slay because of how well he tested, plus the length. Some questions about the physicality there. He's not as physical as those 2 guys, but there's definitely a lot of potential to untap there. So you have Darius Rush going off the board. Then also KJ Henry, the other edge rusher at Clemson, coming off the board there. Somebody that's a lot of people thought is a 7 technique classic 4-3 defensive end. So some big time program guys coming off the board here that we still know in the 5th round.
Yeah, Darius Rush, I'm surprised that he went this late, quite honestly. Like you said, Nick, height, weight, speed athlete, 6'1", it's 208, I think is what he was, or right around that, somewhere around that size. Good length as well. 4.36 40-yard dash at the combine. This dude can absolutely fly. I mean, and like I said about him, talking about him with Riley Moss and that conversation a little bit ago, he's more man and very sticky in man coverage, so you don't have that zone versatility. And like you said, Nick, the biggest thing that I had was he just doesn't play with that consistent physicality up front as a tackler. Like he can bring it, that's for sure. He definitely knows how to hit. It's just not consistent enough for me. But I really like this pick for the Colts. They're having a really good draft as well. The Colts, the Bears, the Eagles, and the Steelers are all just destroying this draft right now.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
Yes, Leadhead. Whippler is still out there as well. That's another player that I have high up on my board. But like Eric has said, super young, super raw, very unexperienced. So that was a name that I left off as a shout out here. Sorry about that, Nick. Go ahead.
No, all good. So Broncos, obviously the pick is still quite a ways away, but we'll continue to monitor the board and see how it falls here. A chance to, let's take some victory laps here real quick. First, we're going to take some victory laps, and then let's go ahead and say the guys that we were too high on that end up still on the board or falling. But first victory lap for me is Ricky Stromberg coming off the board well before Luke Weipler and Emil Ekiyor. I kind of pushed back on Scott a few times on Emil Ekiyor. I'm like, oh, he's good. But I think he's more of a late kind of 5th round kind of guy there. I like Ricky Stromberg a lot more. And I also liked Ricky Stromberg a lot more than Luke Weipler. And I kind of pushed on that in the roundtable mock that we did as well. We ended up taking him in the 4th. Happy to see that one happening. And also feeling pretty good about some other guys. I do want to give you guys a little bit of hard time. I felt like you bullied me a little bit for this pick. Corey Trice, is he still out there?
Yep.
Still out there. So maybe there's some, I mentioned the tape is good. I agree with you guys. I mentioned the injuries. Maybe it is the injuries that are causing him to fall. I think he did have a significant one. But Corey Trice falling to the 5th when we mocked him to Denver in the 3rd is not ideal for us, without a doubt. But I can't say that tongue in cheek and say, you know what, I might prefer Darius Rush here, who just came off the board. So, pat myself on one and smack myself on the other shoulder. But anything where you're talking right now, where guys that you liked that ended up going high to prove you right, are guys that you were too high on that you thought should have come off much earlier. Adi was another one. I had thought Adi would go in the top 40, and he ends up falling to round 4. It was shocking to me.
One guy that I think that really stands out for me with where he ended up going is Marte Mapu. I loved him. He was, again, he was a guy, as soon as the combine invite came out, it was like, he's going to go in the top 100. And he was consistently there for me. Absolutely loved him. He ends up going top 100, being the first non-combine invite to get drafted. Then DeJuan Jones falling. That's another one I want to beat my chest for. I did have him high just because, I think that massive wingspan and everything, but it was always a thing of I definitely can see him falling just because the history of guys his size is not good in the NFL. There's only a couple of them that have been successful, and they have tended to fall. Who was the guy? Daniel Fa'alele, big, massive dude out of Minnesota. Look at, everybody was talking about him round 2. How far did he fall? I think he went round 4 last year to the Ravens. Round 4 or 5. So we're seeing that happen a little bit. And I know that a lot of Bronco fans, before they went and got Sean Payton, traded that pick away, they're like, oh, with the 20th pick, we got to get DeJuan Jones. And I was like, that's too early for me. Just for it, even though he was a good fit for it. Definitely have some misses. Antonio Johnson still being on the board. Corey Trice, as you said, that was a miss for me.
But there might be stuff in the back. Just give you credit. Corey Trice had an injury. Maybe he's off half the team's boards.
That is a thing that I don't have access to. I don't have access to medicals. Corey Trice, I absolutely love the tape. I knew there was injury concerns. So that was something that I kind of did. And then you kind of got it, hit me on this one with the tight end. Payne Durham. I thought that even though he's not really the type that teams are going towards anymore, I thought he is still that old mold that is just, he can be a reliable number 2 guy. And some of these teams that I thought would look at, pairing a guy that they got earlier, in round 4, look at pairing him with, okay, now we got a reliable blocker who can be kind of a safety net, somebody with a young quarterback as well, bringing that in. He's still on the board. I really thought that he would go in the top 150 at the least.
Yeah. Anybody that you're shocked at, Lance, that went that somebody that you were high on that went kind of high to validate your thoughts on them. And we have Dorian Thompson-Robinson coming off the board here. Back-to-back quarterbacks. Quarterbacks coming off the board now. Clayton Tune to Houston. Clayton Tune actually tested pretty darn well. From Houston going to the Cardinals. And then we have Dorian Thompson-Robinson coming off the board here to UCLA. So quarterback. It's coming here day 3. And that's kind of where I interviewed Dane Brugler for an article. And we talked about the day 3 quarterbacks. He said, I like a lot of these day 3 quarterbacks. Well, flying off the board now. But Lance, any thoughts on if you want to talk Dorian Thompson-Robinson or Eric, whoever wants to go?
Real quick on that note, I just want to say is Tanner McKee was a lot of people's number 6-7 quarterback. Yeah. Well, NFL's made it clear. Clayton Tune's a good athlete, good mobility. Jake Haener, he's not a great athlete, but he's got good mobility. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, obviously his running ability. Tanner McKee is a statue in the pocket. He's got decent enough maneuverability in the pocket, but he's not a threat with his legs. It's definitely showing that, hey, this is the NFL now. You got to be able to move if you're a quarterback.
Yep, absolutely. I was just about to say that. With Tanner McKee, I think that there is a little bit more threat of him using his legs because when he does actually take off, he does maneuver a little bit better than people want to give him credit for. But you're absolutely correct. You have to have that ability to really be the explosive athlete with your legs at the quarterback position in today's NFL. I'm going back to your question though here, Nick, as far as guys that I'm going to pound my chest about. Kalijah Kancey is one that, and I know we've had this conversation. Obviously, this is a first round guy, but when I was watching Damari Mathis last year for my film breakdown of him, Kalijah Kancey was the one guy that constantly stuck out on me, and I planted my flag on him as a potential first round guy back in July of last year. So I've got to just really pat myself on the back for that one. In terms of players that have fallen that I had ranked highly on my board, obviously Antonio Johnson is one that's I've missed on. Let's see.
And they can be people who have already gone too, not just who's
left. Yeah. And that's where I'm trying to find some guys. Who was one that I was lower on? Ronnie Strickland was Ricky Stromberg, excuse me. Ricky Stromberg was one that I was a little bit lower on than everybody else, so I missed on him for sure. And then
maybe you didn't
Carter
miss.
Warren. Carter Warren.
I was going to say, maybe you didn't miss. We're going to see how it plays out. Maybe one of those teams loves somebody and they took them way too early. So, stick to your guns, but just compared to where the board is falling. I'm ready for Adeyate to kill it with the Colts, even though he went much later. So, stick, you can trust your process there. I have no issue with that. But you mentioned Carter Warren. Yeah,
Carter Warren was one that I was a little bit lower on. The 6th round pick is what I thought is around where he was going to go. He's obviously off the board early in the 4th round. I do have to admit I'm not necessarily the greatest in terms of offensive line evaluation. So seeing those guys that go higher, I'm glad for them. So that's just something I need to refine in my process for next year. It definitely sticks out to me.
Yeah. It's I feel like offensive line, typically defensive line too, although I do have my misses with some of those guys. If you guys recall, I was pretty big on Taven Bryan, and he sucked in the league. But sometimes it happens. But Troy Boer coming in with the $10 sweet golden puppy face there, saying, who in the draft would you each have advised to stay one more year and should have, given they were likely to be drafted this year? Somebody that should have stayed a year. Luke Weipler, it seems like the obvious one right now. Extremely young, pretty raw. They were going to have some rotation there. This falling down the boards now. We're in the middle of the 5th, and he's still out there. He's very young, so I think Weipler is one that just comes immediately to mind. Is just still being out there, despite coming out as a redshirt sophomore. You could have probably gotten paid at Ohio State, close to what you're about to get with your NFL contract here. So I don't know about that one. Sorry to take hanging fruit.
Luke Weipler, he's one that stands out for just because, especially hearing how young he is and inexperienced he is, that's part of why he's falling. One that I have, and this might ruffle some feathers because of where he actually went drafted, Lucas Van Ness. I think he 13th overall, it's a good pick. He brings good value. I would have liked to see him go back a year, and not because it would have made Nick happy. So that has absolutely nothing to do with it. But I heard reliably that he was being advised to return. That a lot of concerns about him were that his run defense, some consistency stuff there, and technique, just those things. And he's a guy that a lot of people felt that may not have been edge 1 last year, but would have probably cemented himself as a top 7 pick if he managed to return. And I think that that is enough of a difference there. That's like, yeah, probably returning would have been, kind of a safe bet.
That's actually the two players that I was going to name was Luke Whippler and Lucas Van Ness, like the two guys that needed to go back to school and just, get a little bit more refinement. So I don't really have anybody else to throw in here. I do want to ask you a question though. How about the inverse of this? A player that went back to school that probably could have came out and made a lot of money this year for themselves. The one that really stands out to me is a redshirt sophomore from Penn State, their left tackle, Olu Fashanu, man. Like that dude is absolutely incredible. He could have came out this year and been the number one tackle on the board.
Eric doesn't agree. You think he should have gone back for another? I mean, he needed work.
No, he was advised to go back. He was advised that he was a day 3 pick if he didn't come out this year.
Really? Wow.
That is shocking. Somebody's lying. I don't buy it for 1 second. No, I trust you.
It was the advisement about it, and it's kind of the same thing with Luke Whipo that we're talking about. The inexperience that he has, because even with Luke Whipo, he doesn't have a lot of years playing football in general. Olu Fasciano, the Penn State guy, and that's a big reason why they're like, you should return, get another year of experience. And then come out. And real quick, too, going back to guys who should have returned, guys with serious injury issues, like who are happening to fall as a result. Guys who missed a lot of time last year. Some of them still managed to get drafted high, like Luke Musgrave. But anybody that misses more than I think half a season of a year, maybe closer to 3/4 of a season, should look at returning.
Yeah, just looking at looking at this list of players who have come out, maybe Tanner McKee should have returned for another year because he's still on the board out there. He hasn't killed it, obviously, with this process. Maybe considering he fell to day 3 in the value of wide receiver, maybe Tyler Scott, in hindsight, should have been somebody who returned for another year. That's one that stood out. Obviously, we mentioned Luke Whippler as well. And there was one more name that I saw that I thought like, oh yeah, that's one that definitely. Trenton Simpson fell to late round 3. Somebody with a lot of athleticism. Obviously, we're getting into the stage of our age where it's like, oh my God, that's a player I knew for a number of years, and now he has a junior behind his name. What the hell? But Jeremiah Trotter's son, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., was the best linebacker at Clemson this year. Wasn't even freaking close. And would have been nice to see Trenton Simpson return another year, considering he fell to mid-late 3rd round. He probably could have, with the athleticism and the tools, could have used another year out there. Although Clemson hasn't been doing the best with taking the talent and turning it into good defensive players in the NFL over the last few seasons. It seems like I might be missing somebody off the top of my head. But those are some names that stick out to me as guys that they fell. Maybe they should have returned. To answer your question, Lance, somebody who I think should have come out that didn't. I'm not sure what the NIL situation is for him, but Blake Corum taken a lot of carries at Michigan. It was one of the Heisman front runners before he got injured. I know Michigan probably paid him crazy money to keep him around, but they have Donovan Edwards, who might even be a better prospect than Blake Corum next season. I think he's bigger and a little bit more explosive. But Blake Corum is one I was like, man, I am shocked that he's not coming out, not to start that contract clock on him, coming back as a senior at Michigan, a team that wants to grind you to a pulp. And he probably would have been a round 2 pick this year.
Yeah.
Real quick,
I think go ahead. I just want
to grab this comment from 78 Leadhead. Scott's not with us in the background right now, so he can answer your question. But just so you know, Scott's not with us, unfortunately.
He's with us in spirit, looking down on us like he normally does. No, Scott's a good guy. What were you going to say, Lance?
I actually forgot my train of thought on that one. My dog just started barking. Oh, hey, we got a good pick coming in here. Cameron Mitchell, the cornerback from Northwestern, goes to the Cleveland Browns here at pick 142. Eric, I know this was a guy that you really like for the Broncos. Tell us about him, man, please.
I just love his versatility, and that's something that the Browns, they love on the defensive side of the ball. They got the corner a couple years ago in 2021 that I liked quite a bit because of his versatility. He could just do just about anything in the secondary, any coverage scheme. Cameron Mitchell's a little similar. Doesn't have the best size. I think he's only like 5'11", a little bit under with the length, only plays about 190. I like him better as a nickel corner in the NFL, but he has enough that he can play on the boundary as well. Doesn't back down from a fight, and he uses his length to the max, and he uses positioning and technique to work around receivers when they try to box him out and still attack the catch point. He's one guy that I really like, and it just makes a crap ton of sense for the Browns with what they do with their coverage schemes.
Yeah,
they're
the
trying
Browns
back together with a former teammate too, right? Because didn't they have that Newsome? Gregory Newsome
Greg Newsome, yes, that's the guy for a couple of years from 2021 that I really liked.
Yep.
And we have a running back come off the board here to the Jets. Just wanted to get this one in here. Israel Abanikanda comes off the board to the New York Jets. Great frame, tested extremely well. Now, I think he only tested at the pro day, though. So, put an asterisk next to those numbers because those tend to.
On that is NFL teams use their own numbers.
Yeah.
So, and so at the combine, NFL teams use their numbers. At the pro day, they use their numbers. So for NFL teams, it's what we see, what we get the official numbers on. That's not always what they're using. So for us, we definitely put an asterisk on it because it's kind of like what they do. What I see a lot of people do with the pro days is they take like 4 or 5 guys' different reports on the numbers and they just kind of find the average of it. So we definitely put an asterisk on it. But NFL teams, they're using their own numbers.
Yeah, I mean, just for us though, historical. You're mentioning it. I'm so ready for the era of GPS data to come out. I mean, that's much more interesting. I know teams have access to a lot of the GPS numbers that who was the linebacker the Rams took a few years ago, like in the 4th round, that ended up being a good starter for them. And it's like, listen, he tested horribly, but his GPS stats were incredible. So we loved him.
It was that really tiny South Carolina dude.
Ernest Jones.
Ernest Jones. Yeah.
Yes. So they have access to that GPS data. I'm hoping that at some point we can get that as well. I mean, just seeing like players positioning to the football in coverage and like their ability to click and close on things rather than just these testing numbers and applying them would be great. And hopefully one day we have that. Although if I had to guess, some NFL team or some like Zebra Technologies will have that behind like a $500 paywall. I mean, guess rightfully so, because the technology is pretty awesome. And the information is awesome too. But yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see what's going on here. Well, tell me a little bit about Israel Abanikanda here, Eric. Obviously, you were a big fan of him. You mentioned him when the Broncos were picking, I think in our mock draft, about taking him, and he ended up going before we could take him in the slot where it was. But Israel Abanikanda from Pitt, one of the youngest players in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even 21 years old yet. He'll turn 21 in October. Multiple injuries. He missed a lot of time in 2022 because of injuries. That was a big reason as to why he was falling here. I think he's a really good athlete. He tested extremely well. He's got good explosion. He's got good receiving ability. He's a solid blocker. He just does a little bit of everything. It's just he suffered a few injuries to his lower half. So it's just that when you're running back, obviously lower body injuries are very concerning going forward. And I know he's the guy that you liked quite a bit as well, Lance. So go ahead and give us your takes on this pick here. But real quick, another one of my dudes that I liked who wasn't invited to the combine, Antonio Mafi out of UCLA going to the New England Patriots. Dude is power built on power. He was the guy that I had targeted for the Broncos. He fits the scheme so well, moves decently well, but just the power that he brings is just insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Mafi as well for the Broncos if you could get him in the 5th or 6th round, but obviously you're not going to be able to get him here because he goes to the New England Patriots, and talk about a great scheme fit for what the Patriots do up front with that power running game. Going back to Israel Abanikanda, I really liked him at Pittsburgh. I like the explosive speed, the versatility as a receiver coming out of the backfield. And you want to talk about as 78 Leadhead, or this is the wrong comment here, but 78 Leadhead comes in and saying that the New York Jets are stacked at running back now. Absolutely. With Breece Hall and that athletic ability that he had last season, he was definitely on pace to being named the offensive rookie of the year there for a minute, or at least he was in the conversation until he tore his ACL playing the Denver Broncos in Denver, I believe it's week 7 or something like that. So that's a dynamic threat of running backs coming out of the backfield for Aaron Rodgers to throw the football to. So I really like that pick for the Jets a lot. And it just makes a lot of sense to do that, especially, like I said, Breece Hall coming off of that torn ACL. Have you heard anything on his recovery, Eric? I know you got something coming in here, but
no, everything has been pretty positive with that he should be back and ready. But I mean, Michael Carter, he's a good back, and Abanikanda, he's just added insurance, for Breece Hall as we talk about the injury, and that's something that's nice. And then they also have Zono Knight from last year that they brought in, who is a solid running back option for them as well. And I mean, when you look at what they're doing, like the offensive scheme, what they want to run is closer to what we saw in San Francisco. Nathaniel Hackett, a lot of people like to crap on him for what he did, and rightfully so in Denver. But the offense wasn't the offense he wanted to run because of the collaboration with Russell Wilson. Now we're getting to see his offense, which is, it was the San Francisco offense. That's why he was so liked by the Jets, who want to keep that offense going. These are guys that are great fits for that. Now we got a lot of questions here coming in the chat. Center, offensive line, or interior offensive lineman who can play center. Who are some guys on your big board? And then I'll give my guys on my big board that are left at that who we view. I mean, they could be guards moving inside. So just guys that can be a center for the Broncos. Who are some options left on your board?
Well, obviously, we've talked about Luke Weipler a lot. Emil Ekiyor from Alabama is a guy that I like a lot as well. Olusegun Oluwatimi, the offensive center from Michigan, is still available for the Broncos as well. And then I have a question for you on it because I'm not sure if it's been really talked about, but Andrew Voorhees, the guard from USC, can he slide inside? Is that a possibility for him?
He is viewed as a 5-positional guy,
Okay.
preferably on the inside. But again, it's that ACL injury. He's got to miss this year, which is a concern.
Yep.
So if you're looking for immediate starter at center, he's not the guy.
Yeah. Other than that, I know that your board is a heck of a lot deeper than mine is. I'm trying to see here. Alex Forsyth from Oregon. I think that he fits pretty decently with what the Broncos want to do, running some power stuff. He's got good movement skills, plays with decent power. He's just a smaller guy from what I remember of watching him. Outside of that, I'll let you take it away here.
Yeah, so I mean, talking about guys like that, Andrew Voorhees, obviously we talked about him. Emil Ekiyor, we've talked about him. Jordan McFadden, he played tackle at Clemson, but he's a guy that he's going to move inside at the very least. He could sit there and play center as well. Joey Fisher out of Shepherd, he's a guy, again, he played tackle, but he's moving inside. And a lot of people I talk to view that his best place is a center. Has a quick processor of information, which is what you want at the center position. McClendon Curtis, UT Chattanooga, he's another guy. He got a little bit of time there at the Senior Bowl. He also worked out a tackle at the Senior Bowl. He did quite well. Luke Weipler, I'm not a big fan of him for what the Broncos do on offense. He doesn't have core strength is very limited, not the best fit there. Alex Forsyth is solid guy there. And then Chris Murray out of Oklahoma, he's another guy, not the best fit. So like of the pure centers that we're looking at, not a lot of them are great fits for what the Broncos want to do. So we're looking at guys at guard who can move inside and bring that power element as well as smarts. And then Oluwatimi, he's a guy that, I mean, at this point, he reminds me so much of Lloyd Cushenberry. Maybe he can come in and compete for it. There's just not a lot of options as I look over my board of guys that are like, yeah, like this guy's an immediate upgrade at the center position. There's just not a lot of that.
So I'm going to ask you a question and then look up the answer for myself here. Is Ben Jones still available? Is that a name?
Ben Jones is still a free agent.
Okay.
And there have been rumblings for a while. I don't know if I have nothing concrete on this. It's just been a little bit of rumors going through the grapevine here that there is potential interest in Ben Jones on the Broncos. And it all was really coming down to what happens with the NFL draft. And we see that every year. There's always a few guys who get signed during the draft just after a few veterans that are brought in because, they wanted this guy. He didn't fall where they wanted it. They missed out on that position. So we're going to go and bring in this veteran. Yeah.
And that just makes too much sense because he is such a great fit for the Sean Payton scheme. So major concussion issues. Yeah, that's for sure. There's injury concerns with Ben Jones, but if you can get him as a value signing late in the summer, bring him into camp and at least see if he can compete and whatnot, that definitely makes a lot of sense to me as well. So that was a name that instantly just popped into my head while we were talking about the center position here.
But there are other options, other veteran options as well besides just Ben Jones that can be solid guys. And I mean, at this point, you're just trying to find somebody who can be an upgrade over Lloyd Cushenberry. And I know that they've spoken, and I know Sean Payton's like, yeah, Lloyd Cushenberry is our starter. But if you listen to the way he said it, it wasn't exactly a vote of confidence. It was kind of came off of he's our starter because we don't have anybody else at the moment.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I took it. So it's a bit rough there. And of course, I don't think they do it, but there is always the option of, all right, Quinn Miners, we're going to kick you back inside. And let you work at center, and then we're just going to go get another guard because I think there's a lot more guard options still in this draft that can still be at the very least solid guys to start right away. I mean, maybe they're not the ideal day one starters, but they can work.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that one. Let's see. What's going on in the chat? Natani Moody, Leadhead, saying that he still wants Natani Moody back. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. I don't think that that's necessarily an option. I think he felt like he got burned a little bit by the coaching staff and really didn't get the opportunity that he thought that he deserved. Now, Eric, I remember it was, I believe, the Carolina Panthers game from a couple of seasons ago. You had then doing the player grades, talked about Natani Moody on that very last play where he gave up a massive pressure, almost gave up a strip sack on Drew Lock in the end zone. It would have been a safety. And that was the last play that you saw of him and just how far that dropped him down your board. Talk about Natani Moody a little bit. And what was the biggest thing with him in Denver, and why didn't he get that chance that everybody thought that he deserved?
Well, as you said, it's the issue is that he didn't leave on good terms. I don't know how much I can't remember how much we've talked about it or a lot, or what all has been shared publicly with it. There were accusations that the Broncos on the offensive line, Butch Berry specifically, made decisions on who saw the field based off of contract status. Mm-hmm. The more money you got, the more likely you were to play. And he just felt kind of shunned a little bit and pushed away. Broncos tried to keep him, and he said, hell nah, I'm leaving, and went to the Raiders. I liked Natani Moody. He was a good run blocker. He just never really stepped up in pass protection, which was always the issue. That Carolina game that you talk about, his rookie season, he did a great job as a run blocker. Mm-hmm. Excellent job. But pass protection was such an issue with him, and that is a play that stands out. It was nearly a pick six because he just got walked back into the lap of Drew Lock and nearly had the ball deflected. And this is one, might want to record this. Here's a compliment of Drew Lock. Drew Lock did a great job to sit there and change his throwing lane and adjust his throwing motion and, throw not with the best mechanics technically, but to work around what was happening in front of him and get the ball to a receiver and just move the ball a little bit. It was a really good play by Drew Lock, but Moody just got pushed back, walked back a little bit. I like him, but again, I don't think he's coming back. Like, even with a new coaching staff and everything, there were issues because the people in the front office allowed the coaching staff to do what they did.
Yeah. Well, and the scheme that the Broncos were running last year didn't necessarily fit with what Natani Moody wanted to do. Like the Broncos were doing a lot of inside zone stuff last season, and Moody's more of a mauler in a phone booth. Like, you got to get that guy in close contact because he's so just lacks that athleticism in his lower half. He brings a whole bunch of power, but he's not a great mover, and he didn't do a good job of landing on targets at the second level. Eric, what do you got here?
So one of my guys, I've been a huge fan of him going back to last year because there was some talk that he would come out in the 2022 draft. Josh Wiley, the tight end out of Cincinnati. I love his versatility. Mm-hmm. He's a reliable guy. He's a reliable blocker, can do so much for you. You can even line him up at the slot. Huge fan of him. He's going to Tennessee here as they continue to build up their core and on offense. Offense that is just void of weapons. Like, they've had so much struggle in the passing game because they just, after trading away A.J. Brown, they haven't had reliable weapons there. I really like this fit. It gives them a guy who can be, the blocking technique's not great, but he gives effort and he's physical. And I mean, if they want to run the ball and be a smash mouth offense, like, he's a solid fit for what they want to do. This is one of my, of what we've seen so far, round 5, this is one of my favorite picks.
Yeah, we got Jamie Robinson went just a couple of picks ago as well. So that was a player that I liked watching. I wrote the scouting report up on him at milehighhuddle.com. So make sure you guys go check that out if you're interested. But I know the Broncos were also interested with him. They met with him formally, I believe, twice. Once at the combine for sure. I know that for a fact. But or no, it was after the Shrine game, I believe. Regardless, I know they've met with him a couple of different times. More of that nickel safety, a guy that you're probably going to bring around closer to the line of scrimmage and let him just run around and chase the ball and whatnot. That was a pick that I really liked. Did he go to Tennessee as well? Because I know that Wiley just went to Tennessee here too. Regardless, anyways, that was a fun pick for me. Jamie Robinson was a guy that I had as a third round player, so this is good value for whoever just took him. I do apologize for that. I'm trying to catch up here. Anyways, regardless, Jamie Robinson, what did you think of him?
I was not a fan. I just don't know what you do with him on defense. He doesn't have great range. He's not great in coverage. His angles come working downhill aren't great. He was my 140th overall player, and he goes 145th overall to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
I think he's just kind of a guy that, you're just looking at just an additional, a little bit of depth for a set role in your defense, especially with Evero's defense. One thing that I do like about him, special teams. He's gonna bring it as a special teams player. And at this point, again, I'll say this multiple times still, day 3 is often about scouts and special teams. So
yeah, interesting that you had him that low. And I was just looking at my board to find out exactly where I had him. I had him at 86 overall. I had him as a top 100 player in the class. So I liked him a little bit more, and I guess I probably am overlooking the lack of ball skills and the lack of range there. I just liked his physicality, and like when he came forward and crashed on the football, he did a really good job of bringing physicality, wrapping his arms up and getting guys down to the ground without missing a lot of tackles. And I value that from guys. If you're going to play him as that kind of hybrid safety where you throw him out in the nickel and get him out in the slot and whatnot, where you have that ability to just come up in the running game and deliver some wood from the safety position. So I value that a little bit too highly, apparently. So I'll take the loss on that one.
And here we see Noah Sewell go to the Chicago Bears. That's good. I mean, they need a lot of help on defense. And even though he's limited, he's a guy that you want to take off the field in passing downs. He's a good run defender, and that is something they need. They gotta get everything on defense. They gotta get it going. It's just void of talent. It's a good pick for the Chicago Bears because, again, they needed that force in the middle against the run that they didn't have. They were a team that really struggled against the run last year, and now you have a guy that is. He's a leader. He's energetic. Maybe you can develop a little bit to where he's not a complete liability. And Seven Leadhead comes in asking if he's related to Penei Sewell. Yes. He has one of 3 brothers that are now in the NFL.
Yeah. Interesting player, honestly. I thought that the lack of athleticism in the coverage game is something that really made him drop. There was a lot of people saying that he could potentially be a second-round pick, but then this year you really saw that lack of athleticism show on tape watching Noah Sewell. So I do it all the damn time too, talking about him.
And one funny thing is we could see a matchup this year of Noah Sewell meeting on the move Penei Sewell. We could see some brother violence a couple times this season with them going against each other. The third brother, I think, is with the Saints. I think he was like a 7th-round draft pick last year.
Yeah, I can't remember. And that will be a lot of fun watching Noah Sewell crack domes with his brother. Honestly, I think that's going to be a dogfight too, because Noah Sewell is actually very violent when he takes on blockers. He does a really good job of staving off guys and not really getting pushed around and pushed off the spot in the running game. So Penei Sewell coming downhill is one of the best movers in terms of taking a guy and displacing him and getting him off of the spot. Noah Sewell is very strong, has a decent anchor in the running game. So that would be a explosive matchup between the two of them to actually get a chance to go crack some domes. Oh wow, holy cow, this is a surprising pick to me. Sean Clifford, the quarterback from Penn State, going to the Green Bay Packers. I know the Broncos were interested in him. Eric, I know that you had him very low on your board. I also had him very low on my board. I had him as a potential undrafted free agent. What about Sean Clifford, man? This is interesting to me.
Of players that I have graded, he was third to last of my players that I had graded. Third to last. He was in my category of training camp body. He was the first guy I got a scouting report up on. And every year I always get messages from agents and everything like that. And I got a DM this year from somebody who is doing something with Sean Clifford. And didn't like the fact that I made it clear as like, he's got exceptional experience, but he still looks like he's never thrown a football before. Like the mechanics are just so terrible. I'm surprised he got drafted, but again, I mean, he's smart. He's a decent athlete. So it makes a little bit of sense going for the brains at the position. And, as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about Clayton Tune and Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the ability to, use his legs a little bit. But like looking at some of the other guys that are on the board, it's like, all right, I mean, there were better guys that can do those kind of things than Sean Clifford. I'm not a fan of his.
I wasn't a fan either. My big board consisted of 183 players, which I've said multiple times is the most I've ever done. Sean Clifford was 177 out of 183 on my board. I also had a couple of guys, the guys below him, and Eric, you're going to slap the holy hell out of me through my TV screen, but Deuce Vaughn, I had lower than him. Duggan, Adrian Martinez, Keyshawn Boutte, the wide receiver from LSU, I had below him, and then Princeton Fant, a developmental tight end from Tennessee. And the reason why I had Deuce Vaughn as low as I did below him is just the size concerns. The on-field ability for Deuce Vaughn is definitely a player that should have been a 5th-round pick in my estimation. But the size concerns, him being such an outlier at the running back position, is why I have him below Clifford there. But yeah, Sean Clifford, a UDFA guy, 7th worst player on my board this season. So yeah, very surprising to see him go as high as he has. And I was just about to ask you, Eric, we kind of hitting a lull here, not getting a whole lot of picks as fast. We got Justin Shorter off the board from Florida to the Buffalo Bills. I like that pick a lot for them. But in terms of the overall draft classes, obviously Philadelphia is doing a really good job. Green Bay was a team that I thought was doing really well. Who's your favorite class so far, just off the top of your head? I know it's kind of hard to do that while we're running live, but it gives us another decent conversation topic here.
I like a lot what the Bears have done. I've come around a little bit on Darnell Wright. I really like even though the positional value, that is something that I hammered night one, the Detroit Lions, what they have done, I enjoy. I have absolutely hated pretty consistently what the New York Jets have done. Mm-hmm. And I haven't been super high on what the Seattle Seahawks have done. They've been I understand Pete Carroll wants to run the ball, but Kenneth Walker, even with the ankle injury last year, using that high of a pick on Zach Charbonnet, is like, you probably could have had a guy gotten a running back a little bit later.
Who was that offensive lineman they took? Didn't they take an interior offensive lineman earlier? I'm having struggles with my memory right now. Regardless, I'm with you on that. Seattle's been a team that I didn't necessarily like. The Jets, I'm very confused on what they were doing. Obviously, with taking Will McDonald at number 15 overall. Not that I don't like Will McDonald, and I think that he was definitely miscast. Ooh, here we go. Mike Morris, the edge from Michigan to the Seattle Seahawks. This is a decent pick for them.
Calling them an edge.
They don't need another edge, though. They don't need another edge, though. And I don't understand. Okay, never mind. You know what? I'm actually out on this pick to the Seahawks. I don't understand exactly what they've got going on this year.
They need depth, but he's not an edge.
No, he's more.
We talked about it. Kalijah Cansey, Tommy Adebawore, Mike Morris. They're those tweeners. They're not edges. They're not interior defensive linemen. They're not. So it's like, I guess if you have a sure way that you want to try to use them, it makes sense. But this is about the range that I thought Mike Morris could go.
Yeah, me too.
It's just a little bit questionable because where he is, especially when I look at people. And obviously, my board isn't NFL teams boards. My board had 584 players on it. NFL teams boards typically have somewhere between 75 to 150. The lowest I heard this year was about 80 players because they cut out a lot of players that were 24 and 25 years old and had very few 23-year-olds. They were aiming for young guys and they took off a lot of guys off their board. Other teams use a 4-board system. So everything's different. I just have one board, breaking everybody, taking in all the information I can get and adjusting it for it. But there's guys that I just viewed, if they wanted somebody who can be kind of like that, for them, I think that there was just a couple other guys that just made a little bit more sense for them. A guy like Carl Brooks out of Bowling Green, I think, is a better version of Mike Morris.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Moro Ojomo would have made a little bit more sense there as well. A guy that can have a little bit of inside-outside versatility. The interior defensive lineman from Texas, I think he would have fit pretty well what they like to do there as well. I was just looking at my board right now, trying to make sure I got everything updated and I haven't missed anything. Some more beef along the interior of the defensive line as well. To go to Moro Ojomo's teammate in Keandre Coburn, more of a nose tackle that would have made a lot of sense for the Seahawks there. I don't know exactly what's going on with Seattle right now. I don't like very much of what they have going on, man.
And real quick, we have the first guy that I wasn't able to rank. I was able to watch a little bit of him, but with how I do it, it's like I got to watch X amount of games, and it can't just be highlights. What I saw of him, I liked. I think this would have been like if I had to give a grade for him off of it, I probably would have put him early 6th round. Colby Sorsdahl out of William and Mary. Again, not enough for me to get a set grade on him, but what little bit I was able to see through highlights and not just his highlights of opponents he played, I liked, but I can't give a grade based off of just highlights. And I see a couple people talking about Corey Trice slipping. The medicals for Corey Trice after reaching out, there's a lot of red flags there. I mean, it's just a matter of, can he get through a rookie contract? Teams weren't so sure, and this is about the point where you are. And one thing too, what did we keep talking about this year when it comes to quarterbacks? It's a weak quarterback class, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
11 quarterbacks so far in the 5th round. We're nearing a record for the first 5 rounds with quarterbacks taken.
Really? I did not realize that. I was just watching Colby Sorsdahl there. It looked like he has some decent length and some good power. Now, playing at William and Mary, you got to definitely throw in some competition concerns there. But, I mean, he looked like to have some decent length, looked like a prototypical size for a tackle. I didn't even get a chance to watch this guy. Never even heard of the dude, to tell you the truth. And I do apologize for that. But to what I saw on NFL Network just now, watching some of the analysis, I liked what I saw. He was able to displace some guys. Looks like he moves fairly decently, has some quickness in his lower half. So, yeah, interesting player there. They're very interesting.
One thing I've heard consistently from scouts and a few coaches that I've talked with, when it comes to smaller school offensive linemen, their technique is going to be pretty well coached up. Mm-hmm. And that's a consistent thing. Smaller school offensive linemen come in with pretty solid technique. I'm surprised that he went higher than Joey Fisher, though, the Shepherd guy that I was talking about. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting, and we'll have to see what's happening here a little bit. But first guy for me that I did not see enough to rank.
Interesting. So what about this? Is it Jake Witt? Is that the Northern Michigan kid? Kind of interested to see Colby Sorsdahl go ahead of that kid. I only got to watch a little bit of the highlights. Then it was an article by Dane Brugler on The Athletic that was written about Jake Witt, and talk about an explosive athlete for a guy that big. I think he was 6'7", 315 pounds, moves really, really well. Decent length, but another smaller school guy, one of those directional Michigan kids that you just never know enough about from being such a small school. So interesting to see Colby Sorsdahl from William & Mary go ahead of him. Nick, did you get a chance to watch Colby Sorsdahl at all?
No, I did not. Nope. We're getting to the point in the draft where it's like, I have not seen that one. So you mentioned Witt, though. Even talking about the directional schools out there, I mean, crazier directional schools, right? Like we've all watched, I mean, not we all, but Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan, those are MAC schools. Those are ones that play in decent conferences. Northern Michigan is not one of those schools. I've not watched any Northern Michigan, but I did come across, is it Jake Witt or Jason Witt? Jake Witt tested like a freak. Really will be interesting to hear. So Colby Sorsdahl, William and Mary. I definitely remember there at least seeing the name, but I'm not enough of a sicko to have watched any William and Mary come across my screen this year. But since I've been gone, some good picks here. Jamie Robinson, safety from Florida State, to the Panthers. Another guy back there with Jeremy Chin. They have J.C. Horn. They have Carlos Henderson out there, so some fun secondary pieces there. See, Josh Wiley, unfortunately, goes to Tennessee. That was a guy that I had hoped the Broncos would have an option on. I think I mocked him to the Broncos round 5 in one of my first mocks. Noah Sewell then off the board to Oregon, somebody that a lot of people had as a first-round pick a year ago, but he's just a classic thumper. And the Bears, man, didn't they spend crazy money on linebacker this year too? They got Tremaine Edmonds. They brought in TJ Edwards as well, and now they got Noah Sewell, I guess, 5th round. Who cares about the positional needs at that point? Sean Clifford then to the Packers. Shocking. I know a lot of people were kind of like, oh, Sean Clifford, Broncos brought him in for an interview and had him in the facilities, but he's not even going to get drafted. Well, comes off the board here, pick 149 to the Green Bay Packers. I believe they only had Jordan Love under contract. He was the only quarterback they had under contract, so they needed another one, but quarterbacks flying off the board. I believe that was the 11th quarterback drafted so far.
Yeah, that's what Eric was just saying. We're actually approaching a record for quarterbacks taken in the top 5 rounds. Needed at least 2 more, I think, is what it is because 11. I think the record's 12, so we need 2 more to go for 13. So that was an interesting thing. It looks like Seattle just take Olu Olusegun Oluwatimi, the center from Michigan here. Interesting pick. Finally, they actually do something that I like. We were just bagging on the Seahawks and taking Mike Morris just a little bit ago. More of that tweener edge that they don't necessarily need to have right now. They need a little bit more girth on the inside, a guy that can play that 3 technique. A guy like Moro Ojomo would have made a lot more sense. Maybe Carl Brooks would have made some more sense there as well. So Olu coming to round out the rest of that offensive line. Decent pick for the Seahawks there. Decent scheme fit as well. Likes to run that power scheme moving forward. Eric was saying a little bit, reminds him of kind of like the Lloyd Cushenberry, where he's got that some issues in pass protection and stuff like that. I disagree a little bit there, but I can see where you would come with that. I thought that he was better in pass protection, but maybe that was just some of the guys around him on that Michigan offensive line that made him look a little bit better than what he actually did. So a couple of intriguing things going on here. Nick, what's your just overarching theme thoughts so far on? I asked Eric this just a couple minutes ago. Who's your favorite class so far outside of Philadelphia? Because Philadelphia is obviously just destroying people right now.
It might be the Bears. Considering the philosophy that they're going with here. Didn't love their round 2. I was not as big on Gervon Dexter. I understand the height, weight, speed, but I thought he was more of a mid round 3 kind of guy. So taking mid end of second, didn't love that, but I think they've been killing it today. I like Tyreek Stevenson a lot. They need cornerback help. I like taking Tyler Scott a lot. Roshan Johnson, I mean, dark horse for rookie of the year, in my opinion, in this class. I mean, considering the avenues and the lanes he's going to have with Justin Fields in the backfield as well. I really like Roshan Johnson. He's got a lot of tread on his tires still. So he's a fun one. And then I also really like the Steelers. We mentioned them multiple times, but they've just gotten so much bigger and more physical on both lines of scrimmage. Tikiano Benton, one of my favorite players in the entire class. Broderick Jones, who has probably the upside to be the best tackle in this class. Darnell Washington as well. And then Joey Porter, a physical player, waiting until the second round to get him. Steelers and the Bears are 2 that I really like. So far, day 3, though, I've really enjoyed the Colts. I mean, going Ade, getting Darius Rush. I think that they've been doing pretty well as well. And the player that I would have drafted number 1 overall in the entire draft is Anthony Richardson. And they get him at 4 overall. So I definitely think they've done pretty well also.
Yeah, we got a super chat jumping in here. Brandon Regan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brandon, for joining us. We appreciate you for being here, man, and thank you for your support. We definitely appreciate that. I feel Denver needs to add one more running back to the room. So who do we take next pick? We also have a question here from Mark Schrader talking about running back. Dwayne McBride, the running back from UAB. Eric, what do you think here in terms of a fit for Dwayne McBride? Or how about some day 3 running backs that are still available that the Broncos could be looking at here? Obviously, we know Evan Hull is a big guy for you, but how about some other guys?
I mean, Eric Gray and Deuce Vaughn, I think, are 2 that they could look at. Obviously, Sean Payton, he has a history with Darren Sproles, and you'll hear that anytime I mention Deuce Vaughn, you'll hear me mention that. I think Darren Sproles was a little bit thicker. I know he was small when he first entered the NFL, but he bulked up a little bit, and especially by the time Sean Payton got his hands on him. And Eric Gray, I mean, he runs the ball well, like not great, but he's a good receiver, and he's a guy that you can have some good versatility with how you want to use them. Those are 2 guys. I wouldn't touch Dwayne McBride. I wouldn't touch Zach Evans. I'd be cautious of Kenny McIntosh due to fumble rates. But I mean, I really like that. There's still probably about 10 guys left that I'd still have an eye on that meet my standards when it comes to fumble rate and just everything that goes into it.
Yeah, a lot of running backs left. Chase Brown still available. Eric Gray, Chris Rodriguez. If you're looking for a home run threat, Keaton Mitchell, he's tiny, but I mean, he's explosive. Deneric Prince from Tulsa tested. I think he was the number 1 RAS athlete of any of the running backs in this draft class. And Evan Hull, who we mentioned earlier, could be a very unique player. I think the Broncos, if Evan Hull's still there in the 6, I would not be shocked at all if he ended up being the pick for the Broncos. So running back this is a deep class. I feel like you're sitting pretty if you're looking to add a guy who can be rotational now, finding somebody who's going to be a bell cow, somebody who's going to make you not miss Javonte Williams. I don't know about that, but you definitely have a chance to add somebody to the rotation here who can at least, carry the load some, can be a rotational back and can, 10 touches a game, can fill that kind of niche.
Now, real quick, I got a couple questions. While I was gone, I don't know if you touched on this. Zarvoshia Dennis going to Tampa Bay. Did you guys touch on the last few picks?
Nope.
Dennis was one dude. I mean, I mentioned it last night about green dot guys. That's one thing that I've heard a lot when evaluating linebackers. He was one of the few that was mentioned. He's a guy that he could be the communicator on the defense. I liked him. I didn't love him, but I do like the fit. There's been, Devin White, he wants out. So I don't know if Dennis is a guy who can come in and step in right away, but he's a solid pick. Oluwatimi, I wasn't as high on him. I know you were. He's older, as he's going to be an older rookie. I think he turns 26 years old at some point during his rookie season, if not just after. He reminded me a little bit too much of Lloyd Cushenberry. Darrell Luter Jr. out of South Alabama, a cornerback. I like the fit there with the 49ers. It's a solid pick. And then Jordan McFadden, a tackle at Clemson that's going to move inside for the Los Angeles Chargers. There was a lot of talk, and I mentioned him earlier while you were away, Nick. He's a guy that I thought, and I heard, that a lot of teams liked moving all the way inside and being a center at the NFL just because he's so smart, has a high football IQ, and he keeps his head on a swivel.
I didn't hear anything about the center, but I did really like him at guard. So to see him go there to the Chargers is a bit of a disappointment. Curious what his pathway is. Who was the diminutive tackle they took last year really late from Georgia? Tiny. 6'2", like a 6'2" tackle that played a lot of snaps when Rashawn Slater was out. A lot of people thought he'd be best at guard. And he ends up, playing tackle there last year for them. Played pretty well, but now you have somebody like that in there. You took obviously Zion. They took Zion in the first round last year as well, and you have Jordan McFadden. Obviously, you can never have such thing as too much offensive line talent. Maybe he does have a pathway to center for them as well. But I think the Chargers have done a pretty good job, and McFadden's probably looking across this board, probably one of my favorite picks round 5 so far. Israel Abanikanda up there as well. Josh Wiley's one of them, and Darius Rush. So that's a good pick for the Chargers, unfortunately, in my opinion, this far in the draft.
Yeah, I try to remember who that tackle is that they took. He was a guy that I liked quite a bit. Jamari Salyer. He's a guy that I was mocking to Denver pretty consistently in the 3rd round as a guard. And he came in and he played extremely good football for them. But we do have this super chat, Nick, if you want to grab them. We have a couple of them sitting in here.
Let's do it. Mark Schrader, $25. God bless you, Mark. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. If you have any questions for us as well, make sure you are asking those. We always appreciate that and hope you're doing well down there in Katy, Texas, I believe. Appreciate it, Mark. Mark's a good guy. One of the biggest consistent contributors to the chat. So hope you're doing well, Mark. If you have anything for us, hit me up on Facebook, hit me up on Twitter. Hope you're doing well down there. Hope the weather is as nice down there as it is up here. We finally have a nice day in Seattle. Had a nice day yesterday, too. Guess who's inside, though? Trapped inside doing work. It'll be nice soon enough. Hopefully we have nice weather before the smoke comes, though, out here in Seattle. Hit a few more of these supers. I've been trying to catch up on everything from when I was gone. On all the picks and stuff.
We also have this $4 from Triple G. Nice work covering the entire draft, guys. NFL Network needs y'all. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this with Lance. I don't know about you, Nick, but growing up, I never aspired to be, and I've throughout the couple years we've been doing this, there's always been people that I should go work for an NFL team. I've never had a desire to do that. NFL scouts are so mistreated. They're underpaid and overworked. They work 11 months out of the year. But growing up, like when I came to football, my dream was always, being that TV analyst kind of thing. And fortunately, Chad has provided me an outlet to kind of, somewhat achieve that dream. It's part of why, I put the suit and tie or the nice shirt and the tie on and make it work. But thank you, Triple G. We appreciate that. But NFL Network, maybe one day. I doubt it though. But typically you gotta be, if you're getting on ESPN or NFL, you gotta have those real high profile elements to your resume, and a lot of it is actually working with an NFL team.
Yeah, they use a lot of former NFL players. So I don't know if the NFL Network needs us, but they do a good job out there. I don't know if I really want that. I kind of like my working in the sciences and vaccine trials with this as a side gig. Get a lot of flexibility. That way in the summertime, I am peace out in the mountains. I don't want to be, having to go into the office somewhere. I'm loving living somewhere where I have access to the mountains to do all that stuff. But really kind words from you, GGG. If you like our coverage, make sure you're following us on Mile High Huddle, on Twitter, on everything like that. We're going to have some fun and continue to do that. And Mark also says, great job, guys. Thank you very much. Today's probably the longest, one of the roughest days of doing this, especially we've gotten to the point now where, like every other pick, it's like, I didn't get a chance to watch that guy. I didn't get a chance to watch that guy.
Speak for yourself.
Oh yeah, for me, I do pretty good with like the top 120, 150. But after that, it gets a little bit can get a little dicey on my end. But is what it is. So we'll see what happens here with the rest of the draft. Obviously, we're waiting for the Broncos now, but their pick should be coming up in the next hour. We'll see. We haven't seen any moves from the Broncos in terms of trades of players or anything, but just kind of rounding out here, who are some players that are starting to stand out to you? My feed keeps crashing on my other computer that I have set up over here, but who are some guys that you're looking for the Broncos? Any names? We've talked a lot about the tight end position. We've talked a lot about the center position. Tight end, center, and running back. Are there anybody on the defensive side of the ball? I mean, Broncos could use some defensive help still as well.
Well, I mean, one of the guys that I was like quietly hoping, he was one of my dudes throughout this, Daniel Scott, the safety out of California.
Yeah, I liked him.
I really liked him. I thought he had good versatility, solid athlete. Like he ends up going to Indianapolis here.
Oh man, Indy's killing it today, day 3.
Indy, a good job. Corey Trice. I mean, if the medicals check out, obviously he still interests me. You've got a versatile guy in Riley Moss. Well, you can sit there and add another one. Linebacker and safety is rough. They were two classes that they were okay, in my opinion, but they weren't great. And we're hitting the point where it's not good with what's left. There are a couple safeties that are falling that are of interest, including two of my top guys, Antonio Johnson and Christopher Smith. I like them quite a bit. Defensive line and edge, I would still be looking there. There's some guys that are still a lot of guys at edge, especially. It was such a strong class that are available. Defensive line, we're kind of running out a little bit. Some of them, there's some medical stuff with Jalen Redmond, some stuff with his heart.
Other stuff with Jalen Redmond too.
Yeah. Carl Brooks, I mean, if they want a versatile guy, they can move around. Moro Ojomo is a guy who, there's two defensive linemen from Texas that really stood out to me. I like Keandre Coburn. He's a pure nose tackle. But Moro Ojomo, he's a guy that I like to kind of help fill that void a little bit as part of a rotation that you've lost with Deshaun Williams.
Yeah, a lot of names there, a lot of interest. I mean, we're talking about special teams ability too. So looking at the linebackers, the safeties, somebody who are just athletes that can go out there and make something. I wouldn't be shocked this late in the draft if there's a height, weight, speed, physical guys with some size that falls that maybe the Broncos take somebody there. I mean, completely just change the room, reset the contracts, put some pressure on Tim Patrick and Cortland Sutton. I know the Broncos did a lot of work, and I've seen the chat ask multiple times about Bryce Ford Wheaton. I saw his teammate Wicks was just taken from in the last pick, but we'll be interested to see. And we got some questions. Tanner coming in asking about the Stanford quarterback Tanner McKee. Is he still available? Go ahead.
They weren't teammates. Virginia and West Virginia. Virginia and West Virginia.
You're right. I read Virginia. You're right. Yeah. They shared a border. They were teammates in terms of Atlantic area. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Wicks is Virginia.
And on that note, I like Bryce Ford Wheaton a lot more than Wicks. Wicks was so untrustworthy to catch the ball. But about Tanner McKee, as we talked about, I mean, I mentioned it a little bit earlier when we were talking about Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And again, I mentioned it with, Sean Clifford surprisingly getting drafted. When I stepped away, I got a couple text messages about, a couple WTF kind of comments about that pick. Tanner McKee, he's a pocket guy, and that's it. I don't like him when he gets out of the pocket. You can do some rollout stuff with him, but it's just the arm strength isn't outstanding. Like, who's the Buccaneers starting quarterback now?
Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield?
Kyle Trask. Tanner McKee's not built like Kyle Trask, but what you're getting as a quarterback to me is very similar out of them. Not the strongest of arm. I do like McKee's arm a little bit more. He can work with timing and works in a rhythm, but you got to do a lot to make sure those windows are open for him to really get the ball in there.
And there goes Antonio Johnson. We'll be talking about him a lot. He is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars there. So just kind of a roundup of some of those recent selections that we had there. We had Kai Blue Kelly coming off the board, somebody that a lot of people like coming out of Stanford to the Baltimore Ravens, height, weight, speed. Thought he was better a couple years ago than last year, but fine there. Daniel Scott, you mentioned it, Eric. I really like Daniel Scott coming out of California. Terrible Cal Golden Bears football team, but he stood out there as much as a safety on a bad team can stand out. Antonio Johnson coming off the board there to Texas A&M, and then an edge rusher. Los Angeles does about as good with those late day 3 picks as anybody, and they take Nick Hampton from Appalachian State. Do you have any thoughts on Nick Hampton coming out of North Carolina, fun team, good program.
Yeah, the Appalachian State edge rusher probably going to be moving back a little bit to being a more off ball, and it's just kind of like the Rams. They've really liked those guys who can breathe, that edge defender that can drop into coverage. I like what Nick Hampton has done there. He was one of the guys that I liked a lot. Just never really was a guy for me for the Broncos though. So I like the pick. I think at this point it's good value. I had him. I was a lot higher on him than pick 161 overall. So it's a good pick. And I have liked what the Rams have done with the picks that they have, as they're just trying to get ready for not this season, but 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. And any of your top 100 players left still on the board? Just looking at Dane Brugler's big board, he's still JL Skinner. I don't believe has been picked yet from Boise State. Kind of just a weird body type.
And
go ahead.
And dealing with that torn pec.
And dealing with the torn pec. Yeah, he's so skinny. It's a weird looking player out there in my opinion. I know that, no offense to anybody who's in the Northwest mountain region that likes Boise State, but I didn't really ever get the hype with him for being like a round 3 player, but round 5, round 6. Okay. Looking at the big board here from Dane Brugler, some other guys that are still available that have not been selected yet. Corey Trice, the medicals must have been a concern with him because he's plummeting out of here. And then you still have A.T. Perry. Some people did really well in that really weird scheme with Wake Forest, but tested pretty well with good size, a lot of production. And then I think Henry To'o is still available as well. So those are Dane Brugler's top 100 guys that are still available with Antonio Johnson now coming off the board. And
you were away while I brought it up, but one thing that you hear often with medical concerns, can they get through a rookie contract? That is a concern with Trice. Can he? Teams aren't so sure. Just a lot of different injuries that have taken their toll on their body. And I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. One thing I like to see every single year is after you get out of the top 100, how many of your top 100 guys are left. 79 of my top 100 got drafted in the top 100. Entering today, top 102 technically, the first 3 rounds. Dane Brugler, I wouldn't calculate it for him. He had 83, so I wasn't too far off, and I had more than Lad Zierlein. So just pat myself on the back a little bit with that. But as for guys that are left, Jalen Duncan, he's a guy that just keeping him motivated. That is a big concern for him. A guy that I had in the top 100 that I completely understand as to why he's falling out, Andrew Voorhees. I mean, the ACL injury at the combine, he's going to redshirt this year. Again, I just didn't want to drop him down too much because of that. He was a second-round pick for me. Henry To'o also as well, Corey Trice, and then Christopher Smith, the safety out of Georgia. I liked a good amount, and I still do. And I think that we're getting to a point where he'd be, excellent value. Yeah, and just a little bit of a bummer to 2 players come off the board here back-to-back, ones that we mentioned as targets for the Broncos here. You got Will Mallory coming off the board here to the Colts, tight end, probably going to be a good tight end 3 in the league. Thought he did pretty well on a piss-poor Miami Hurricanes team this last season overall. They just did not do very good. And then Chase Brown comes off the board to the Bengals here, pick 163. Another running back and a tight end off the board. 2 guys that would have been good picks for the Broncos, 6th round, but we're having to wait here. Hopefully they're not too bored in that Broncos war room right now. Maybe they have us up on the screen, making fun of our haircuts or something. Who knows? But get a little bit of chance. We're going to let some picks fly through. It's been, 20 hours since the Broncos made all their picks yesterday. I guess less than that. It's 14 hours or so. Where are we at on yesterday? Let's kind of have now that it's had a chance to marinate a little bit more. Out of the 3 picks the Broncos made yesterday, Lance, which one is your favorite?
Marvin Mims. I wanted to say Drew Sanders there just because of the value, but the need and the way that I valued the player, Marvin Mims, for what the Broncos needed, he's easily the favorite player that I have so far.
Tell me why. Expand upon that. Why is Marvin Mims your favorite player for this team? What's his role? And what are you looking for from him year 1? Is he going to kick somebody out? Is he going to be just a somewhat rotational player? What does he look like on offense?
Well, on offense, you're bringing a dynamic speed and versatility. Am I choppy out here really bad, guys? I feel like I have some internet concerns here. Okay, let me back out. I'll refresh.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to Lance as he's fixing his internet up here. Eric, your favorite pick of yesterday's selections, and why is that?
value is a big thing for me. Getting the most out of your picks that you have, especially when you entered the day only with 5, and they're looking at ending with only 5. Drew Sanders. I mean, he was a guy I had as a first round grade. Just offers you good versatility. I like his potential in coverage. A lot of people that I talked to, especially overnight, early this morning before we went live, texting back and forth with them, is they think he's an all-around defender. He's got just such great range laterally and vertically, and that he's still putting it all together. He's very cerebral. He's very smart. He's got good instincts. He's got good awareness. It's just a matter of just, improving finding the right keys on what the offense is doing, reading the blocking concepts a little bit better and the passing concepts, and just improving that a little bit more. But yeah, just the value of that pick, a first round guy at pick 67. I mean, that's hard to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go Drew Sanders as well. You guys know that I'm a big especially when I was doing the show with Luke for the Mile High Insiders, I was really pushing against the take a linebacker early. You have to take a linebacker. Blah blah blah. I'm like, nah, it's a day 2 position. Most of the good players in the NFL, you're getting them round 3. Honestly, at that spot. And then the Broncos get a guy. I don't know if I'd have Drew Sanders round 1 overall. I thought a little bit too many missed tackles. Sometimes the processing wasn't always there. It was more of a reactionary player versus seeing it before it happened. So I had some questions with that, but top 50 player, and to get him at 67, that's fine. And just to kind of add further to what you were saying, Eric, if the Broncos didn't take a single linebacker in this draft class, they'd have been okay this upcoming year. I mean, Josie Jewell, Alex Singleton, Jonas Griffith, that's okay. But when you're picking where the Broncos are, and just in general in the draft, let the board come to you unless you love a guy. Don't have to let the board totally come to you, but it's about getting value at these spots. Somebody who, especially over the last 2 to 3 years of their contract, can be starters for pennies on the dollar compared to what you have to pay on the open market. So you bring in Drew Sanders, who, again, 3rd round pick, versatile player. As far as his role on this defense this upcoming year, he's still extremely raw as a processor at the position. He has some work to do on his tackling and getting off blocks and stuff, coming from the 2nd level, in my opinion. But I think coming in as a kind of a rotational linebacker, somebody who can play some sub, especially if you want to do some different blitz looks with him out there, he's a unique player compared to anybody the Broncos have had in the last few seasons. They have somebody now who can hunt sideline to sideline, that can provide a little bit more twitch and speed as a pressure player. And that's what Sean Payton mentioned yesterday when talking about him. They put the label on him as a pressure player, and that's typically, you see that on defensive line, edge rusher, but as a linebacker, he is a pressure player. Compared him to Demario Davis, somebody who is extremely good at attacking the A gaps out there. And you now have somebody who you can do some delayed blitzes, you can have some loop arounds, and you can have some QB spies plays with him. And I'm going to love that when you go against a slippery little shit. We're going to have to put the E on this one, but somebody like Patrick Mahomes. I'm so tired of Patrick Mahomes escaping and then going and doing something. But we have Eric here with some breaking news. Maybe.
Not really breaking news, just an interesting tidbit. I mean, I mentioned it to Lance while you were away. Going to mention it now. We now have a record in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
Most quarterbacks in the first 5 rounds. We break the 1995 record of 11 quarterbacks, with Jaron Hall just getting drafted, going to the Minnesota Vikings. That is 12 quarterbacks in the first 5 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Jaron Hall to the new man on the Minnesota Vikings, in the word of Lizzo, right? So we put the lime in the coconut coming in saying, with the Broncos' last 2 picks coming up, who do you guys want Denver to grab? Go Broncos. For me, guys that stand out for me right now, I would really love either 6th round for these 2. I'm okay with that. Luke Weipler or Emil Ekiyor. I think either of those guys this late would be okay. I don't know who it was, but good call. Somebody asked about Asim Richards. Tanner Snodgrass. I think Asim Richards would be a really interesting tackle and guard prospect for the Broncos to consider there at that spot. So I wouldn't mind him. And then you still have Evan Hull out there, who I really enjoy as a running back prospect for this team. I think it would be a really good get for the Broncos. What do you guys think?
I may have missed this as I went away. I was on the phone with my wife there for a few minutes. Is Jalen Duncan still available, or did somebody grab him? Because okay. So thank you for that. Then I'm going to just erase that.
He's still available.
He's still available. Okay.
He's still available. No, he's still available. You asked both questions. Is he taken or was he available? Yes.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
That's an intriguing one. You're talking about a player that a lot of people had rated very highly. So there was some talk, in early November and December about Jalen Duncan potentially being the first offensive tackle taken off this class from guys like Joe Marino, who works with Duke Manyweather and the guys at O-Line Mastermind. So with his ability as a tackle, and you need, like I've said before, you need a swing tackle. You don't have a depth guy. There's a potential of Garrett Bowles being moved on after this season. So Jalen Duncan has that athleticism. He can go out and find some guys out at the second level. So there's also some guard versatility with him. So that's a very intriguing name to me this far down the draft board. And quite honestly, I'm surprised he's still available. I'm with you though. Luke Weipler, Emil Ekiyor would be a big name for me. And then going back obviously to the tight end position, a guy like Payne Durham would be a big name for me. Get a running back, potentially Evan Holst, makes a lot of sense there. So those are the guys that I'm really looking at. Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker from Alabama as well. I know that's probably not a name for Denver right now, but the value for him is just too high for me right now. You want to talk about a green dot guy that's just very instinctual, does a really good job driving vertically on the football, is a decent tackler. He misses some stuff in some tight quarters when there's too many bodies around, and he doesn't get a good leverage shot on the ball carrier. But those are the names that really stick out to me that are still available right now.
Yeah, a lot of good names there. A lot of good, still some talent left from some major programs, and we're going to start to see how it all comes together. Just looking at who has come off the board here recently while we were talking about that, we've had Chase Brown, Jaron Hall, Terrell Smith, cornerback from Minnesota. A lot of people like that. And then we have the Chiefs. They love those small school defenders. BJ Thompson from Stephen F. Austin. They do not have a write-up on him on ESPN. I did not watch any Stephen F. Austin this season. Do either of you have any thoughts on this linebacker edge rusher, I believe, from Stephen F. Austin?
Yeah, I mean, I like him a little bit, as a kind of a hybrid type player. There's not enough there to be a consistent edge. So it's a situation of like in early downs, moving him back a little bit, letting him process and react to like running in the running game is a little bit better. He struggles to get off blocks a little bit, and then dropping him down in obvious passing situations and letting him get after the quarterback. Just kind of having this versatile role that just limits limits the issues a little bit. I liked him, didn't love him a little bit earlier than I thought he would go. But as you said, I mean, they do a lot of work constantly every year, especially with Andy Reid, finding those small school guys. They do a lot of work on them, doing so much digging, and it has continued to pan out for them. So they're doing something right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Lance, your connection's good now, so I'm going to come back to you. Marvin Mims, you saying he was your favorite pick so far. What's his role? How do you envision him with his team? Obviously, the draft success for Sean Payton picking wide receivers has been pretty good historically, so that's a good track record to be identified. Maybe that's partially just the scheme as well as Sean Payton or having the Hall of Fame quarterback, but I digress. Marvin Mims, you were saying you really love that pick.
Yeah. First things first is the downfield threat, the speed that he brings. You can, he's a decent route runner. And like I've said multiple times, if you ask him, he'll tell you he's the best route runner in this class. But just the overall reliability. He's got reliable hands. He's got a bigger catch radius than you would expect for a guy with his stature. He also is an absolute dog in the running game. He brings some physicality, and that's what Sean Payton wants to bring up front. In terms of fitting into the offense right away, probably this year you may not see that unless we get surprised by, maybe this is the departure of KJ Hamler. Is a question I was going to ask you guys here in a little bit, but is this the end of KJ Hamler in Denver? He's on the last year of his deal. He's got the pectoral injury. He's always injured. It seems like he's never played a full season in his entire career, and that goes all the way back to high school. Like, he's always been one of those highly injury-prone players. So is this a spot where maybe he gets moved on from? Or what about Montrell Washington? The Broncos brought him in last year as a punt returner, gadget player. He never really saw the field as on offense, and he was not very good as a punt returner either. So maybe Montrell Washington's gone. That's probably the first role you're going to see for Marvin Mims, is that punt return versatility as a special teams player. But in the long term, I think that you're going to find that he's a dynamic deep threat for this offense, and he's going to take on that Traquan Smith role, or what's the other deep threat, that Ted Ginn Jr. role that you used to see with Sean Payton back in New Orleans. So that I'm very excited for Marvin Mims, and that's why.
Yeah, KJ Hamler with the pectoral injury that he has right now, he's probably somebody that you're not going to see traded in this draft cycle, in my opinion, because the medical clearance they're going to have with that. Probably somebody that if the Broncos do end up flipping him closer to the start of preseason or sometime during preseason, and that's probably just a similar thing like we saw with the Malik Reed trade, where it's like, oh, we're going to give you a KJ Hamler and our 2024-7, you're going to give us a 2024-6, just squeezing out a little bit more value out of that. But we do have Tenry To'o coming off the board here to Houston, as well as we are trucking right along, pick 167. We're about, 20 picks or so to the Broncos, 15 picks or so to the Broncos. So hopefully have somebody to break down here pretty soon, unless the Broncos trade out of that and keep us waiting. But good call on Marvin Mims there. I'm excited to see what he can do, what his role will be. I think you're going to see enough of a rotation out there, and he's going to be running, wind sprints a lot, that it's going to be out there. And I'm curious to come back to that a little bit about why, we love him so much, what made him fall. But first, Gary Palmer, $9.99 coming in saying, love the coverage, guys. Well, we love you too, Gary. Thank you for coming in and supporting us. You are a real one. Man, we're at 3 hours now. We got another 2 hours to go or so. But he says, love the coverage. Maybe a dumb question. What does a coach mean when he talks about the makeup? Eric, you've been, scouting terms, talking to some of these scouts and players on the team. What, from a team building front office perspective, does the conversation and talking point of makeup mean?
I mean, another way to talk about it is mostly intangibles. Makeup includes, do they look like an NFL player? Do they have the size? Do they have the mentality? Do they have the football IQ? Do they have the character on and off the field? Makeup is just a very general term that is just an embodiment of a little bit of everything. Are they a football guy in all these aspects outside of being on the field? That's just kind of what makeup means.
Yeah, just the football character, right? Do they love ball? Are they going to be, film grinders? Are they somebody who takes well to coaching? I think I'm curious. So I want to get in a little bit of the philosophy here of Sean Payton and Mickey Loomis's team, and they've been really odd in terms of their trading up, and yet they've hit pretty well. They've been the outlier team in terms of being aggressive and trading up and hitting on players still. Does this have to do with the football character? Is it like they have these graded players in these ranges, but they only ever take high football character guys, really? So in the end, they do nab those guys, or is it just, being lucky? You're just being a good evaluator. Do you have any theories on this? I mean, again, the analytics say that trading up is not always the best because there are no sure things, but somehow the Saints have been able to battle against those trends and hit well above average in the Sean Payton era.
Well, I mean, part of me wonders, especially when they go get guys on offense, how much of it is a scheme? Because we've seen a few of them, as soon as they get out of that scheme, what do? They fall apart. Sean Payton does a good job of, maximizing guys with the scheme that he does. And we've seen similar things on defense as well. But not as much of that success, if I remember correctly, on the defensive side of the ball. I may be mistaken. I may not be remembering correct, right on that. So that is part of it. But I mean, it's just, obviously you do a lot of work on all these guys, but if you're going to trade up and you're going to go be aggressive and get guys, it's going to be guys that you've done more work on than others. Like we saw it with Riley Moss. He's probably one of the guys that they did the most work on in this draft. So they went aggressive. They went and got him. And then, like, I don't want to say like the football character, the makeup of these guys is a big reason for their success, because we see guys who have the football character, they take grinders that they don't pan out. And then another factor is expectations and expectations, as well as what's the right word here? Pressure, I guess is the best way to put it. A lot of guys do they have too much expectations that they crumble under the pressure of trying to meet them, or are they able to take those expectations and just kind of hold them at bay and still go out there? It's a lot of mental stuff with football, and sometimes we see it a lot. Crap on Melvin Gordon, but he's talked about it. A lot of players have talked about it. Once you lose confidence at corner, like it's such a big position, once you start, getting inside your own head about different things, you start to make more and more mistakes. The name escapes me now. The Notre Dame kid years back, the whole catfish. Monte
Teo.
Yeah.
That was a big thing with him too, is that whole situation wore him down mentally And he talked about it. There's a Netflix documentary about it, that he just couldn't get outside of his own head, and then he got hurt, and that weighed on him even more. He wanted to protect himself because he didn't want to go through it. KJ Hamler has talked about the mental aspect of it, of getting hurt. Very mental. Got to be able to stay out of your own head. So it's hard to say why it is Sean Payton, back in New Orleans, had so much success with trading up and being aggressive and going getting guys.
And their defensive hit rate was pretty good. I mean, dating back to 2010, Al Woods was a starter for a number of years out there. Mostly did its good play in Seattle, but 4th round pick, LSU, he was killer for them. Obviously, Cam Jordan, he had some questionable character stuff, but they got him pick 24, did pretty well. Year 2012, they didn't have a pick until the 3rd round. Sounds familiar. Ended up getting Akeem Hicks in that one. That's pretty good. I think they traded up in 2013 to go get John Jenkins, defensive tackle.
To be fair, Akeem Hicks wasn't a success for them.
Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, to be fair. But I mean, identified the talent still. Guess is what I was getting at more than anything. Then 2016, David Onyemata coming out of Manitoba, Von Bell, that was a pretty damn good draft class. Trey Hendrickson, Florida Atlantic in 2017, Marcus Williams as well, obviously Marshawn Lattimore. Then it's been a little bit more hit and miss after that. 2018, Marcus Davenport, that didn't really work out pretty well. Taking CJ Gardner-Johnson in the 4th round, that was a pretty good one. Pete Warner was really good for them at linebacker at Ohio 2021 draft. So, and he wasn't a part of the Alontae Taylor one. I would love to give him credit for Alontae Taylor because I loved Alontae Taylor out of Tennessee. I think you did as well. But they've done a pretty good job of hitting those ones despite the limited draft capital. And a number of those guys were ones that they moved up the board to go get. So interesting.
So I'm definitely misremembering there. I thought a lot of them was guys that they had with their own picks that didn't move up and get. And I wasn't trying to say that they had no success with it. I just thought it was more on the offensive side of the ball than the defensive side of the ball.
It's been a little hit or miss on both sides, but they seem to have done pretty good jobs. I'm just curious. Maybe they are just good at drafting. Well, I guess we'll find proof in the pudding on that one if it's Mickey Loomis or Sean Payton. Also, just knowing the draft, you can be hit 55% one year and 45 the next, and you come out about average. It's like if you can consistently hit 55 to 60 comparatively, then it's going to be great. Like people like, oh, we had 2021. This is what all our drafts are going to be like from now on. George Payton, the draft god. Well, crash back pretty damn hard the next season, even though you had 3rd round picks. The 3rd round picks in 2021 with Baron Browning and Quinn Miners compared to what we saw from Nick Benito and Greg Dulcich. Yeah, not as good, but still waiting to see how it all plays out. So let's say hello to some people go ahead.
Real quick on that note too, is like one thing too, when you talk about hit rates, 50%, 60% is, it doesn't mean everyone's going to come out and be a star. It's all subjective to where you get taken. And we kind of had a slight discussion about this the other day when I asked the question about a bust, and bust is a subjective term because a guy who's drafted in the 1st round, him, being a decent player, but not great, that can be a bust. Whereas a guy drafted in the 4th round, just failing to make the team is still a bust. Like it's all subjective. A lot of it goes into where you get drafted, and you're a guy coming in again with another $5 donation. Thank you, Troy. We appreciate that. It says, what player on another team would you trade Judy for that would be a fair trade and still fill a need on the roster?
I mean, does that have to make sense for the other team as well for this kind of thing? Or like some teams don't really need a wide receiver. I would love to add like a Dallas Goedert to the team, somebody like a true wide tight end. That would be a pretty damn interesting player. The Eagles need to add Jerry Jeudy when they got A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. Probably not, but that's one that comes to mind. Are there any like edge rushers or stuff? I mean, when you trade in Jeudy, you're thinking like you might need even another guy to come back for him. But Jay Stelos mentions Chase Young. That would be an interesting one. Chase Young for Jerry Jeudy, just call it a clean sweep for those guys. It does seem like, I mean, at some point, it's not me, it's you, maybe for Jerry Jeudy. I think he's very talented, but now you've had like 3 regimes be like, maybe we can see what we could get for him. So I'm hoping the best for him long-term because he's an extremely talented player, and I don't think he's a bad dude. But there just seems to be the fact that he's so consistently mentioned in the trade rumors makes me wonder if the fans are much higher on him than the coaching staff and the front office. Yeah,
and he's an exciting player, and I would like to see what he could do. has he had the the fairest of pathways so far in the NFL? Not really. Quarterback has been such an issue. Last year was such an issue. Year before, obviously, and then and got hurt. So it's tough because you can see the flashes, right? Like you see those big plays. He had that one amazing touchdown where he stole the ball from the defender, and Brett Rippon started against the New York Jets. Then he had that catch in the season opener last year against Seattle. Like you can see the flashes, and you can see his ability to get open. And then one thing I hear talking about him is his TikTok routes. Like they're routes that look good on tape or look good on social media, but in the NFL they're crap.
Take too long.
So
yeah,
they just take too long to develop. So it could definitely be a situation about that. I do think there is a slight overvaluation of him, but it's like he's still young. He's still pretty young. I still think he's only 23 years old.
Yeah.
So he's still relatively young. He still has a lot of upside. He still has a lot you can work on and continue to develop and everything. So it's just finding that balance of it. I definitely think there is a slight overvaluation though.
I really like that he's been in the trade rumors a lot this offseason, and for the most part, he has stayed off social media, which is good. That was not always the case with him. I know it's something that some of the connections that I have had not been in love with some of the comments and his actions on social media, which that's, the maturity and stuff that's, you have to deal with it sometimes, but we'll see what happens with him going forward. And the fact that they're listening to trade offers now, maybe he's going to kill it. I think they will have to extend that 5th-year option on him. I know George Payton mentioned yesterday they haven't even thought about that yet. Well, if you weren't going to, if you had no plans on trading him at all, you probably would have extended that already because I think it's the cheapest tier of the 5th-year option too, given his playing time and the time he's missed and his statistical output that plays into that. But I'm not saying yay trade Jerry Jeudy, but if you can get a 1st-round pick for him or something equivalent to like a top 40 pick, reset the contract for somebody who is a very unique player in terms of how he gets open, but a exceedingly finesse player as well. Somebody who is a detriment to your run game in the slot because he is so contact diverse. That's not the word. Averse to contact out there from the slot, which is something that I think matters a lot. So Broncos had one of the worst run personnel teams in the NFL last season, and part of that was because their wide receivers were terrible at blocking. Cortland Sutton degraded a lot at his blocking last season. So it will be interesting. Jerry Jeudy, somebody, and sorry here, Eric, I'm sorry to say to you that Buccaneers trade up with the Rams and end up taking Payne Durham, tight end here to Tampa Bay.
21 picks outside of the top 150. So not too big of a miss for me anyways.
Yeah. Yep. Somebody that Broncos, we've been on their 5th-round pick yet? The one they traded?
I think so.
Oh yeah, because there was an early 5th but a late 6th. So I was thinking about getting him in the 5th round there. So he'd have been there. I was okay with that one. But Payne Durham coming off the board. We still got those centers that we've been talking about that's available. Still a lot of running back talent as well. So it will be interesting. But yeah, Jerry Jeudy, again, if the Broncos trade him and they can get a top 40, top 30 pick for him, I would understand it. But he's a very talented player, and you'd be selling low on the talent. I think it's much more to do with just some of the makeup with him. I don't know him personally, but it just reading between the lines there. Seems like, again, they're not as big of a fan of him. This is speculation. You can hate me for this. I know the chat, so don't trade Jerry Jeudy. I think the idea of Jerry Jeudy is much brighter and better than what the reality has been to date. But you see the flashes, you see the tantalization. You just hope that everything is not his fault.
Well, I think one of the biggest things, and going back to his route running things, is like it just throws off the timing of the play so badly from a quarterback's perspective. Yeah. When you're taking way too long to get out of your release and then to actually get into your route, like dancing around and stuff like that at the line of scrimmage is not conducive to being in an anticipation and timing offense, and that's a lot of what you need to have back is a guy to be in the right spot at the right time. Peyton Manning would have kicked Jerry Jeudy completely off the team for the stuff that he's doing because he's never there where he's supposed to be in the timing of the play. So that is something that's very concerning with Jerry Jeudy. And I really hope that Sean Payton can coach that out of him and just let his athleticism do the work for him. You don't need to be so fancy. You already have enough speed. You've got enough burst into and out of your breaks and good speed variation through your routes. Like if you can just be that and be a normally consistent wide receiver in terms of creating separation for yourself, he would be way better for this Broncos offense in general.
and just for the identity that they've been trying to build on this team, really much more smash mouth, power, physical players at the point of attack in the blocking game. I think Jeudy be much better in a heavy 10 personnel team that's looking to be more finesse, spacing, get the ball out quickly, and let him do stuff after the catch. This is going to be more of a, I think, contested spaces, tight spaces area offense coming forward where you're going to have to be physical and you're going to be demanded to be physical. And Jeudy in his tape, because he gets open so well, such a good route runner, he's never really developed that skill set in the tight areas. And we're talking about the blocking as well, but also the contested catches vertically over the middle of the field. Sometimes you see him duck on those ones that, you'd hope your slot receiver that's a little bit, you want them to be the tough son of a gun, right? For some of those spots. And sometimes I feel like he'll pull up on that. So again, really talented player, maybe not the best identity fit going forward, but because he is so talented, there's still tantalizing ability. And because wide receiver is so valuable, they're not looking to trade him just to trade him. So 2 players we liked coming off the board here, back-to-back picks, unfortunately, for us guys that we are considering. For the Broncos here, you had, obviously, Payne Durham comes off the board there to the Buccaneers. And then you have running back Eric Gray come off the board to the New York Giants. The running backs and the tight end positions drying up a little bit. 2 spots that it seems the Broncos could go that way. There's still some talent available. Man, gosh, the tight end spot, might be really thinned out since we talked about that last, because he's mentioned Josh Wiley, Will Mallory, and Payne Durham now all off the clock. So we'll see what happens. The Broncos are 10 picks away now until they're up 183. Is it 183?
Yeah. 180.
So we have San Francisco up at 173. We'll see who's available in the Broncos pick if they make that pick. And hopefully we didn't offend too many people in the chat with the Jeudy talk. Harold Jean, I don't think Harold Jean likes me very much, but he said Jeudy is very good at getting open slanters. And only if he had a good QB, be able to find a play, wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Probably. He probably would be wanted to keep him a little bit more. Again, it seems like it's some of the stuff with Jeudy is not the play on the field all the time, but that's what I'd rather talk about than the off the field stuff. And again, to his credit, I think we have to say it, in past with how much he's been in the trade rumors and stuff, you'd see him on Twitter doing something or Instagram or something. He's been quiet. I think he's had some other tweets where he's like, I'm going to work hard or something. God bless you. That's what you want when you're going to be in the headlight. Because guess what? When you're a first round player with that profile and you haven't lived up to that expectation, there's going to be criticism. And I think he's handled it well this offseason from the public facing side.
And last thing on Jerry Jeudy before we move on here to something to remember. This was a conversation that a few former general managers had on Twitter just a couple days ago. Is after a while, you don't want to consistently hear from players, no matter what position. Oh, it's yet another coaching staff. It's another new position coach, or it's another new quarterback if it's not a quarterback. That isn't a good conversation to have, because at some point you got to look at the player themselves. It is now the 3rd coaching staff for Jerry Jeudy, the 2nd straight year with over 2 coaching staffs that we've been hearing trade rumors going on about. He can be a great player. It's really not exactly anything against him, but there is something that has not sat well with the decision makers over the last 2 seasons, which is why he's consistently been, rumored in trade talks. Just how it is.
And part of it is also, why is he in trade talks? Because he's a valuable asset still.
Yep.
It's not like, trade KJ Hamler, that kind of thing, where it's like he's not a valuable asset anymore at this point. So yeah, he's still a good player, and there'd be demand for him, and you get solid return for him. So hopefully he does pretty well and this season, and he has a great year for the Broncos, and he's on a really good contract the next 2 seasons for Denver. It can really help them over 2023 and 2024. That'd be best case scenario, but it is time to contribute more than he has. And during the last few games of the season, obviously he was awesome. A really big guy. Obviously Broncos were hurt. They were playing for nothing but pride at that point, but he did pretty damn well. So not to completely disparage Jerry Jeudy, one of the twitchiest players in sports. I'd like to see him more at Z than slot, because I think you can get away with a little bit more finesse at Z than you can slot, especially in a blocking scheme. If you're going to run wide zone or anything out of 11 personnel, you better damn well block as a slot player. But will be interesting, and hopefully they can isolate him a little bit more, and we'll get a clean fit on him. I'll tell you this, though. If he's still on the Broncos, come week 1 this year, plays this season with Denver, and he's still kind of the same way, I don't care about the quarterback, the offensive line, or anything. If Sean Payton said, nah, this isn't for me, then I don't want to hear about it anymore.
Yep. I agree with you. And that's a really good point about being a slot in the blocking game, especially if you're running outside zone. Like, you have to be a dog out there. And that's why I like the Marvin Mims pick as much as I do. I want to pivot here because I'm tired of talking about Jerry Jeudy as of right now. Scipio jumping in here saying, if Luke Weipler is available at 183, do we take him there? And Harold Jean jumps in and says, again, he says, if Luke Weipler is at 183, he's there for a reason. Well, what is that reason, guys? He's young, he's inexperienced, and he may not necessarily be for everybody because of those two factors. We talked about him being a player that potentially needed to return to college this season. So, but I'm going to pass it off to you guys. If Weipler's there, I would take him. What about you guys?
I'm curious if he really struggled in the whiteboard aspect of things. He's still very raw at the position, but center is probably as cerebral of a position outside of quarterback that you have in the entirety of the NFL. I mean, you see a lot of mediocre athletes make great careers at center because they are so intelligent. So I thought the tape was okay out there. I mean, the round 4 player, I thought, watching him play. Now he's falling to potentially the 6th round coming up here, if we're not in the 6th round just yet. So I'm curious if he really struggled in the mental side of things up on the whiteboard, calling out coverages and whatnot, because that's, I mean, honest to God, that's like 75% of what I'm looking for in a center. And that's why center is so hard to evaluate from where we sit.
So, I mean, he's young. There's a lack of experience. I haven't heard anything with the whiteboard or not, but one complaint that I heard consistently, and you kind of mentioned with Lloyd Cushenberry as a positive for him, but, it's always more of a negative. He loses slowly. He's not going to be a guy that gets beat right off the bat, but he's going to be worn down and he struggles to recover. And it just doesn't have that experience to go up. He's got to get stronger. Like, strength isn't the strong suit of his game. He doesn't have a lot of sand in his pants. He doesn't have that core strength. A lot of the same problems as that. But at least with Lloyd Cushenberry, you have some positional versatility. Luke Weipler, he's a center only. You are not moving him to guard. He doesn't have the length for it. And I think that also is playing a factor into his role. As, NFL teams on the offensive line, typically we see 10 or 11 guys kept on the offensive line. Well, now they want to get down to 8 or 9 guys. So they want those 3 guys behind you. How many spots can you play? We're going to value a guy who can be a backup center guard. We're going to value a guy who can be a backup tackle center or tackle guard, and we're going to have a guy who can be a swing tackle. Those are the 3 depth guys that you're looking at on the offensive line now. And sometimes teams will keep that 4th one there for, a little bit extra security. And he just doesn't bring it. I wouldn't mind taking him because I think the value here is fine. I think that there's other guys that I think are a little bit better fits. And, you still have to worry about their transition, especially moving them inside. I think there's quite a few guards left that I like a little bit more working as a center. That, from what I've heard, have checked the boxes when it comes to the cerebral aspect of it. And we didn't talk about this a lot, too, with Jake Andrews going to New England. How are they snapping the ball? Because Jake Andrews, I think, I liked his tape, but the dude's issues were so consistent there with getting snaps off cleanly. There were a lot of botched snaps for Troy the last couple seasons.
Maybe he's going to play guard. Sometimes you don't see guards move out to tackle, but you do see sometimes centers move out to guard, like we saw with Steve Avila. So maybe he's going to have guard, or maybe, they like Cole Strange enough at guard that they'll have a competition there and just get the best 5 guys out there. They've taken Sidney Sow as well. So I think maybe he just is a shotgun. Excuse me?
City, not Sydney.
City Sow, excuse me. But maybe it's a shotgun approach on that interior offensive line that has struggled out there over the last few seasons. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that New England interior offensive line plays out. So we've been talking a lot of the wide receivers here. Let's get into Courtland Sutton now. I mean, Courtland Sutton, there's a reason everybody wants to trade him as well. Coming off that injury, he did not have a great year last year. He was one of the top 3 players in the NFL in penalty yards accumulated on pass interference. So I guess maybe that's a skill, or that's the Russell Wilson offense, chuck it up and hope and pray. But he did a good job in that. Looked like he was on a pretty good tear there the weeks, through the first 4 weeks, and then disappeared. Seemed like a guy who lost a lot of his confidence out there and lost a lot of that physical nature that made him good. Before that injury, you saw the yak ability as a long strider, not explosive, but you got him the ball on a slant and he could do some stuff out there. Although the quick pass game and Russell Wilson's accuracy in the quick pass game was bad. I guess we'll just call it as it is. You don't need to sugarcoat it. People know he struggled last year. don't have to tiptoe around like we were like in October last year. Like, oh, this is ugly. What's going on? But he struggled with that, and also just the physical nature, going up for it, being able to block. I mean, all that stuff kind of disappeared there. And another tight end off the board here. I'm annoyed by this at this point. Davis Allen, pretty good overall tight end from Clemson here, a position that somebody has some special teams ability as well. Somebody the Broncos certainly could have taken with one of their picks off the board. So the tight ends are drying up quickly, unfortunately. Davis Allen was not a great tight end, but I think he'd been okay here, 6'5", 250.
There is one guy that we every time we talk about tight ends, I don't think I missed him going off the board. I've been trying to do a good job of keeping track of that. Old Dominion, Zach Kuntz.
Yep,
still available.
He's a guy who intrigues me, but of course, it's injuries with him. I'm trying to double check here. He missed 7 games this last season. Was at Penn State, transferred over, really caught on. 2021 had a good year for them, and then missed a lot of time this year with a knee injury, if I remember right.
Yep.
And it's kind of been affecting him through the draft process a little bit. I like him. I think he's got good versatility. He can develop as a blocker. He's a solid receiving threat. He's a guy that I like. I liked him more than Will Mallory and Davis Allen. I was not fans of either of them.
But they were fine. Like 2 or 3 tight ends, they can do some versatile stuff. Not overly athletic, but smooth. Guys that you like to have as your third tight end can play a different amount of roles. For Kuntz, it's got to be the knee. I mean, right? It's got to be the knee, the injuries at this point. He was a freak athlete, transfer from Penn State. I think he was a super recruit, heads out there, and just has not didn't live up to it. It didn't play very much this year either because of the injury that he suffered. So I don't know what's going to happen with him long term. He was Bruce Feldman's number 11 overall freak on the freak list. Said that just some of the stats that he had, he's massive, 6'8", 250 pounds. According to this isn't the combine numbers. This is just the Bruce Feldman stuff, but 4.57 40 with a 40-inch vertical and a 10-foot 8-inch broad jump. Explosiveness also with a 365-pound clean lift. So yeah, he's a freak. There just must be some concerns about the knee. I mean, he's falling. You also have again, Corey Trice continues to fall as well. There's got to be something injury related there, or maybe just some of those height, weight, speed athletes we were not as enthralled, or we were more enthralled than the league is.
GGG jumping in here with a $2 super chat. I'm more on the side of caution and want to keep 14. GGG, thank you for joining us and thank you for your support. We definitely appreciate that. And I'm with you on this one. My big thing is with Tim Patrick coming off of that injury, obviously KJ Hamler, we talked about him enough. Marvin Mims coming in, the inconsistencies of Jerry Jeudy, Courtland Sutton, while like Nick said, it seemed like he faded, especially, after the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season where he just lost all the confidence and had some bad drop issues there as well. Like there was definitely some inconsistency there. For the majority of his career, though, outside of that season, obviously where he missed a torn ACL, he's been one of the more consistent and reliable receivers in this room. Like there's a lot to like about Courtland Sutton. And I don't necessarily want to move on from that until we have some more questions answered from Tim Patrick and, where he's going to be back. It sounds like, obviously, he tore that ACL in training camp last season, so he should be ready to go. But again, you're talking, that's a second torn ACL for Tim Patrick in his career. That actually might be a third if I'm not, I might be mistaken on that. But regardless, you don't know what he's going to look like. So I would have some caution in moving on from a guy that projects as a prototypical X receiver, contested catch threat, and just works really well at the catch point, going and getting the ball. So I would rather keep Sutton, but if you can get good enough value, it makes sense to move on from him, especially if you need to free up some cap space for, Russell Wilson's extension to kick in after this season. If Russell Wilson plays well, like you're going to need $16 million in extra money. So there you go. Nick, what do you got here, dude? Did I steal your point or did somebody go that you really liked?
Evan Hull to the Colts here. The Colts continue to just absolutely kill the draft. I think they might actually end up with my favorite draft class with what they've done today on top of what they've done days 1 and 2. But Evan Hull comes off the board here, end of the 5th round. I had really hoped that he'd be an option for the Broncos in the 6th. Really smooth player. Sutton tested extremely well. Good size also. Good receiver out of the backfield. Pretty bummed to see Evan Hull come off the board here with the Colts and just kind of start to run through this Colts draft class. I know they were did like a bunch of absolutely nothing in free agency. Their big move this year in free agency was signing Isaiah McKenzie to a rookie veteran minimum. But Anthony Richardson, again, I keep saying it, I'm totally fine swinging for the fences at the quarterback position. They take Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall. Julius Brents in the second round, height, weight, speed guy. It would be a lot of fun in that zone coverage there. Physical player, hits like a linebacker sometimes, let alone a safety. Josh Downs, North Carolina, really good slot receiver. Blake Freeland, I didn't love that pick, but they trust their Ross. And then day 3, I mean, they're day 3 picks. Besides Blake Freeland, they got Adebaware from Northwestern, loved him. Darius Rush in the 5th round, loved him. Daniel Scott, we loved him too. Will Mallory, I know that you weren't such a big fan, but round 5, I'm fine with that at the tight end. And now Evan Hull. I mean, Colts are cleaning up. Their whole board is a lot of Senior Bowl guys. They did a lot of work on the Senior Bowl, obviously, and I think they've done an excellent job. Hell, if the Colts struggle this year and Christian Ballard gets fired, I have an assistant general manager position for him lined up, or heck, even maybe the general manager answering to Sean Payton. But we'll see what happens with Christian Ballard here.
I mean, if he does end up fired, maybe there's a guy in Denver that we just talked about a little bit ago about might be on his way out. Chris Ballard has always intrigued me. I mean, I feel a little bad for him because Jim Irsay is one of the more meddling owners. And I mean, there was that well-reported whole issue of Jim Irsay wanted Jeff Saturday to remain the coach. He wanted to take him from interim and make him the full-time guy. And the football people in the building, Chris Ballard among them, consistently fought against it. And fortunately, they won out. There was a similar situation, from what I understand, with the quarterback that they took at 4. Again, with the football guys winning that one. So hopefully it's Jim Irsay's backing up a little bit. Chris Ballard has always had a good philosophy with things. It was just a matter of doing it. And then we're officially in the 6th round now. We are at pick 178, and the Broncos are just a few picks away.
Evan Hull, though, man, what a bummer. 5'10", 210 pounds, a glider, a really good player. Somebody's got some music playing in the background when they're clicking something loud. I don't know. Maybe that was that me? Something going on there? I don't know. But I really love the Evan Hull pick. Tested extremely well. Colts are doing really good. I love his compliment to Jonathan Taylor as well. So should be a fun pick for them. We'll see what happens here. Broncos going to be up soon. Any other picks that happened here recently we want to talk about? Puka Nacua, somebody that I know Eric mentioned earlier, and we are officially in the 6th round pick. So it should be here pretty soon.
Well, I like Puka Nacua to the Los Angeles Rams. You want to talk about he's a decent route runner. Honestly, I kind of like to compare him a little bit to Jackson Smith and Jigba. More of that slot guy that just route runner, good body control, really excellent hands, catches everything that's thrown to him. A little bit dog in the running game there as well. Likes to block as well. Physical at the catch point. Something that I noticed with Puka Nacua, though, when I was watching him, especially with his body control, was his ability to find the sideline and still manage a way to keep his feet in bounds. Like, his sideline awareness is among the best in the class, and he's just reliable with his hands. This fits really well with what Sean McVay wants to do with that offense in Buffalo as well, and gives them a dynamic threat to add to Cooper Kupp and work over the middle of the field. So I really, really like that pick for the Los Angeles Rams.
And one thing with him too is, so the whole issue with why Kellen Moore was let go is Kellen Moore wanted to be more passing. Mike McCarthy wants to be more running. Puka Nacua, he'll give plenty of effort as a blocker out there on the edge, so they can sit there and continue to be a running offense that he wants. It's a good pick, especially this late for the Cowboys. And I haven't seen the Packers pick yet. Or, I mean, not for the Cowboys, sorry. For the Rams. They were the last pick because
they took Puka Nacua.
The Rams did.
Yes.
Yeah. I was talking about the Cowboys because I saw the Cowboys pick. Sorry, my mistake. For the Rams, I like the fit for it. And it's a similar thing. I mean, if they want to be a little bit more blocking with the issues that Matthew Stafford's having with him getting older, he makes sense. The Dallas Cowboys selected a defensive back, Eric Scott, whose name doesn't sound familiar. I need to double check my board. Could be just a matter of how many guys that I've had that I may not don't have them committed to memory, but they went to the defensive backs.
Southern Miss. Southern Miss was terrible this year, so I did not watch much of Southern Miss. I think they have a wide receiver who's interesting, but other than that, they have not been an intriguing team for me, to say the least. So Green Bay is on the clock now. They've gone with Lucas Van Ness, Colby Wooden earlier. They took 2 tight ends as well, the Dontavian Wicks as well. So we'll see how it plays out. But we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks until the Broncos select. Lance, just looking at your board, who's standing out right now for the Broncos with this pick?
A couple of guys. Jalen Duncan's the top player I have left on my board with the 3rd round grade. Emil Ekiyor as well is there. Luke Weiffler, we've talked enough about him. I don't think we need to go into there. Corey Trice, obviously. Keitrell Clark, slot cornerback, is very interesting player to me as well. Physical, fluid athlete. He needs to just grow a little bit more as a slot cornerback. He looked a lot better in 2021 playing on the boundary than he did this last season in the slot. So there's some issue there for me. But Jalen Duncan is obviously the big value here. I think that if the Broncos can get him and just, develop that skill set, utilize that athleticism, he can be that swing tackle for you here for the next couple of seasons, or maybe even jump into as a starter for when Garrett Bowles moves on after the season, if that's a possibility. So that's where I'm looking at.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I do question if Jalen Duncan will be on the board for them.
You think somebody before?
Just because the makeup of being, can he stay motivated? Does he care about football? Stuff that, they made clear last night they care about. So I do question if Jalen Duncan will get an actual look at them for that reason.
Yeah, it's we'll see what happens with them. I mean, there are some names in there on especially day 3 from that Sean Payton class that, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Cam Jordan, some of those guys with some question marks later on in the draft that they took swings on. But that worked out, ones that worked out specifically. Yeah. But really interesting here. I have a question for you guys. Ted Thompson and the Green Bay Packers, is it their goal in life and in the draft to take every single defensive end and defensive tackle hybrid that's ever played the game? I think they'd love to make a team of like every 6'3" to 6'6", 285 to 300 pound guy ever. Because we have the Green Bay Packers. They've taken Lucas Van Ness. They've taken Colby Wooden earlier. Now they're taking Carl Brooks, played 300-pound edge rusher, probably going to click inside at the next level from Bowling Green. Kind of a weird player to watch, that 300-pounder playing a 2-point stance, but another big-bodied inside-outside pass rusher for the Packers. I mean, how many can they get? It's unbelievable. It's like when they're a Pokemon trainer and every single one's a bug type. Like, diversify maybe a little bit. I don't know what's going on.
Positionless football, like especially up front. Like they were one of the teams that really early on, before it really became widespread on the defensive line, edge rushers, they really started setting that trend of, positionless guys that they can move around and let them go and get after it. I like Carl Brooks. At one point, he was one of the guys that I thought could compete with Mapu as the non-combine invite. But the more I dug into it, the lower I got on him. And I think this is good range and a good spot for him.
Yeah, I do not disagree. So the Cardinals are now on the board. They already took an offensive tackle earlier. We'll see. Maybe they could use a running back. Maybe they could use something. Guys falling. I see some comments here. We got Trey Palmer is falling as well. I don't know if there's some character stuff. Went off LSU and then went to Nebraska. And you got cornerback, slot cornerback, Keitrell Clark. I know that Keitrell Clark, I know somebody that Lance had some correspondence with, I think on Twitter or something, talking about him playing the slot. So Cardinals get another cornerback out there. We'll see what happens with the Broncos coming up here. But Keitrell Clark, Lance, you had a little bit of a scouting report here. Why not take the floor here? Tell me about this new Cardinals cornerback.
Well, like I said just a little bit ago, breaking him down, he's a little bit smaller for the position, which I think led and prompted the decision to move him towards the inside. He's fluid. He's got good hips. He can turn and run with pretty much everybody. He's got some feistiness to him, but he did look out of position a little bit playing in the slot this last season. He looked a lot better, a lot more physical, and a lot more comfortable playing on the boundary in 2021. But I think he does have the versatility. He can play inside if you just let him develop there a little bit, which is why I think he fell this far down into the draft, is because the size concerns, just the looking so uncomfortable playing in the slot is something that was a little bit alarming to me. And then, like you said, yes, he did have some correspondence with me talking about him shortly after I wrote the the scouting report on him. I mentioned his name, and he actually searched his name on Twitter and hit me up. So maybe there's some character concerns there. I know that that's something that some teams have actually said before, and Erick's the one that pointed that out to me. There's some issues with people Twitter searching their name and having burner accounts. So that might be another issue, some character concerns there.
Yeah, NFL, I say this quite a bit, and if I'm an agent of an NFL draft prospect, I'm telling them to stay off Twitter. Don't search your name. Don't Google your name. Stay off social media. Stay away from that stuff. Just because there's been multiple players who've hurt themselves because of stuff like that. There was a question about Darnell Wright. Clearly he didn't. He took to Twitter to say some things in DMs this year, and people thought that might drop him a little bit, but hey, still went 10th overall. Just typically best to avoid it. It's an ongoing joke with me about Twitter searching their name and not seeing success. So that's more of a tongue-in-cheek kind of comment, but
yeah, for sure. So coming up, I need to know the names, guys. We don't have a lot of time left. Speculation. I know that Dwayne McBride and Zach Evans are two that you were not very interested in. Honestly, with the board here, the way the running backs is, I might wait until the next 6th-round pick and instead look elsewhere. I mean, Zach Kuntz, you mentioned it extremely. He's like the last one on the list of the tight ends here that really intrigues me that much at this range. Offensive tackle, Jalen Duncan's still there. I don't know if he's a great scheme fit for what they're wanting to do out there, but he'd be interesting, no doubt. After that, I mean, it's really a lot of the defensive guys that intrigue me. We talked about matchup football earlier, Eric. What about like Anthony Johnson Jr. From the Iowa State Cyclones? You already took an Iowa defensive back, maybe Iowa State. He's somebody, if you want to play matchup football, he's pretty good tight end eraser. At least that's how I project him at the next level. Is anybody else really standing out to you here? Who are you hoping for?
Well, real quick, we got the first guy that didn't even make my board or anything. Josh Hayes, a defensive back out of Kansas State, going to Tampa Bay. So Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. The Broncos are up next. Sean Tucker. They've been linked to him consistently. He's still available. Sean Tucker is probably the name I'm keeping an eye on right here.
I was just about to say him or Muhammad Ibrahim, the player, Nick, I know that you like a lot from Minnesota. The unfortunate thing with him is he's 87 years old and has a very lengthy injury history. But, I mean, if he was not, I think he's 25 going on 26. And if it weren't for that and he didn't have that torn Achilles from last season, we're talking about probably running back 2 or 3 in this draft class, just on the ability on the field. So that'd be an interesting one as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. Some other guy, Moro Ajomo, still on the board. He could be an intriguing pass rusher, inside-outside ability, somebody that you might be looking for there in that kind of spot. Lonnie Phelps is interesting from Kansas. Maybe the Broncos look to add some edge ability out there. And then you got the interior offensive lineman. I mean, Luke Weipler is still there. Maybe he's somebody they look at, and Emil Ekiyor still out there as well. Emil Ekiyor offers some inside-outside versatility. Sleeper edge rusher Thomas Incoom. He's kind of got a weird body type at only 6'2", but 262 pounds. He's one that I was pretty impressed with at Central Michigan this last year. So, I mean, there's still names on the board that I'm pretty familiar with. Odds are the Broncos are going to take somebody that I have no idea who it was, but I guess who knows. But we'll see what happens here. I'm just kidding. But Eric, final call here before this Rams pick is in. It says they're on the clock. Come on, Rams, hurry up. You've made 10,000 picks today, and we're waiting on our first one. Can't you get it in by now? But any thoughts before we're on the clock?
With everything I've heard, with the connection there, all the digging they've done, Sean Tucker. I think that's the way that they'll go here.
I would not be against it. I know he's an explosive player. I think there's some injury concerns with him that he's fallen, but it tested explosively at the pro day for the Syracuse Orange. Really good 2 years ago, not as good last year. So a little bit more of a muscle hamster, kind of a compact frame, but has some explosiveness. Got to do some work in the pass game, and both as a receiver and as a blocker, in my opinion, from what I watched. Mm-hmm. But a fun player and a unique player, and somebody that 6th round can carry the ball, 10, 15 times a game. You probably are okay with that. So we're waiting on the Rams. Go ahead, Lance.
I thought, I just wanted to say, I thought he was a little bit better in the passing game than you did, Nick. At least he showed some reliable hands. He's just not a great route runner, and that's a big thing is he doesn't know how to separate. He's not, the most reliable guy out there in terms of just being a reliable option. When he did get the ball thrown his way, at least he caught it and made some plays out in open space. So I like him a little bit better than you did there. But other than that, I mean, I agree with you 100%. Definitely as a pass protection guy, he needs to work a lot on that because he receives defenders too often. He doesn't go out and meet them at the point of attack. He's not a guy to step up and go and initiate contact. He likes to let guys get into the backfield and then he'll step in front of them and be that kind of a blocker, which is an issue at the NFL level.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Go ahead, Eric.
I'm going to push back on you a little bit, Lance, talking about his receiver, more so about his hands. 94 targets, 10 drops. It's his hands aren't good.
So I didn't know that.
They're made
I didn't know that. What I had seen, it looked like he was at least better than that. So I am wrong on that, and I do apologize. 10 drops on 94 targets is a lot. Yeah.
I mean, some of it could be the quarterback play as well, who's attributing it. So we'll see. But when I watched him, I just not overall impressed. I mean, explosive player between the tackles, definitely built pretty interestingly. Maybe wishes a little bit taller, bigger frame, but packed well. I mean, he's definitely yoked out, a workout kind of guy. So Ram selections coming in here. We're still waiting on the announcement, and then the Broncos will be on the clock.
THT.
Tre'Davious, Hodges, Tomlinson. I think he wants to go by Travius Tomlinson now. I think he might be dropping Hodges. I think I heard Dane Brugler mention that. They have it on the screen now at ESPN as Travius Tomlinson. He's dropping the Hodges on there, but Broncos are on the clock unless a trade happens here.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I saw somebody mention. I saw something about the Eagles making a pick.
Still says Denver on here.
It still says Denver, and it's only one person. And with how Twitter is and verification stuff like that, it could be just a troll. So I'm just trying to find out and see if I can't get an answer there.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm gonna hope for the freakish talent that is Zach Kuntz here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take it back. I'm hoping for Emil Ekiyor. I liked what he did there. I'm looking for some versatility on the inside. Somebody who can play guard and center. That would be great. Also great. We got 10 pounds coming in here from across the pond there. Joe Webster saying, just showing some love, enjoying the draft coverage. Thanks, guys. Well, thank you, Joe. It's definitely a marathon here, and we'll see what happens. And a lot of people are saying it's Skinner coming in here, the Boise State safety.
Yep.
So Skinner, let's hear about it. Yep, we have another pick coming up later, but the Broncos go with another defensive back here, somebody who is very long, has some questions about the tackling and the health, but somebody that a lot of people thought maybe be a round 4 pick before getting injured. So they're going with Skinner from Boise State. Any thoughts, Eric?
Yeah, I like him. I don't love him. I think he's got decent enough range to somewhat work in a 2-high system. But he's got that torn pec. It's going to cause him to miss a little bit of time this season. And it's just with what we've seen Vance Joseph does, he does like those kind of box safeties kind of guys. He's used them pretty typically. That is where JL Skinner is projecting to be used the most. So it's a fine pick. It's at this point, I think it's decent value again. I was a little bit higher on him. He was another one I didn't drop a whole lot because of injury. So I understand why he's going this late. It's a fine pick. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
I like it a little bit more than Eric does. Because of the versatility, you can bring him down and have him more like that dime back or hybrid player. He's a strong tackler, brings to the wood. And I mean, there's some times where he doesn't bring his arms with him and wrap up so he can slide off of ball carriers. And that's a coachable thing because he's got good length. His arms are incredibly long. Good size, I think 225 pounds, something like that. 6'4", 225, something like that is. And
he's light, man. He's like 205.
Really? I thought he was bigger than that. Okay. Regardless, I think he carries himself very well. He brings the lumber. He knows how to hit. And I really fell in love with watching him when I watched him absolutely destroy Wyoming this last season. Had 2 interceptions, one of them in the end zone, and was just all over the field. So I like it for a versatile player that you can just play around the line of scrimmage and just let him go to work as a tackler. But I mean, not the direction I would have went. I would have went Emil Ekiyor here, or I guess even Sean Tucker. But yeah, the injury concerns is big with me. The torn pec is something I'm not a fan of right now.
Well, JL Skinner, obviously a player that the Broncos have in that region. They're finally going away from those regions that we were talking about earlier, Eric, and their scouting reports, or they're sending where they're sending their scouts. But Yeah, somebody with he's big. He's almost 6'4". I think the combine at 209, a 32-inch arm length. No testing, but overall a solid size. I would like him to fill out his frame a little bit more. But what I love is the physicality here, and again the versatility. This, people are gonna be like, oh, the Broncos drafted Drew Sanders. They finally have somebody who's gonna match up against Travis Kelce. I think you got your more likely a Travis Kelce matchup guy right here, and Skinner, who can come down, play the slot. I think he's got some in the box ability as well. Now, didn't love him taking on blocks all the time, but maybe that's, again, the frame. Maybe I'm doing a little bit of body scouting there, considering I think he needs to put on a lot more weight. And given that he played, 4 years, maybe he can't. I don't know. But for that type of body, I mean, being 6'4", I was hoping he put on another 10 pounds out there. I think he's pretty good, though, against tight ends, playing that kind of role. And one thing here, just always looking for these snaps here because I'm about it. 460 snaps on special teams throughout his career. Another guy that hopefully is going to be a special teams player out there, really long, and can do some stuff there.
And as I was saying, since you mentioned special teams, this is a guy that he's your combatant against the gunners. So They got their gunner in Riley Moss, and he can be a gunner as well. But he's one of those guys. I can't remember what they're actually called. There is an actual term for them, but he's one of those guys. They're sitting there, they're pushing him, trying to keep the gunners from getting downfield. That's JL Skinner on special teams.
And I just want to give a shout out here to Luke Patterson. He was screaming for JL Skinner. I think he tweeted this morning about getting JL Skinner, and he gets his guy. So I'm sure they got a linebacker for Luke now and a safety for Luke that he liked. So shout out to Luke. Hope he's enjoying this. I'm sure he's very happy about this pick. I guess the Broncos aren't very concerned about the torn pec there, and the Broncos get another guy again. Special teams ability. Every single one of these picks has an avenue to special teams, assuming they're healthy, and that should be an area that is unbelievably improved this season. People talk about the offense improving. I don't know if it's going to even be close to improving as much as the special teams, assuming Brandon McManus is a little bit better this season. But the coverage units, the core four, as they say.
I still have my issues with Riley Dixon. I mean, everybody's acting like it's such a huge upgrade over Corliss Waitman. They were quite similar last season in what they did. Riley Dixon had the same inconsistencies, not as severe. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go punt a 60-yarder, then I'm going to turn around and punt a 30-yarder. It was more of, I'm going to punt a 50-yarder, and then I'm going to punt like a 37-yarder. So I have a little bit concerned about Riley Dixon. He doesn't do well with punt. He out punts coverage a little bit, but hey, Riley Moss, he's got that speed. Maybe that's something to help, deal with that aspect of it. Getting a guy who can get down there a little bit field. So, but I do agree. I think that this could be a significant improvement with the picks that they made for the special teams unit. And I also agree that that's probably where we still see the most improvement, the biggest improvement on between the three phases this year for Denver.
Yeah, very interesting player. Again, another guy with a lot of plays on the ball as well. 4 interceptions last year and 8 pass defense, leading the Boise State Broncos. So the Broncos are taking some versatile defensive backs, guys who can see their way to special teams, and also people who make plays on the football. So that's another big takeaway here with this pick. Go ahead, Lance.
I guess the one thing that I want to add to the Riley Dixon, Corliss Waitman deal is the inconsistencies there. Hopefully we're not seeing them punting very often this year. That was a big thing with Corliss Waitman. He was punting, 4, 5, 6 times a game this last season. So those inconsistencies were definitely over-exaggerated, I think. I'm not disagreeing with you, Eric. He had to be performing a lot better, especially when you're on the field and you are that important to this team in terms of pinning teams back and putting their defense in positions to succeed. But the offense should, by all accounts, be drastically and dramatically better than it was this last season. So maybe those inconsistencies with Riley Dixon will go away. You'll see a little bit more better production from that punting unit. And like you guys are saying, the coverage teams, getting Riley Moss, getting JL Skinner out there, getting a guy like Marvin Mims who can run down and potentially be a gunner there at the wide receiver position or specifically as a punt return. Special teams is going to be a little bit better this season. And offensively, you're going to reap the rewards of that as well.
Yeah, you hope so. Eric, do you have any thoughts on that?
Come back to me.
Okay, we'll come back to you. So back to JL Skinner. We kind of talk about Vance Joseph and the defense and how he's struggled with hybrid players here, but I think that we need to be a little bit more specific when talking about just having that discussion about Vance Joseph's defense and the hybrid players struggling. They've mostly been front 7 kind of guys. I mean, you had obviously Hassan Reddick. They did not figure him out very well. That one's frustrating. It makes you worried about somebody like Nick Bonito in this scheme. Also, Isaiah Simmons, even Zayvon Collins, although it's a little early to get too much into that. But I think as far as the hybrid defensive backs, purely the defensive backs, has been pretty good out there. Buda Baker, a little bit hybrid. The Byron Murphy, who was the cornerback that signed elsewhere, maybe signed with Minnesota last year. I don't remember exactly, but they've done some pretty good with some inside-outside defensive backs and safety defensive back kind of guys. And JL Skinner, another kind of hybrid player, maybe Riley Moss, another kind of hybrid player on the back end in terms of their overall usage. So I'm curious to see with that. Also, coming back to my point about Riley Moss earlier, I think Riley, you get another player here for Christian Parker to work with, somebody that I'm sure that you like. You like this guy? All right, we're going to go do that. Christian Parker is probably your single best position coach that you have right now. I think this is probably the last year he's going to be in Denver, because he's going to be a defensive coordinator somewhere very soon. I guess if like Ejiro Evero probably gets hired somewhere next season, guess who's probably leaving with him is Christian Parker as the defensive coordinator for him. But getting another defensive back, somebody with some unique tools, unique characteristics with the size and ability that Christian Parker can continue to work with and develop. And I don't think there's not a position coach on this team that I trust close to Christian Parker.
No, I agree with that. 100% agree with that. I'm intrigued by this offensive coaching staff, though. There's a lot of youth in this offensive coaching staff. So, like Kerry Colbert, the wide receivers coach, you got Zach Strafe, who's a first-time full-time offensive line coach. At least he has some experience as an assistant there. But like you said, I 100% in agreement with you. Christian Parker is the one guy that you can just kind of lean your hat on and like hang your hat on and lean upon as that position coach to really get the most out of these players. And with Riley Moss and going to the versatility, JL Skinner with the versatility, Pat Surtain with some inside-outside slot versatility, safety versatility, Justin Simmons being able to play inside the box. We're starting to see the makings of a highly versatile secondary that can play a lot of different coverage schemes, meshing together, and to really – I hope that Vance Joseph does a lot better job of disguising things this year, and maybe with some guys where you can line them up in different formations, get them in different positions all over the field. You can really – create a very dynamic secondary coverage front. So I'm very excited about the way that this direction is going. And hopefully Christian Parker and Vance Joseph can figure out a way to get Moss and Skinner, Simmons, Surtain, Damari Mathis, who can have some inside-outside versatility as well, all on the field at the same time, and just really confound quarterbacks when they're trying to read this defense.
Yeah, without a doubt. Eric, you ready to come back? Are you still doing some work on this Skinner pick? Still doing some work on some Skinner pick. Okay. Well, we have a couple more picks coming in here since then. I see that Parker Washington comes off the board, Penn State wide receiver. He had the game of his life versus Ohio State this year. Some people thought he'd maybe be a round 4 pick, comes off the board here, the 6th round. And I also don't know if there's been a pick. Oh gosh, I keep reaching for the mouse that doesn't work. Zaire Barnes, Western Michigan, another directional Michigan school, coming in outside linebacker to the New York Jets there at 184. So got the Titans now. Their selection's about to come down the board for the Broncos. But JL Skinner, the one that we need to be reacting to right now, just looking at Dane Brugler's big board. He's another player that was still left in his top 100. So at pick 183, the Broncos walk away with another top 100 player in this class, according to Dane Brugler. Maybe the Broncos believe that as well. And here comes Jalen Duncan to the Tennessee Titans as well, somebody that we talked about a lot. Solid pick there for the Titans. They've needed offensive line help badly. So Duncan stays in that kind of region of the country there, heading from Maryland to Tennessee. Good athlete, maybe not the biggest guy, but solid player. So Eric, just coming back around, JL Skinner, give me the 411. What's there to like? What's there to expect? I
was just getting ready to bounce out for a minute.
Oh, well, never mind. You go away, have your tea or whatever's going on, and have a blast. So, JL Skinner, what do you expect year one from him? Obviously, the Broncos really like, this has been mentioned, that they like Caden Stearns. We still have Delaren Turner-Yell, a 5th-round pick last season. So, any thoughts on what his year one role could be for the defense? I mean, you kind of a weapon player, could have a niche.
To me, it's hard to tell right now just because you don't know exactly where he's at. He tore that pectoral training for the combine. So that's been a very recent injury. Similarly to KJ Hamler, so when is he actually going to be available for you on this defense? Maybe this is a redshirt year for him. I don't know that I like that idea, but being it's a 6th round pick, sure. I mean, there's definitely a possibility for that. If he does actually play, I think we pretty much hit the nail on the head in terms of him being a a special teams guy for the most part right away. If he does develop and maybe he does come back healthy, and I think he can kick Dumler and turn a yell off the roster, quite honestly. DTY, while I liked him, I like the fluidity that he has at the second level. He's not a guy that to me is dependable enough. He was a game day inactive pretty much every single game this last season, despite Caden Stearns not being healthy, and Kareem Jackson showing that he's been older and on the decline. And then PJ Locke really kind of forced DTY down the depth chart as well. I think JL Skinner can come in and be a rotational guy if you need him to be play. I don't want to say play with linebacker, but he can play in the slot and closer to scrimmage as that linebacker safety. So maybe Vance Jones to kind of that. Saw what we did with Isaiah Simmons in Arizona. So that is for me.
You're cutting out there a little bit at the end, but I think you mentioned Isaiah Simmons being kind of a unique player in the box as well. So it would be a interesting fit there. I'm curious if he is going to compete with a Caden Stearns for that position. The other part of this is that Caden Stearns has been perennially injured the last few seasons as well, missed some time, hip injury, ankle injury, I believe as well. So getting somebody in there that you can get would be it's just some more depth there. And again, a special teams role for him. So we got some comments coming. You guys let us know what you think about the JL Skinner pick, especially you out there in the northern, Wyoming, Montana, upper Colorado, Idaho area. A lot of Broncos fans out in those areas. So I'm sure a lot of people got some eyes on the new Broncos safety playing on that blue field out there in Boise. Orange Blood comes in and says, as a Colorado native living in Boise, I am stoked beyond words with the Skinner pick. That kid is a baller. Well, that's great. I'm glad that you're happy about the pick. We got Social Johnson 84 coming in saying JL Skinner, love it. Tall safety, can also cover tight ends. Yeah, I think he needs to. I think I saw a comment here from 78 Leadhead said, dude needs to hit the weights, maybe work on his nutrition as well. Broncos, I think, need to put another 10 pounds on him to be able to play that position in the NFL. Maybe he can't put it in. I don't think he's like the broadest player. He has length in the arms, but I don't know if the wingspan is there. I don't know if the shoulders are the most broad. But another player that's kind of like that is Justin Simmons. Well, Justin Simmons is longer and bigger. But that's one that could certainly be an issue here. And then we got another interesting pick coming off the board here. Kayshon Boutte coming off the board to the New England Patriots 6th round. Obviously, he was involved in the weird stuff going on with the coaches and recruiters at LSU with an adult-oriented party, the allegations there at least, and that caused him to, I am returning. Hey, I'm actually kicked off LSU, and I'm not going to be going there. But Kayshon Boutte come off the board. A lot of people thought potential first-round pick, but some serious baggage in that Boutte there, apparently. So we'll see what happens. But more comments here about the JL Skinner. Will be fun to see what happens. We got Leadhead coming in saying Dumler and Turner-Yell might not even make the roster. Safety was a definite need. Yeah, for sure. They did bring back PJ Locke as well. So those guys need to be definitely competing for their spot this season. And special teams avenue is going to be big for them. If you can't play it on special teams, then you're out. Troy Boer coming in saying Twitter reporting that Skinner is ahead of schedule on recovery and can do full workouts in 1 month. Well, that's great to hear. I'm curious. Let us know what the source is on that, or maybe somebody else can find that and let us know what's in here. Eric, I hope your tea was good on your tea break, doing well. And also we got Led saying it's about time for coffee. I probably need to go get some tea here pretty soon as well. My throat is starting to get a little bit rough, but hopefully a little bit better. Eric, any thoughts about this JL Skinner pick now that you've been gone? Any word on, was this a Broncos target, or have you heard anything from that? Was there somebody they wanted earlier? I mean, Evan Hull going a little bit before them is a little bit of a bummer. Was he somebody that they wanted instead?
From what I gathered was they were looking at running backs. A couple of guys they were looking at went a little bit earlier, and that with how their board was, they're fine just waiting a little bit longer. There's also been some chatter of a potential trade down from 195, trying to pick up a few 7th-round picks between this year and next year in return of it. Just somebody trying to, get one of those last guys that they have up at there or up early and get it, and just, maybe a little bit of appeasing George Payton, a little bit of adding a little extra draft capital. JL Skinner, as was said in there, he is ahead of schedule. He is sitting there. He's expected to start workouts for it, and he could be ready for a full go somewhere early on in training camp. So he may not have to miss a lot of time in the season, like I said earlier. And they really like that about it. and they're trying to avoid players who have extensive injury history as well. So guys with extensive injury history may want to, just take a second thought about that.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. We got EJ coming in saying, I guess we aren't drafting an offensive lineman again. Tanner also frustrated about that. So far, another year without an offensive tackle. This is irritating. It's always going to be a possibility with this Broncos team, unfortunately, with the only having 5 draft picks. So offensive line doesn't look like it's going to be picked up, but we'll see. There's still some guys available who still have it to pick, yet to play with. That's supposed to come up here pretty soon. But the Broncos did spend big on the offensive line this year. Obviously, Ben Powers, Mike McGlinchey, we heard them talk about that they were using free agency aggressively this year due to the lack of premium draft capital. And so at least, they're not totally ignoring the position. They brought in 2 starters for that spot. So I wouldn't be too upset about that, but I hear your complaints. Arthur Eugene Spooner coming in here. I recognize this, but I thought it was typically on Twitch, coming in saying, hey guys, appreciate your work. Greetings from Germany, #Buckham. Thank you for the 5.99 euros out there. Is the exchange rates back where euros are better than the dollar? If so, thank you so much. If not, come on, where's this American currency? No, we appreciate you so much, Arthur, coming in here and talking about that, helping us out and supporting us on the show, and everybody coming in with all the great comments. Harold coming in saying we should have used the pick on an offensive lineman. Definitely also some pick. Now we need to use a trench player on this one. Yeah, Broncos so far for a team that's a Bill Parcells oriented, right? With Sean McVay, not a single pick along the offensive or defensive lines is a bit shocking, right? I mean, God, I know I'm starting to lose my mind. We're at 4 hours now. We haven't taken a pass rusher defense. Yeah, I guess Drew Sanders kind of a pass rusher, but not a trench-oriented player along the offensive and defensive lines yet. What do you think, Lance? What's going on there in Wyoming? Where are we at in the draft board? Broncos should be coming up pretty soon.
Man, I'm kind of with everybody here. Offensive line needs to really be the focus here for this last pick, and maybe I mean, the Broncos move down a little bit here. Is that a possibility of moving down off of 195 to kind of split that, get a couple second round or 7th round picks and take advantage of some of the value falling down the board? I mean, we've got Andrew Voorhees, who obviously, Eric, I know you just said the injury concerns, anybody with a lengthy injury history. I think you were more talking about Muhammad Ibrahim with that particular comment, but Andrew Voorhees, when healthy, is second, third,
any position.
Huh?
Extensive injury history at any position, I would probably looking elsewhere.
Okay. Well, I guess with Voorhees, I'm going to finish my thought on him really fast. When healthy, he's a 2nd round pick. Like that dude is a very, very good player at the guard position. Maybe 2nd round pick's a little high, but I liked his tape a lot. I've heard rumblings of him potentially, like if you talk to guys like Damian Parson at the Draft Network, saying that he could potentially even get into the 1st round at the guard position. So that would be an intriguing player to me. Again, Emil Ekiyor is a player that I have my eyes on. Going back to my board here, Luke Weipler as well. Was just taken. I don't know why I have Alex Forsyth, the center from Oregon, makes a lot of sense here. And then I don't know that I would draft him, but Jarrett Patterson's still available, who was a center and guard prospect from Notre Dame. So there's some names out there that would intrigue me a lot for the Broncos on the offensive line. And I think they need to go and get a guy. They absolutely need to go and get a guy.
Yeah. Will be interesting. I mean, we're looking at these positions. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to read this comment here from Douglas Wall saying, great job on the MHH War Room. I believe VJ will not be running his normal defense. He will have a lot of Sean Payton influence and be coached by the head coach, Sean Payton. And that's something that you need to be as a head coach, is coaching the coaches. This is a very good point, Doug.
And they confirmed it last night. The defense that they're going to be running is pretty much what they were running last year.
Which is still different than the Vance Joseph defense, because last year the Broncos ran which is still different than the Vic Fangio defense, because the Broncos, I think, were 5th highest rate of blitz of any team in the NFL last year. And when they were healthy, they were a very much a cover 3, cover 6 team on 1st and 2nd down. And then they would go into cover 1, pretty much just saying, we have the best cornerback in football. We're going to island it and kind of rotate a little bit to the other side. So it's a variation from what the Broncos did last year. And I'm curious if it is going to be as much as last year, though, because now we have all these linebackers that we've been playing, right? And last year, Ejiro Evero was all about that penny front. So now you have linebackers. I'm not sure if that's as much of a thing.
But the defense that the we were running last year is very similar to what Vance Joseph was running in Arizona. It was very heavy cover 3. It was very heavy cover. It was a lot of cover 1. I don't know if there was as much cover 6 as there was in Arizona as there was in Denver.
Yeah.
And they did a lot of movement up front, moving guys around and everything. So it makes sense that they're going to kind of stick with a little bit what they did last year. It's not the Vic Fangio defense. Are there similarities? There are some, but it is definitely a different style of what Vic Fangio did.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, guys, Luke Weipler was just drafted by the Cleveland Browns here at pick number 190. So there's a center gone off the board. Interesting pick for the Browns developmental center project that they can work with. Do they still have J.C. Treader? Who's their center right now?
J.C. Treader retired.
Oh, dang it. Okay. Interesting though, a good value pick for the Cleveland Browns. I think he fits that scheme really well too, running a lot of the inside zone, outside zone stuff that they're doing there with Nick Chubb and that running game. So this makes a lot of sense. I really like this pick for the Cleveland Browns. Nick, what do you think on that? Or you got something going on here?
No, I'm just trying to catch up on everything. They're talking about Tanner McKee now going off the board to the Eagles, and also just seeing who else is still available for the Broncos and taking in the JL Skinner stuff. But your question was about the Luke Weipler to Cleveland Browns. I mean, Broncos had a chance at him and multiple chances at him, and they didn't take him. So they must be comfortable with the board. I mean, we know that they were at least interested in John Michael Schmitz there. I mean, we don't know, but we had heard that there was some interest to be felt within a range. Maybe they'd move up for him, but alas, he comes off the board before they could move up to get him. And you got Trey Palmer coming off the board now to Tampa Bay, a speed guy. So some names that we're familiar with still going on in the 6th round. They look pretty excited about it. I guess that's the Eagles. But Luke Weipler, I mean, the honest thing about Luke Weipler is you Broncos bringing in a 6th round center at this point, he's probably not going to be better than what Lloyd Cushenberry would be this season. This versed in the league, this many years in, he's probably somebody who is not a versatile player that is maybe even practice squad caliber year 1, and then somebody who you hope can be on a cost-controlled contract and take over after Lloyd Cushenberry leaves this upcoming season. That's just the unfortunate reality of taking an offensive lineman this late in the draft. Now, sometimes you can get lucky, but typically you see those guys, especially, the less, the raw or more raw players at that position take a year. And that was the case for the Broncos centers before Lloyd Cushenberry. I mean, Connor McGovern, year on the practice squad, then ends up taking the starting spot. Matt Paradis, year on the practice squad, then takes over the practice squad. Probably would have been the case with Luke Weipler as well this late in the draft, given his inexperience and where he's falling to.
No. Now we are getting closer to the Broncos pick. We're only just a handful of picks away. 3 picks, and then the Broncos are on the clock, to be exact. There has been rumblings of them looking to move down a little bit, as I talked about. But if they stay put, maybe this is where we get the running back. Maybe this is where they look at tight end. Maybe they do. Maybe they do go offensive lineman finally. It could be. There's a lot of ways they can go. I do want to say that center has been kind of cleared out by now, especially with guys that made a lot of sense for the Broncos of pure centers. Emil Ekiyor, he does make sense as a guy to move inside. Joey Fisher, the Shepherd kid, he's another one that can make sense to move inside. But outside of that, it's looking a little thin, especially when you factor in extensive injury history. Tight ends is looking a little thin, especially when you factor out those with extensive injury history. Defensive side of the ball, there's a couple interior defensive linemen that still stand out. Edge is still pretty solid. Linebacker's been really cleaned out. Cornerback, a lot of guys that are left. There's a lot of guys with extensive injury history or extensive character stuff. So, and I can't imagine them doing yet another defensive back. But it wouldn't be out of the norm. They did that last year. They went and got 3 defensive backs last year. So, different ways they can go. Maybe they do look at a kicker for competition for Brandon McManus as well.
And we just had a puncher come off the board. Bryce Beringer, Michigan State puncher, Big Ten puncher of the year last year, goes off the board to the Patriots. We know the Patriots really value those special team spots. So Broncos are now 2 picks away. They got Kansas City picking in front of us. Honestly, if they can get another player of value that falls down the board and just say, you know what, who cares about the position? Who's the highest player left on our board? That's really the direction they should be going at this point. So if it was doubling up on another defensive back, awesome. See Sang Bassi and some other guys out there, especially if one who can be a special teams contributor for you. So I wouldn't be against it here. Maybe it ends up being a move like you, or just kind of make some Broncos fans happy about taking that spot. But I'm thinking that the Broncos will end up trading down here just because you mentioned it so much, and start to get some more capital, give themselves some flexibility and some players that they probably like a cluster of these guys and they'd rather take multiple swings.
One thing though with trade, there hasn't been a lot of movement around over the last, basically since end of 5th round. There hasn't been a whole lot of movement.
We just had a pick. We had an Eagles trade here just not too long ago.
Yeah, that was at the top of the 6th round. I think that's been the only trade. Maybe might have been one more, but still not a lot. So it could happen, but right now with how it's looking, it looks like a trade would be difficult to come by. But I do think it is a possibility, and it does sound like that's what they want to do.
Well, that would be great if they were able to do that. I think there's a number of players left running back, center, tight end, wide receiver, anything that has a special teams avenue to the team. I think because of how the drafts have fallen, quarterback's probably been pretty cleared out from the guys that I'd be interested in. I know you still got the Shepherd guy out there, Max Duggan. I know they did some work on him as well. But we'll see. We have the Commanders pick is in, and then the Broncos will be on deck for being, I guess, on the clock. So coming up here pretty soon. Lance, where are you at?
Oh.
How's everything? Oh,
also, talking about the Eagles traded up, and they also traded down with the Trey Palmer pick.
Okay,
so
I thought there was another Eagles
there's been
pick.
more trades than I realized. I think that's 4 trades and about the last 15, 20 picks.
So pretty surprised to see Trey Palmer fall this far, given the speed. I always thought he played with good control. I get he's a little bit thin, especially up top. I don't know if he has the ability to add much more mass, but the explosiveness, he ran really well. He had some pretty good games in the Big Ten this year. So falling to the 6th round, Trey Palmer, going to be a pretty good, 4th or 5th wide receiver. Maybe it's because he doesn't have too much special teams ability on tape to date. And this far down the draft, being a 4th or 5th wide receiver, he better damn well play special teams. But I'm curious as to why he fell so far. But they're lollygagging a little bit. I guess we'll need to lollygag. Commander's pick. Still, it says the pick is in. It has not yet been announced, according to my knowledge. Will the Broncos finally take an offensive lineman here? Will they finally take a defensive lineman, an edge rusher? I think anything is available. They just got to trust their board and go get somebody. So, Eric, you're top of the board left. Who are the guys that make sense?
So factoring out guys with extensive injury history, John Ojukwu, he's one of the few guys that I thought could be a developmental offensive tackle, can move inside as well. Coming, connection, Boise State guy, which we just saw them go to. He's probably, when I factor out for the injury, he's the top guy there. There's a linebacker, Ivan Pace Jr. He's really undersized for what the NFL looks for. Short guy, lacking length. Xavier Hutchinson, if they want to get another receiver that is closer to the mold of, Cortland Sutton. So it's definitely an option. And it looks like we do have something coming in. It does look like that the Broncos are trading back. They are not making the pick.
Okay. Who are they trading with, and what's the details?
Haven't seen anything about that. Just saw that they are trading back, and a couple people are now saying that in the chat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I wonder what Green Bay and the Rams. I think that they are teams that have multiple 7th round picks. Unless the Broncos are getting something for 2024, that would make the most sense. I'd have to do some looking, but I'm fairly certain the Rams have 2 or 3 7th round picks this year. Let me do some looking at that, and I'll be right back.
I was just about to hop out for tea, but that's okay.
That's okay. I can go ahead and Lance and I can hold it down for a little bit.
Okay.
Talking about teams about it, I haven't seen who it is yet. When I was, stepped away a little bit ago, it was for a phone call. One team that I know has a lot of interest in moving up, and they have like 4 7th round picks, maybe 5. The San Francisco 49ers. That has been a connection between the Broncos and stuff before. I am curious what they want to get, because we talked about that Trey Palmer pick. Well, that 6th round pick was traded for a 5th round pick next year. So maybe it is that the Broncos are done and they are, just sitting here and just going to add another pick next year, and they're going to go to work. They're going to watch how this goes down and continue to limit their board, and then they're going to start getting work on undrafted free agents, because teams are already calling players like, hey, if you go undrafted, we have interest in you. That happens about in the midway through the 5th round. So they're already probably starting work on that anyways. And then if they trade away this pick, they can go away from it. I know that, speaking of, we have the Washington pick in. It was somebody that frequent viewer on Friday nights, Jody Moncrief was big on him. Chris Rodriguez Jr. out of Kentucky. I was not high on him. Big guy. Tarzan plays like Jane kind of person. So the Kansas City Chiefs are in. Still waiting for confirmation about where the Broncos are moving to. Oh, and it looks like the Broncos got a tight end. The Saints have traded tight end Adam Trotman to the Broncos. Let's see if this is what the pick was for. It could be what that could very well be. I mean, we'll see it. They wanted a tight end. They missed out on guys earlier. Sean Payton really liked Adam Trotman. He was and has for a while now. So makes sense. So Adam Trotman is now to the Broncos, and it is they got a 7th rounder, so they still have another pick as they traded Trotman and a 7th rounder for pick 196.
Nice. I like this move a lot for the Broncos. You get an experienced tight end that can play in line. He's got some receiving versatility there as well. Obviously, like you said, Sean Payton knows him very well, was with him there in New Orleans there for a while. I forget where he came from. I know he's been in the league for 4 or 5 different years or something like that. So I like this move for the Broncos. They need to upgrade the tight end position dramatically. They don't have anybody that can play in line, and Adam Troutman actually has the ability to play as an inline blocker. So I really, really, really enjoy this move. And they're going to get a 7th round pick, potentially take another offensive lineman or even a defensive lineman. I was going to mention Keandre Coburn, the interior defensive lineman from Texas, makes a lot of sense. The Broncos need to add a nose tackle. Maybe they move down and still be able to add a player like that to this defensive line.
Yeah, Adam Trotman, he's a fine player. He was a 3rd round pick out of Dayton. I was a big fan of him coming out. He's never really lived up to expectations. Obviously, I think he's in the final year of his deal. Yes, this will be the final year of his deal. So it's decent. Now this opens up the door even more of, all right, Alberto, Adam Trotman is a much better version of you. Do they try to flip him now? Like, that's been consistently talked about. I'm not sure what they can get back, but it's maybe that is something that they look at.
It looks like from Harold Jean here, we get pick number 257. So that's Mr. Irrelevant, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. Or what pick is Mr. Irrelevant this year?
It is like 264.
Oh, okay.
Because of compensatory picks.
Oh, that's right.
I haven't seen which pick it is exactly yet. I haven't seen anybody confirm that, and I don't know what picks the Saints had in the 7th round, so maybe that was the only one. I'm doing a quick look currently about it. Yeah, it looks like that is the only one, and there's 259 picks, so it would have to be 257 as the pick that they got back.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. And like you said, going back to Albert Okwuegbunam, who, for the athletic ability that he has, he's just never really shown it. He's never had the opportunity to show it. He's been banged up. He tore his ACL in, I believe, his 2nd season against the New England Patriots, who I believe was the game that he did that. But he's never really had that consistent ability on the field. And like Nick was saying the other night, with Albert Okwuegbunam, it was like 75% of the time he was on the field, and there for a while, it was like 100% of the time he was on the field. It was a tell. It was a passing play. Alberto is not a great blocker by any stretch of the imagination, especially for a guy that has that kind of size. And to me, that's easily his biggest downfall, is the fact that when you get him out on the field, you know that the Broncos are throwing the football, and then he doesn't have enough change of direction ability and lateral agility to separate as a route runner. He's very much a linear player. At least Adam Troutman is a quality route runner, reliable hands. He may not have lived up to expectations like Eric has said, but at least you have some more versatility with him working over the middle of the field, and you can put him out there on some running downs and still be able to run in his direction. So again, this is a great move. It's a great pickup for the Broncos, and Sean Payton gets his guy.
And the Saints do not have 227. It is the Jaguars. The only Saints pick that they have in the 7th round was 257.
Did they trade that? They might have had that before and then traded it. I know that the Saints have been.
It's not with the Jaguars, and it is confirmed. It is pick 257.
Okay. Oh, hey, look at this. New Orleans actually gets a quality wide receiver with that pick. A.T. Perry from Wake Forest, 6'3", 215, vertical threat for the most part, height, weight, speed kind of guy. Decent contested catch receiver as well. But there's a reason why he fell this far down the board, man. It just doesn't bring a lot in terms of versatility. Like, he is more of straight line speed guy and just going and kind of go get the football. Not the best route runner from what I remember watching him. Eric, what do you think on A.T. Perry?
He's fine. He's tall. He's lanky. He's not really a vertical threat. He's a solid route runner, not great. And it was traded. I'm not sure which trade, going back to it. The Saints did have 227 at one point. It is now with the Jaguars. So Joe, I'm not sure if Yahoo isn't updating it or what, but they don't have 227 anymore.
Regardless,
no, Troutman went to Dayton.
Yes, is it Dayton Flyers? Is that?
I have no idea.
I think so, something like that. Regardless, let's see here. Let's get some more reaction, guys. Anybody with some Adam Troutman reaction here in the chat? We've got trying to find something here to keep us moving along. Keandre Coburn was just taken by the Chiefs, so I must have missed that pick. I'm trying to follow along with the chat and everything like that. Updating my board, following along with the draft live as well. So if I said that after Keandre Coburn had gotten taken, then I do apologize for that. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock right now. Pick is in.
Real quick, since we're a little bit of confusion about it, just for a order of business with pick 227. Even though it's confirmed 257 for it, the Saints traded that with a 2024 fourth rounder when they got up and got Jake Haener. So it was early. It was earlier today that they traded the pick to move up and get him. Keandre Coburn, he was one of those. I mean, I like those Texas defensive linemen. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers take an edge guy out of Eastern Michigan that I really liked. Not so much for Denver. He's a guy who's pretty good athlete, pretty quick, pretty bendy. Jose Ramirez. He's very similar to Nick Bonito. I think there's a little bit more athletic traits to work with than Nick Bonito does. But he's just as bad, if not worse, as a run defender, though. So he's just a guy that you're going to go in there, you're going to try to compete for depth guys to get after the quarterback.
If I remember correctly, he tested off the charts at the combine. 6'1", 242 pounds or something like that. Ran a 4.74. I was just looking at the stats here. Like you said, bendy, versatile kind of guy that can come around the corner, a decent fluidity, decent length, more of a developmental prospect as a developmental edge rusher. But like you said, from what I remember watching of him, which wasn't very much, absolute liability in the running game. Like, this dude just gets moved off his spot way too much. He doesn't understand run fits. He doesn't understand leverage nearly as much as he should for a player. I believe he's a little bit older too, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's 23. So I might be wrong on that. Regardless, for a guy with as much experience as he has, he just is not the greatest in terms of being a run defender. So I'm with you on that one. Very intriguing pick though. Here, I mean, this is where you take those flyers.
He turns 24 in just a matter of days.
Yeah, I was going to say, I knew he is an older prospect. So regardless, like, this is where you take those late round flyers on developmental high upside guys, because Jose Ramirez is a high upside pass rusher. Like, there's a lot to work with there with the first step burst that he has and that bend ability. He does flash some decent bend coming around the arc. So developmental guy, probably going to be a special teams player there for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he also fits another need, man. They needed some edge players, some edge depth there, much like the Broncos need some guys that can offer you that high upside. The Dolphins are on the clock right now. They have a selection coming in here, round 6, pick number 197. Elijah Higgins, the wide receiver from Stanford. Yeah, I was just about to say, bigger body guy that everyone's like projecting to move into the inside. Miami does have a major need at the tight end position. I don't remember. They might have taken a tight end earlier in the class, but this is a developmental guy. Moves fairly well for a guy his size. He is a very big player. Very, very big player. Eric, what do you think of Elijah Higgins?
Yeah, he's a wimp. It takes a lot for me to call a player a wimp or soft. Elijah Higgins is a wimp, and he's soft. Dude got bullied by a 5'9" corner at the Senior Bowl. He's a wimp, and he said it's 6'4", 230 pounds. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no thanks. But anyways, going back to Adam Troutman, as we kind of just glossed over what he brings to the Broncos. He's a good. I mean, Chris Manhertz, he's their blocker, right? Greg Dulcich, he's their mismatch receiver type. And there's been some, unsavory stuff coming about Greg Dulcich from the coaching staff as well. So obviously there's some thing there, but Adam Trautman, he's a good blocker. He's not great. He's a good blocker. He's a solid number 2 guy that can bring some solid blocking, solid receiving ability. He doesn't have a lot of exposure as a receiver. Over his 3 years, he's only caught 61 passes, but he's a decent athlete in a straight line. He can kind of stretch the seam a little bit, and it's a nice complementary tight end to Greg Dulcich. Upgrading, as I said, he's a significant upgrade over Albert Okwuegbunam, who's a better receiver, but his blocking is nothing. And this is a team, they want to go 12 personnel. They want that blocking ability. Albert Okwuegbunam does not bring it. Adam Trautman does. Albert Okwuegbunam is now tight end 4, and probably a good chance, if he lasts long, doesn't make the final roster.
I'm not sure that he's going to be traded. What value does he bring? Like we're down to this far on the board. If you're getting anything for him, maybe a conditional 7th round pick for next season. Like his value is so low right now because he has fallen out of grace of not only one but 3 different coaching staffs, essentially, with the Broncos making it very clear that they are now under Sean Payton valuing the blocking ability, getting more physical guys up on the front in terms of playing on the line of scrimmage. Albert Okwuegbunam fell out of grace with Vic Fangio. He fell out of grace with Nathaniel Hackett, and that should really tell you something. And now he's out of favor with Sean Payton. What does he bring in terms of value that you can actually trade an asset for that's more than a ham sandwich and half a bag of honey roasted peanuts?
I will say you are incorrect about the fact that he fell out of favor with 3 coaching staffs. He didn't fall out of favor with Vic Fangio and that coaching staff. He got hurt.
Oh, that's fair. That's a fair point.
He fell out of favor with the last coaching staff because he couldn't block and effort was questionable, and he was struggling as a receiver in practice. He had some solid plays as a thing, and there is value. Coaches are arrogant. They are so arrogant in their ability to coach up players. Dude is still a good athlete for his size. He still has some receiving ability. Is there a lot of value there? No. Maybe, I'm not saying it happens. Maybe there might be a coach out there, a position coach, tight end coach is like, go ahead and send me a 7th. He's better than any tight end we're looking at here. Send a 7th. Go get me him. I can make him good, because coaches are arrogant. They have such a confidence in their abilities, and I'm not meaning that as a shot against coaches. They have to. Like, you have to be confident in your ability to play, to coach up players. Because if you're not confident in your ability, as we saw last year with some of the Broncos coaches, the players can see through it. They can smell, they can sniff their way through that kind of BS if you're a coach. So I don't know if he gets traded at this point. I always question what the value would be that they can get in return for him. He did have some decent value last year. I know the Broncos, there was a couple times that they wanted to, then they did have high hopes for him, which led to them keeping him, and he just fell flat. But I mean, if they don't trade him, I still don't think he makes the roster. I think he's going to be a cut there at the final cut downs.
I'm with you on that one. I guess that was my overarching point, was I don't know that anyone's going to necessarily want to give up much more than a 7th round pick. And if they do, like you said, it's an arrogant coach that wants to be like, hey, I've got a pet project here. Let's see if we can make it work. And there is value to having a bigger body slot receiver that can stretch the seam and work the middle of the field. Absolutely there. But he's not a dynamic receiver in terms of route running and separation ability, because he's so stiff in his lower half and he doesn't have that change of direction ability. So like that to me is like, what are you limited to with Albert Okwuegbunam, the player? A big body, potentially contested catch situation player, red zone target, but a guy that you want moving more vertically or in like a deep over route or like a post player vertically down the field. And to me, I'm not sure that that brings an entire lot of like a whole lot of value, especially when I guess you take the injury concerns in there as well too. I don't know. I just don't see anybody really willing to go and pick up a player like that. It just like, he's one of those guys where, as an opposing franchise, he's not making it through camp more than likely. Like there's a good chance he's going to be available for free. So why go and get him unless you have like a major injury at the position? And even then, you're talking about the Broncos getting a future asset for him rather than something right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to push that they trade him or anything, but there is a value of going and getting him now rather than waiting until training camp. And it's a very simple concept. They have more time to work with him, and they have more time to get the playbook understood by him. You bring him in training camp because of an injury after he got cut, or then you trade a 2017 pick. Well, now your time limit to sit there and get him adapted and everything is much shorter. But yeah, I like the trade overall. I think it's a good one. I would have liked to seen, maybe an extra 7th round come with it. But Adam Trotman, he's a solid tight end. He's a solid number 2, number 3 kind of guy. Fits in well with what they want. Definitely puts pressure on it because there is another tight end that they have on roster. Let me pull it up so I can remember his name for sure. That I know that this new coaching staff likes quite a bit, despite issues with the last one. 1 second. No, never mind. He must have been a guy who was a free agent that they haven't brought back. But there's been talk of I can't remember his name, but I know that they were talking at one point. We're considering bringing him back. He was only a rookie last year. And from what I heard is that he was down in, even though Sean Payton wasn't the head coach, he was still involved with the Saints last year. And the tight end that I'm trying to think of, name I can't remember, ended up choosing the Broncos over the Saints.
I'm not sure who you're talking about on that one. Regardless, it's been a fun conversation, fun back and forth, though, for sure. Absolutely. And I understand where you're coming from in terms of trading for Albert Okwuegbunam now. Like, if you can get that future asset and give it, like I said, a future conditional 7th round pick is probably what you're going to get for him. But I agree with you in the point of get him in there now, get him into the program, get him the offensive playbook, let him figure it out, especially if you have a need at the bottom level of your tight end roster. So it's an interesting conversation, but I am moving more towards the side of Albert Okwuegbunam is not going anywhere until training camp, and if he does go somewhere, it's going to be for that late round future asset. Let's go back to the chat here really fast and just let everybody know we're here for you guys. If you guys want anything read off, please give us all your comments. Give us any reaction to anybody that the Broncos have taken, any reaction to any picks that have come off the board here over the last few minutes that we haven't actually got the opportunity to discuss yet. Let's see here. Try to find something good. Let's see here. We've got the Broncos need to trade Albert O for a 7th this year. That very well, like I said, I'm not sure exactly that they're going to be able to do that. I just don't have it as high of a value on him as seemingly everybody else does. Eric, what?
It's not that I have a high value on him. Like, I'm just saying is that I could understand a team doing it. I don't think it happens, but we're going to move this conversation on a little bit. There's been a couple guys here that were a little bit interesting. The Seattle Seahawks took Jarek Reed out of New Mexico. He's a smaller safety who a lot of guys that I talked to is like, he's one of those guys that you could probably get in like the 5th or 6th round that can start for you day one. He's smart. He flies around the field. He's got good ball skills, very physical coming downhill. He can play in the nickel. He's an immediate special teams contributor as a returner option. And then the Los Angeles Chargers going to Boise State. Scott Matlock, he's a guy that surprisingly solid athlete. Like, I was a little bit surprised when I tuned it in. And then when I saw his testing, he was a guy, one of those defensive linemen. It's a weak class on the defensive line. And so it was a thing of like, okay, I'm trying to find hidden gems here. And he was one of those guys like, do I think he'll be a starter in the NFL? No, but I think he's that guy that, your 4th or 5th guy on your defensive line that can be part of a good rotation. Nick England comes in. 257 might be the sweet spot for Hunter Lupke. Sure. I mean, if they want another fullback, they got Michael Burton or whatever his name is. The Saints have used Adam Trotman a little bit there as well. So they have other options. I'm not sure they very well could. I'm not sure if a fullback is another guy, even though they are pretty big for special teams. And KB82 comes in saying, why don't you think the Broncos drafted a center? How worried are you that they didn't? I think that the guys that they wanted just didn't fall. They didn't fall to a point where they could go up and get them or where they felt comfortable drafting them. And how worried am I they didn't? I mean, I'm not super worried. It's not that I have confidence in Lloyd Cushenberry. I definitely want a different center. It's the fact of I'm glad they didn't just go overboard with trying to go get one. It was a weak center class. There were a few guys that I thought could be day one starters. They're all gone now pretty much. So it's just I'm worried that about Lloyd Cushenberry starting, but maybe they go back and explore some free agents. There's definitely some options there that they could look at that can come in and be at least a solid starter, be a little bit of an upgrade over what you have gotten out of Lloyd Cushenberry since he's been drafted.
Yeah, absolutely. Another center, speaking of, just went off the board. Jarrett Patterson, the center from Notre Dame, just went to the Houston Texans a pick ago. We also have a pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars at 202. Christian Braswell, the cornerback from Rutgers. Eric, I am unfamiliar with him in totality. And actually, the last couple of players that you've mentioned, I'm just unfamiliar with. So Christian Braswell out of Rutgers. What's this player, if you've gotten a chance to take a look at him, and what does he bring to the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I saw him a little bit when I was watching one of the safeties that they have, who I like a lot. I didn't see enough out of Braswell to really take my time and go and actually watch him, so I don't have a lot of thoughts on it. So, I mean, for that to happen, he was just a little too concerning from what little bit I saw watching the one of the safeties that they had.
Yeah. Nick, glad to have you back, man. Anything crazy you want to report on or give your opinion on over the last couple of picks? Obviously, the Broncos traded down from 195. They got Adam Troutman, the tight end from New Orleans in the trade, and a 7th-round pick, number 257. How about some thoughts on Adam Troutman? I'll let you take over for a minute because I'm going to take off for just a second.
Yeah, Adam Troutman, big-bodied tight end, 6'5", 255, 260. Thought he tested pretty well at the combine. Everything pretty much in like the 40th or above. The 3-cone really stands out there for him in the agility. He's 97th percentile, 6'7", 8". He's been okay for the Saints for a number of years, and Sean Payton continues to bring in guys he's familiar with, and you have something for me to say, or for something
Real
you
quick,
to say.
Since we're talking about it, I mean, you've kind of touched on it with what Mike Klissa said about it. Mike Klitz put out a tweet. Adam Troutman joins Greg Dulcich, Albert Okwuegbunam, Chris Manhertz as Broncos tight ends. Manhertz and Troutman were Sean Payton acquisitions. Dulcich, 3rd-round pick last year, and Albert O, a 4th-round pick in 2020, must impress the new coach. Definitely a clear sign of some of what we've touched on a little bit, and just the rumblings going on under the scenes, under the water a little bit about Greg Dulcich. Definitely not the biggest fans there with the new coaching staff.
I mean, the comments from Mike Kliss about, they were looking for a true inline / can receive as well tight end, not somebody with the short shorts and the curly hair. That's like shots fired when I read that one. I know a lot of Broncos country be excited about Greg Dulcich. He had flashes last year. Now, some of that was due to, just being there, right? But typically it takes tight ends a little bit to show out. And I thought he looked okay, smooth as a route runner. So not a bad, tight end too, if you're looking for that kind of guy. But I guess the Broncos are hoping for a little bit more. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it does not seem like Sean Payton is a huge fan of that. But, things can change. It's just not his guy. And he goes out there talking about his guy, gets Adam Troutman. I think Troutman's played a variety of roles out there for the Saints. He can do that inline stuff. I believe he's done some H-back stuff as well for them. So another versatile piece out of that backfield. The Broncos, I think we talked about it earlier today. There was some interest in them, maybe moving up for a Luke Musgrave, maybe moving up for a Michael Mayer if they had fallen. So the Broncos were interested in adding to that room, and instead they go the draft pick route. They add another player to this roster while still keeping them at 5 picks total and get a 7th-round pick here in that trade from the Saints as well. Big drop, but you get in a tight end and somebody that should help continue to fortify the room now that the board has dried up pretty quickly, and I think Zach Kuntz continues to fall. I'm not sure what is going on there with him.
Injury history.
Yep,
he had the injury this last year. And then on that note too, with Greg Dulcich, it's very clear the Broncos, they want to live in 12 personnel. And Greg Dulcich, they want those tight ends to be in line. Greg Dulcich isn't an inline tight end. That's not his bread and butter, and so it's a shot across his bow of step up, improve as a blocker. Otherwise, your role is going to be limited. And, we talked about Albert Okwuegbunam being moved. Maybe we get into training camp and a team comes calling because they want to use Greg Dulcich, as kind of that big slot tight end kind of guy. Maybe then you get an offer for him. Anything's on the table. If you're anybody that was on the roster last year, you're pretty much available for trade. Mm-hmm. Sean Payton is wanting to just completely remake this roster. And if he could have afforded it, I'm sure that there would have been a lot more moves made with players getting cut and traded already.
Yeah. One thing I want to add with Greg Dulcich here, and this is something going back obviously to this previous regime, but it was something I noticed, and I wrote a film breakdown at milehighhuddle.com for it. With Greg Dulcich, when KJ Hamler was still healthy and Greg Dulcich was still healthy, they really like to put those guys on the same side of the field and use them as vertical threats working against each other. It was actually a very dynamic way that they were figuring out a way to utilize that athleticism, the speed and versatility as receivers that those guys are that they bring to the fold here with Marvin Mims and Greg Dulcich. And I understand, like you just said, Sean Payton may be trying to turn this roster over, and Greg Dulcich is going to be one of those players that is pushed away from this roster. But I think that's a unique key kind of matchup exploitation that the Broncos can use with those guys right now. So I would be very curious to see what it is with Marvin Mims and Dulcich moving forward.
I think just a general point on the NFL as a whole right now is that it used to be teams would throw out their base package defense to combat tight ends on the field. And I think over the last year and a half, teams have pretty much just said, I don't give a flying you-know-what about what personnel you have out there for the most part. We're going to live in nickel. We're going to live in sub. So if you have the second tight end out there that is teams and teams are not combating that with going to a base package to get those linebackers on the field, to get those defensive linemen on the field instead of the cornerbacks, you're losing that benefit of dictating personnel out there. So instead, having tight ends and running backs and whatnot that actually punish teams for playing sub packages to the point where they have to make that decision to get out there. It's not just we're matching personnel anymore. Teams are treating those smaller tight ends like wide receivers now. And if they're not good enough to be drafted as a wide receiver, actually be a wide receiver in the NFL with that package, then I don't know if you're good enough in that role. Now, I think Greg Dulcich obviously still has a fit out there, but again, opposing defenses have gotten to the point that they just do not care unless you are an actually truly dynamic player that could be just as good as a wide receiver as a running back or tight end to match their personnel to the opposing offense's personnel. So instead, we're seeing the Broncos lean heavily into run-oriented players. We're seeing a lot of teams lean to those run-oriented players because you still want to have that benefit of dictating the opposing team's personnel and what they're putting out there on the field.
That's a quality point.
And real quick, Cleats 2K comes in. Why the hell would we be pushing away Dulcich in his second year? For the reasons we've just said. Sean Payton wants to turn the roster. He wants to get rid of the old regimes. He's very outspoken about the influence that some guys who weren't coaches had over roster decisions last year.
Well, can you expand upon that?
Huh?
Can you expand upon that? What do you mean by that?
I mean, like there was a player that had his office in there, and Very was pushing certain draft picks, and just a clear message that from Sean Payton, I'm in charge to everyone. Like it's his team. He's the guy. He's made that message clear to George Payton. He's made it clear to Russell Wilson. He kicked out his office. Greg Dulcich, old pick that was really heavily pushed by Russell Wilson, just doesn't fit what he wants to do. Like he's not. It's the thing. That's why it's a thing of go out there, show you can improve, and earn it. And if not, well, then we're going to move you to a team that will better utilize your skill set because you're just not a fit for us. And that is something that is always a risk when you change coaching staffs. Just because you were drafted a year before doesn't mean you're going to, stay with us for a year or two, because new coaching staff, new scheme, new identity, and you just don't fit.
Yeah, I mean, heck, you talked about Mike Klis's tweet earlier about endearing himself to Sean Payton, maybe having to distance himself a little bit from who the quarterback is, who had a lot of influence on who that pick was. Hey, if you're going to do it now, the guy you need to be working towards and kissing up to isn't the guy under center anymore. It's the guy with the visor on the sideline. So would be interesting. We got Will Norlam coming in. I'm loving it. You guys get us those philosophical questions now that we're this late in the draft. What does the personnel mean? What kind of skill sets are you looking for? Where's the NFL at in these days? And he comes in with the questions that I don't understand why you would have more than two tight ends on your roster. You need a blocker who can catch and a guy who is more of a true receiver. I think that guy who is more of a true receiver, like we were talking about a second ago, unless they are more of a true receiver to the point where they are dictating opposing teams' coverages and personnel, you might as well just play a freaking receiver at that point, right? Or play two of the Y tight end types. So somebody who will make you play single high safety, somebody who will make you play extra linebackers on the field, because opposing teams, I think you can blame Vic Fangio for this, but they've pretty much said, I don't care who you're lining up out there. Make me get out of sub package. Make me get out of dime. And I think that's what you're seeing right now with the Broncos with a lot of their moves, very run oriented in the personnel.
And Princeton has a player drafted. Andre Iosavich gets drafted to the Bengals here. And I just want to grab real quick, Lance, before I pass it off to you. The first part of this comment, I don't understand why you have more than 2 tight ends on your roster. Injuries and depth.
And special teams.
Yeah.
It's typically you want 4 tight ends. You have your 2 main guys, you have your depth piece who contributes on special teams, and then you have your special teams tight end typically.
Yeah, yep. That was a big thing I was going to say is obviously depth is the biggest thing. And Nick, I want to kind of expand on a point that you had there. If you're going to have 2 of the same type of players, that you want to have 2 versatile tight ends that can, be inline blockers and don't really dictate the fact that, hey, by the way, we're throwing the ball here, or hey, this guy doesn't have that receiving versatility. But if you do have 2 like typical tight ends that are move tight ends that are like dynamic mismatches in the passing game, I think that has some certain value to it. However, that is a big tell to the defense. Hey, by the way, we're still running. So let me run, or we're still throwing the football. So why not bring in an extra safety that has some size, that has the ability to play and carry through with those tight ends? You need those tight ends erasers on that. There's some versatility aspects that you need to really kind of bring into the conversation when you're talking about having guys that are dynamic mismatch athletes at the second level. But also understand that you're then essentially giving away everything you're trying to do offensively, because those guys aren't going to go out there and be dominant up in the front in the running game. So you need, I guess, defensively, you would look for guys that are like a Drew Sanders, a guy that can come off the edge and have a little bit of size, have some coverage versatility, and still be very good in the running game, shift away from blocks that elude blocking schemes and stuff like that. So it's a multifaceted conversation. I know that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense there, but there's so many different ways to look at it. And that's why you need to have the versatility and the skill set, the dynamic skill sets of multiple different kinds of tight ends to put on your roster, which is why you need more than 2 of them.
And it's one of the reasons that teams are getting away from the Wes Welker, Brandon Stokely slot receivers of the world. It's because they want those bigger bodies out there that can help in the blocking game. I mean, we've seen it just over the NFL over the last few seasons. The tight end, the flex tight end spot, why are we doing that when we could have a wide receiver who's a better athlete out there that can do that? Cooper Kupp, great example. I mean, he digs them out there. They can pretty much run wide zone with him being the functional it's not a Y tight end. What's the H tight end? Is it H back? No, it's wrong. It's a F tight end. He can eventually be the F tight end out there on the line. Alan Lazard, another kind of hybrid guy who played big slot out there. So unless you are and we can see it in the draft this year as well. The only tight end to be drafted in the first round was the one who could probably function as a slot receiver in the league. The other ones were good tight ends, but not really truly dynamic pass catchers in terms of the spacing ability out there. So you have Dalton Kincaid go early, Michael Mayer, Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave, guys that fall down to the second round. So I think unless you need to have the ability so much as a tight end that we're coming back to the first day conversation here. Positionless football. Is he a first round player as a pass catcher and a weapon in space? Yes. Okay. I don't care if he's a running back, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't care if he's a tight end, Dalton Kincaid. Need to have the overall ability to be that good of a perimeter player, almost like basketball, the perimeter player in space. And I don't know if like Dulcich's ability right now, he's a good movable tight end, but he doesn't do the tight end things in line for that versatility. And he's not that much of a crazy yak ability guy, over the middle guy, athlete guy in the slot where he's going to essentially be a wide receiver out there. He's a good receiving tight end, but not to that level.
Yeah.
So I guess we're getting really philosophical here on the team building. I don't know if some of you guys are agreeing with this, but just kind of some thoughts here. Love to get into the nitty gritty of this. I mean, this is just draft and team building philosophy, and that's kind of what brought us together here. And that's what makes the draft so fun and the team building process so fun.
Well, I guess I want to, Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Well,
I was just going to ask you guys a question here. With Greg Dulcich, he's obviously raw to the position. He was a wide receiver in high school. Was a wide receiver. I believe he went to Washington State first, and then actually transferred to UCLA. I might have my schools wrong there, but I know obviously he's a UCLA prospect. he only started playing tight end at UCLA for like a year and a half. Like he was always linked as that wide receiver. So is maybe there the rawness aspect of him playing that position in terms of being a blocker? Like you see the effort, it's definitely there. The technique is super flawed and he doesn't have the strength to get there. But the steps that he had taken from his freshman year at UCLA to his junior year at UCLA as well, like there's like the growth and progress for his development. Is there enough for you to think that he has the upside to be able to do that and be that wide inline tight end?
I don't know if I see it from the frame perspective. He's got some skinny legs. I don't know if he can actually put on the mass in his base to be that guy. Now, maybe you can still, if you're going to be a 2 tight end team, you can have one who's a little bit less out there. He can be the F for flex. He could be an H, but that's going to take not only a continued building in the body type for him, but just a character difference as well. I do not ever think he was a super overly physical player. He's more of a glitzy kind of guy out there. Maybe it's that UCLA bright uniform and the good looking dude out there in playing in Southern California. No shame. He's a good looking dude, no doubt. But I'm curious about the overall physical nature. It comes back to what is the identity of the team? What are you trying to build here with Sean Payton? It's not this quick pass, Tom Brady, isolate guys in space going on there. It seems like they're trying to build a team that's here's fist, and you're gonna continually run into it the entire game. And I don't know if Dulcich fits that vision so much as some of these other potential tight ends. And again, is he such a weapon as a tight end that he's as a blocker that either he's going to make teams play an extra linebacker on the field? I don't know. Is he so dominant that even though he's a tight end, he's beating safeties and cornerbacks on the perimeter? I don't know. I don't know about either of those. So it kind of makes him in a weird spot with where I personally view this team and where the game is going if you're going to be this sort of more power-oriented team.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot of what Nick just said is I don't know if he has the frame to really hold up there. He needs a lot more sand in his pants. He's got that thin lower half. Effort is great. I mean, it's part of 50% of blocking for the tight end position is effort. Heard that from multiple people. But it's like the technique is so far behind, and sure he can develop it, but I don't know if even improving the technique is enough to really see him be that inline guy. I think he can improve it and be a blocker in the slot, but handling edge defenders, like I just don't see that from him consistently enough with the way he's built. Got to have that sand in your pants to be able to drop and hold, or generate that power and torque from your lower body to your upper body and generate push on the edge. We saw him try last year multiple times, and one of them, the play ended out great. It ended up in a touchdown, but man, it was so close to being blown up because Greg Dulcich just completely failed.
And again, just to be totally fair to him, tight ends is one of the slowest developing positions in the entire NFL. Typically, it's year 3 or 4 before you really understand who it is. So I think a lot of this is the team building, just the identity that they're going for.
Oh, Nick, you froze up.
As well as Sean Payton saying, like, I'm the captain now, not only to I'm here. Hello, Bueller. But it's Sean Payton going in there and saying that I am the captain now, not Russell Wilson, not George Payton. It's me. So I'm not ready to give up on Greg Dulcich, but I do think that instead of a tight end 1, he's more of like a tight end 2, maybe even in an ideal unit, a tight end 3, unless he starts to really add aspects to his game as a blocker, because again, I do not know if he is that level of a tight end in terms of the contested catchability, the suddenness, the explosiveness to be that essentially as good outside in the slot as a wide receiver. So,
yeah, definitely. Now, I kind of want to take the conversation here because we got a question about it a while ago, but the Broncos were about on the clock, but I didn't want to take it then. Early in the show, it's about creating boards for NFL teams and different philosophies they have with that, since Nick kind of opened up the door for philosophical stuff.
What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? Is this a simulation? I wish we had simulated again and Steve Avila falls to the Broncos. Anyway, go ahead.
Is because before the show I talked about it, how different teams do different things with their boards, and because I was talking about my board, how I only have one, and one thing that I absolutely love with teams is it's a 4-board system, so they just have a general board, which is all the players. Then they have another board which eliminates everybody depending on which one they have a higher importance on. Anybody with character stuff either gets eliminated, or anybody with medical stuff who doesn't meet the medical qualifications gets eliminated. And then they have a third board, which is everybody after that. Like whichever one wasn't that second board, if it was injuries, then it's anybody with character. If it was character for the second one, then it's anything with medicals. And then they have a final board. And the final board is always one. And this is a philosophy that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers really made famous back in the early 2000s. The Atlanta Falcons use it as well. That fourth board is, so you have your third board typically is down to about 100 or 150 guys. And then your fourth board, you probably have maybe 50 players on it. And those are your, depending on what team you are, say we're talking about the Broncos here, those are your Broncos guys. It means in this case, they have the IQ. They don't have medical questions. They don't have questions about character. They keep it clean. They're hard workers. Like everything that they match off the field. This is all the intangibles, the makeup, so to speak. That's that fourth board, and that always has the fewest on it. And I really love that system that you have, because you can always factor it back of like, okay, well, here we have our guys. We don't have really anybody valued here. So let's look at our last board. Who's not our guys? Oh, we don't really have anybody valued here. Well, what's the character stuff? Saying that if that's that board, who can we take that maybe have a little bit of character stuff that at this point we think is good value? I think it's just a really good system to just kind of balance everything out. And of course, there are always players that do come off like completely. They're not even on that first board. Guys who have like severe legal issues. So I really like that system. But it's just one thing is every year I always try to dig into about how different teams do it through the scouting process. There's a couple other ones that I think are very weird. Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on that a little bit since I had a question about it.
I think that's interesting. Going and getting your guys. That's a really unique perspective. But just coming back, I'm sorry, I cannot get off this Dulcich one. I love Todd. Really here. What's the tight end? I know somebody said get off Dulcich. Sorry, Kevin. This is one, but you're talking about tight end. He was a pretty good receiver, and they said use Dulcich in the Jimmy Graham role. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Dulcich is not an absolute freak of a human being that Jimmy Graham was, where you like Jimmy Graham, play him at wide receiver, play him at tight end, play him in the slot. It doesn't matter. He's unbelievable as an athlete. I mean, Jimmy Graham as an athlete, 6'6", 260 pounds, 35-inch arm length, 4.5, 340, 94th percentile, vertical jump, 38.5, three cone, 6.9 seconds. I mean, his spider graph is just the whole thing is filled. It's a totally different perspective. And you put him in at wide receiver when you put in his mock draftable chart, and he's still elite across the board. Obviously not the same level of speed, but the jumps, the 10-yard split. I mean, as a wide receiver, he's a 70th percentile on the 10-yard split, 63rd in the three cone. So despite being a tight end, he is so dynamic as an athlete and in space that I don't care. Tight end, wide receiver, this is the whole conversation about his contract, right? About the franchise tag. It doesn't matter. So that's kind of the conversation.
On that note too, Jimmy Graham wasn't a great blocker by any means,
but he was so elite. Sorry, go ahead. I totally cut you off.
He wasn't a liability. And Greg Dulcich is kind of like right on that border of, is he a liability or not? Jimmy Graham wasn't a liability. He at least did well enough to get in the way. It's very, honestly, like, it's kind of similar with what we saw out of Noah Fant. Like, don't keep him in for pass protection because you're not utilizing his skill set. But as a run blocker, at least he's getting in the way of somebody.
Yeah.
Greg Dulcich on the one play that I was referencing last year that still ended in a touchdown, he sidestepped the defender and gave him a clear shot. But fortunately, he was able to just recover a little bit. It was like he was lost on the play, didn't understand his assignment. And the back was able to just bounce around outside, I think it was actually a wide receiver, because I think it was a jet sweep, was able to just kind of step around him and just barely get through, because he was supposed to kind of seal the outside and then pull and get to the second guy. And he just kind of sidestepped the first guy, then remembered he was supposed to seal. So there is that slight difference there on top of, just the complete absolute astronomical difference between how they were athletically and how dangerous of a weapon they are. There is a difference between not being a liability and being a liability, even if you're not a great blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I think the one thing that you can really compare in terms of Greg Dulcich in his athletic profile and his ability as a tight end at this particular point to Jimmy Graham is just that catch radius. Like, that dude goes and gets pretty much everything that is thrown in his direction. He's got the catch radius of a freaking elephant, but like, it's that's not the one elite thing that you need to have to be successful at the tight end position. Like it's nice to have that, but it's not the be all end all kind of thing. Nick, you just raised your hand. Go ahead and give us your thoughts here.
Eric had it too. The chat keeps asking about it, but Deuce Vaughn goes to the Cowboys here at pick 212. So small running back. I mean, they're going to be pretty light in the pants in the backfield this year in Dallas with Tony Pollard and Deuce Vaughn, but fun player. Why do they have a red background on the Kansas State logo there? I do not understand what's going on. But yeah, 2-time consensus All-American, 3-time second team all Big 12 because he played in the same conference as somebody named Bijan Robinson. But yeah, really good career out there. So small. I thought end of the 6th round was about where I thought he should go, early 7th, despite the numbers. But Deuce Vaughn coming off the board here. An explosive player, a tough player, fun player to watch at Kansas State. I got to give a shout out to Kleiman as well, the head coach at Kansas State. He's done a really good job with that program in the post. Oh God, who was the head coach there for a number of years? He was pretty old by the time he got out of there. Snyder. Yes, 100%. But shout out to Kleiman. I really like what he's doing out there with that Kansas State program out there in Manhattan. Obviously can't recruit like those Texas schools, but they go out there, they compete, man. Big 12 champion Kansas State Wildcats. Shout out to them. And Deuce Vaughn's been a heartbeat of that team. So a lot of fun.
Real quick, just something to talk about with the trade real quick. Can I talk about how much it sucks that you're set to be done with the draft in the 6th round? Maybe us, us covering it, maybe we could squeak out a little bit early, but nope, not now. We got to wait until the freaking 3rd to last pick, and then we got to react to it, which means we got to sit there.
Dude, I was actually thinking the exact same thing earlier. I was like, you know what? We could get this last pick out. I could probably dip out a little bit, go get something to eat, kind of chill out with the family. I've got the kids are running around out there, so I'm trying to mute my microphone. If they're coming through, I apologize, guys. Trying to be as professional as we can here. But
we got 330 people in here. Let's hang out. Let's give them a show, boys. Eric, if you need to dip out for a little bit, that's totally okay, as it looks like I freeze for a second. But I think now is a good time. The draft is almost over, and the pieces for the Broncos are pretty much that. But it's going to be starting to be the second or even the 3rd or 4th wave of free agency now. We can look at this roster. Any player they draft at this point is probably not going to make much of an impact. So I'm thinking that we should look at the roster and say, okay, where are some areas of this roster where the Broncos not only should, but like need to bring in a veteran to help solidify the roster? And I'm going to start here. I'm going to pound the table for one of my guys this year. He might go for a place where he has a chance to start. But for me, offensive tackle. Can we bring back Cam Fleming? Cam Fleming was probably the most underrated, unfairly hated upon Bronco last season for this team.
He visited Miami. Did he end up signing there?
Yeah, I was just about to say, no. Yeah, he hold on.
I thought he visited, but I didn't think he signed.
I don't know if he signed or not.
I know Connor McGovern signed. I was going to bring up that one as well. But I haven't seen anything about it. Somebody in the chat can let us know. He said he visited Miami 4 days ago. I don't think he signed.
Oh no, I pulled up the wrong article here. This was something from last year, so that was them signing the deal with Denver. So I apologize about that. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Cam Fleming coming back. I'm going to go on a similar spot on I guess a similar player on the offensive line here, Ben Jones, the former center for the Tennessee Titans. He's still out there right now. And Eric and I kind of talked about him when you were gone a little while ago. Ben Jones, veteran player, a guy that's going to bring you a lot of upside in terms of run blocking. He's a very powerful player, moves pretty decent in pass protection as well. The thing is, he's older. I think he's 34 years old, so you're going to have to worry about that. But he's an upgrade over Lloyd Cushenberry right now, and the Broncos haven't been able to figure out a way to find a center to give him quality competition because Luke Wattenberg ain't it, guys. Like, let's just be honest here. He was like Lloyd Cushenberry's been bad. Luke Wattenberg was really, 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 really. There's a word in here I want to put in there as well. Bad last year at the center position. So Ben Jones is the guy that I'm really looking at moving forward and potentially closer to training camp as well.
Yeah, Ben Jones would be interesting. Eric, have you heard anything about the concussions? I mean, he's still out there. Has he not been passing medicals? Is he retiring? I haven't heard much. I know he's extremely talented. I loved him at Georgia as well, but he's not still out there. So what's going on?
last I heard was that he was cleared with concussions, but to return, I haven't heard I didn't see anything about him retiring. But of course, even though he was cleared medically, doesn't necessarily mean teams are willing to take that risk. It's the same thing with Tua. Even though he was cleared medically, there was still a question of, will the Dolphins continue to roll with him, because that is a risk. So that is something. But there are a couple other centers out there. I don't know how much they are of a upgrade per se. Outside of Ben Jones, Nick Martin, he's kind of been hit or miss. Matt Skura with the Rams, he was a guy that a few years ago, there was a lot of interest around the NFL when he was getting ready to leave Baltimore. So that could be an option as well. And then maybe there's a guy out there who is currently viewed as a guard that maybe towards the end of his career might be pushed inside a little bit. Play center just to quite squeak out a few extra years if he can handle the mental side of things. So there's still options. It's just I'm not sure with what's left how many of these guys can come in and be a starter. I think the best, if you don't want Lloyd Cushenberry starting, and I know he's not great, I've just heard so much praise about Kyle Fuller coming in and possibly being the starter over Cushenberry because he's the coaching staff's guy, and they really like what he's bringing.
I am curious if they could even have a chance. So we're talking center a lot. Lloyd Cushenberry doesn't have any real competition other than Kyle Fuller right now. I mean, if you're that desperate, and I know teams keep talking about it, getting the best 5 out there, maybe there's a guard out there still that they'd like to bring in and help round out that roster as well. And then guess what? Quinn Miners, this is your chance, buddy. You're an athlete out there. You're one of the top RAS players the Broncos have drafted over the last 3 years. Maybe he's somebody that can compete out there with Lloyd Cushenberry. I think it was James Palmer at the day after the Broncos signed Ben Powers. They're like, yeah, the Broncos are still looking at center and guard, which to me means, hey, at least there's an avenue out there where you have a chance to upgrade that position. And if your best 5 out there includes Quinn Miners at center, then God bless, man, go for that. And I see some questions about you guys already answered it, but Connor McGovern is somebody who did re-sign with the team. He re-signed with the Jets, but you guys cut me off when I was going to give Cam Fleming his roses. I just didn't understand the absolute hate and the scrutiny that he got from Broncos country. Versatile player, could play tackle, could play guard as well. Still relatively young, had his best year of his career. I don't blame him for holding out for what he thinks he's worth. Smart player too, from Stanford. Stanford, not Stanford, not with an M. But yeah, if he's available, I would be very interested in him to bring him back for the Broncos to be a swing tackle. Because right now, I mean, just 1 second here, bear with me. But your backup tackles is like nightmare fuel. You have Isaiah Prince out there.
Quinn Bailey.
I mean, it might even be worse than that. I mean, Quinn Bailey might be your best answer out there. You have Christian DeLauro. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Who the hell is Christian DeLauro? Casey Tucker hasn't done very much. Hunter Thedford. I mean, who the hell are these guys? To be completely honest. So your backup at tackle right now, you have to go out there and sign somebody. That's not even a question. It's a must.
So real quick, I'm stepping away from this, going back to the draft. And then we'll get to the super chat real quick. Really cool moment. Deuce Vaughn. He's the son of one of the scouts for the Cowboys. There's a video up of him reacting to it, which is a pretty cool little video. Check out. I mean, obviously, That is something that is always worth keeping an eye on. But BLD2342 comes in with a $10 donation. Coming on late. What did the Broncos do today? I love the show. Thanks. So why don't you go ahead and recap it for us, Lance?
So at pick number 183, the Broncos, we had to sit here and hash through all of the nonsense that happened for the first 85 picks it seemed like. Anyways, the Broncos take J.L. Skinner, the safety from Boise State. Bigger, longer safety, a guy that plays very well in the box. He can move around a little bit, decent range as a safety, can play some too high looks and whatnot. Not a guy that you want to have as like a cover 1 safety or a cover 3 safety where he has to play the middle of the field as a closed player, sideline to sideline guy. Doesn't have that kind of range, but as a quality tackler, has decent ball skills, gets after the football pretty decently. He's also coming off of a torn pectoral muscle, so that's a big concern there. And then at pick number 195, I believe is what it was, the Broncos actually traded down. They went and got pick number 257 from the New Orleans Saints, as well as Adam Troutman, who's a tight end from formerly from Dayton, a guy that you can play in line. He's a decent blocker, decent receiving ability, though he doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity there. With the New Orleans Saints, former third-round pick, high upside guy, a guy that is familiar with Sean Payton with the system as well, upgrades the room, but that's pretty much exactly where we're at right now. The Broncos haven't done a whole lot today. It's been more of a fun conversation. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for the donation. We definitely appreciate that. Thank you for your support. And honestly, this is a new name for me. BLD 2342. It's a new name. First time I've seen you in any chat for the most part. So thank you for joining us, and hopefully you enjoy it so far.
And
yeah, I mean, go ahead.
To going on, thank you again for joining us. We appreciate that. Also, a really cool thing again about Deuce Vaughn and his dad. He'd step out of the room whenever they were doing evaluations or talking about him. Didn't want to, try to affect the room with his personal bias. And so again, really cool thing. I like seeing things with fathers and sons or brothers or siblings or cousins or whatever when it comes to the NFL and, those pairings.
Yeah. That is cool. And happy for him and happy for them all. Just keeping it trucking here. Offensive tackle. Are there any other offensive offensive tackle is a position that, gets snatched up pretty quickly in the draft if you're worth anything. But I'm just listing Cam Fleming because of familiarity. Is there anybody else that you guys can think of to put you on the spot? If not, the other position that's obvious to me is running back. Broncos have to bring in another running back. Maybe they draft one here, but I could see them signing somebody cheap. I had heard that Latavius Murray wasn't likely to come back, but maybe because of the way the draft fell, hey, we'd love you to come in and take some snaps with us. We know you're a vet. That'd be great. Somebody who's interesting too, can pound the rock. Leonard Floyd would be interesting. I know that there is a coaching connection with Kareem Hunt, with Lou Ayenya out there for, he was the the Toledo running back coach. And when Kareem Hunt was there, so maybe that could happen. But the Broncos, they can't go into the season with just Samaje Perine and Tony Jones Jr. and Demaria Crockett and Tyler Beatty at running back. That just won't cut it for a team that needs to run the football this year.
Yeah, and you mentioned it with Latavius Murray. It was Mike Kless who kind of put it out after he went and visited with the Buffalo Bills. Mike Kless was flat out put it as like, yeah, it doesn't seem like he'll be back with the Broncos. I know a lot of fans, I know a lot of media people want Latavius Murray back. He definitely exceeded expectations and did all right as a runner. But we talked about overvaluation of Jerry Jeudy. Latavius Murray got way overvalued. There were so many people who acted like he was a star. He wasn't. He was just a reliable guy that consistently can get you 3-4 yards a carry. But there are some options. I think Jerick McKinnon is probably one that stands out a little bit to try to bring a little bit more explosive ability to the backfield.
He would be really interesting. I thought he did pretty darn well with the Kansas City Chiefs when given the opportunity. So just kind of catching up on some picks here that have happened as of late since we've kind of just gotten off the rails. We had Xavier Hutchinson go 205 to Houston, Iowa State wide receiver. Andre Josephus, Eric pronounced it differently. I've always read Josephus, but Princeton wide receiver to the Bengals. Anders Carlson, another kicker to the Packers there. Eric Hallett, the second, Pittsburgh safety on his way to Jacksonville. Trey Hawkins, the third, and Old Dominion player taken before Zach Kuntz. Kind of surprising there. Cornerback, you got Demario Douglas, wide receiver from Liberty, who is pretty good out there for Liberty on that Hugh Freeze offense. Titus Leo coming in. Wagner, linebacker. Deuce Vaughn, we mentioned that already, to Dallas from Kansas State. 212. Dante Stills, defensive tackle. A lot of people liked him out of West Virginia on his way to Arizona. Amir Speed, cornerback, Michigan State, 214. Zach Evans, a running back we talked about a lot, transferred from TCU because it was looking for a better opportunity in the SEC and Ole Miss. And then the guy who was his backup, Kendrick Miller, goes day 2. And Zach Evans goes one of the last picks of round 6 on the board out there to the Rams. D. Winters, another linebacker from TCU on his way to San Francisco. Keep an eye on D. Winters, I guess, because anytime San Francisco takes a linebacker, your ears should perk up. And another specialist, man. We've been quarterback and specialist crazy today on day 3. Brad Robbins, punter, Michigan, on his way to Cincinnati with the last pick in the 6th round. Boys, we made it to the 7th round. The Bears are on the clock. We have 42 picks to go. I think we can do this. My voice is starting to say, hey, no, you can't, but I'm going to push through it. I believe we can. Eric, go ahead.
Real quick on Yoshivas. Yeah, it's a mistake on my end. Back when I watched the Senior Bowl, they were pronouncing it Iosavish, and so that just kind of stuck with me. But then I just double checked it. It is Yoshivas. So You are correct. Yoshivas.
I said Yosevis, so maybe I was incorrect too. Not Yoshivas,
Yeah,
but he's
it's Yoshivas.
Yoshivas. Played in Honolulu as a decathlon athlete. Scott's got a friend whose son is the quarterback at Princeton, and he said incredible things about the work ethic and ability of Yoshivas. He's kind of the C version of Christian Watson last year, where he's a big athlete but doesn't really attack the football right now. Has a lot of skills that we're still waiting on. But a fun player. I wouldn't have been upset at all if he ended up in Denver just because of the height, weight, speed, and the overall athletic profile. You got to love those multi-sport athletes and those guys who are track players, kind of like Riley Moss, track player as well.
And real quick, you asked us a little bit earlier, and then I'll pass this off to Lance about offensive tackles.
Yep.
That stand out. Donovan Smith. He's a solid guy. He stands out. George Fant as well. He was having a really good start for the Jets, and they really made them comfortable with him at starting, and then he got hurt. So those are two guys that I think, if you want to just add a little bit of swing tackle ability behind who you have, those are two names as well. But I really would like to see Cam Fleming brought back.
I just didn't understand it.
I'm with you, Nick. Like, honestly, was the best right tackle we've seen in Denver since Orlando Franklin. And that's not to over exaggerate what he was last season. He was good. Very serviceable player, a guy that you could just kind of rely upon to go out there and just be consistent down to down. He was never like the most elite player at the position, but he at least came out there and gave you some solidity at the position. And we haven't seen anything like that since 2015. So It's been a long time. I'm with you. Cam Fleming is a guy that I really want to bring in. I'm going to piss everybody off here by saying, you know what? Give me the right price tag. Let's see Ezekiel Elliott in Denver. Why the hell not? If you can get him for the right price, and I'm talking less than $4 or $5 million a season. Get a guy of that caliber, a player that can come in and be a difference maker at the running back position. And I understand, you got Javonte Williams coming back, a 1-year deal. Let him come in and prove, or at least take over for the first part of the year. He's got receiving versatility. He's a damn good pass protector. I wanted the Broncos to draft him there for a long time. So I would welcome that, but I don't know. What do you guys think on that? Ezekiel Elliott coming to Denver? Is that something you're saying absolutely not? Or is it give me the right price tag and I could see a world where that exists?
I guess beggars can't be choosers considering he's still a free agent out there. But him and Leonard Fournette both were guys that I thought would probably be ring chasing at this point, and I don't know if that's going to be Denver. But that being said, there's an opportunity there for either of those kind of players, in my opinion. Obviously, Zeke is not the same guy he was, but for a near veteran, like a $2 million, $3 million contract for 1 year, sure. Somebody can come in, be a veteran in the room. There had been some maturity issues before, but he's been in the league for a bit and, underneath the influence of some good offensive linemen and Dak Prescott as well. So I would have no issue with him either. There's still some other running backs out there. I was going very bottom of the barrel, but I wouldn't have zero issue with Zeke, and heck, maybe the Sean Payton allure would be good enough to get him out here in Denver. I know that he's more of a name. People are going to be, oh my God, we signed Zeke. He's, it's like a 1992 Corvette that hasn't been taken care of very well. A lot of miles on it. It's okay. It was probably pretty cool back in, mid 90s, but it's not so great anymore. But hey, somebody who can get you some mileage there. That also, you hit the nail on the head. The pass protection. He is one of the better pass protecting backs coming out in a long time, or when he was coming out, and he's been really good there for Dallas. So they need to get another body in there. I'm not even going to be picky. And there goes Zach Kuntz to the New York Jets. That might be some fun with Aaron Rodgers out there with the pick 220 there, as we wait on the Broncos with the third to last pick of the entire draft.
And with Zeke, I mean, for the right price tag, sure. I'm not gonna, push back against it a lot. It's just kind of a little bit of what you have already in Samaj Perine. Bigger physical guy, solid receiving ability, good blocker. It's more of the same. I'm very much on building complementary skill sets at the running back position, finding somebody who can, complement what you have a little bit. You have power guys. I mean, even Jones Jr., the other running back they brought in, they have power guys. Javonte Williams is a power guy for whenever he comes back. Go get somebody who's a little bit more explosive, who can be that, that dangerous threat after you beat down the defense, with this physical running style you want. Have somebody who can go out there and be that change of pace back, bring the speed, and just make them pay for being so worn out.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we had a comment from Tom. Did want to get to that one. Honest draft capital going in, I think it's been pretty good. Now time to develop them. Thanks for the comment, Tom. We hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us here today. We got our guy Keone coming in here. We haven't seen him in a bit. How you doing, buddy? Says aloha. What is your guys' overall grade for the draft? I think the Broncos have done a B. B, I think they've done good with the capital they had, trading back from that 6th rounder to get another tight end, position that they were targeting there. Somebody now has a day one route to the team. Tight end now, I feel comfortable with the room. You don't have I think anybody who's a plus player, but you have competency there, which I wasn't sure about with the depth entering the draft. So you walk out with that. You still have your 5 picks. I think overall they had a B. Again, Nick crying about trading a future draft pick. Trading a future top 100 pick is not great, especially when you have questions at quarterback, when you have questions at edge rusher, and you have questions about offensive tackle after next season. But heck, if Riley Moss can be a starting cornerback in this league on a rookie contract, that's worth it, in my opinion, to trade that. But there's no guarantees. So B.
Yeah, I'm with you with a B. It's again, if that even if that pick that future pick was a 4th round pick, I'd probably be a B plus. Like just that slight difference of where it's at is enough to drop it down a little bit. I like what they've done. The tight end that they traded, Adam Trotman, he's better than anything that they would have gotten at this point in the draft. Brings reliability and don't have to worry about developing him. I like the move up for Marvin Mims. I absolutely love the value they got with Drew Sanders. And JL Skinner was fine to me. Do I wish that there was a couple other things that they did? Yeah, sure, of course. I think everybody does at this point of just going a couple different ways, but it's still fine. And real quick, since I mentioned him, we have when Weebs react. How long is Trotman's contract? He's in the final year of his contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you give up a 6th round pick, but you get a 7th back and get a player that's still young, still developing. Like not that he's completely developed by any stretch of the imagination. He offers you upside as a blocker and as a receiver. It upgrades the room just in general. So I like that. I'm going to go with a B on this one. And I'm going to combine the fact that you take an injured player in JL Skinner. Not that I hate the player in general in terms of what he actually brings to the roster, but you've got a guy now coming off of a torn pectoral and sounds like he's going to be ready for the start of the season, but you don't know exactly what he's going to bring to you right away going into the season. So that to me will drop it down. Giving up the future 3rd in the trade up to go get Riley Moss is a big issue to me, but at least the Broncos have quality players that fit what they want to try to do. They've done a very good job of re-identifying what this team is going to be moving forward in terms of bringing grit, physical, like nasty players to the fold, and just changing the identity to what this team has been for the last couple of seasons. So give me a solid B on this. I'm going to pivot the conversation really fast because our boy Kenny Booker has been in here like 4 or 5 different times, and he's been asking the same question. And I want your guys' thoughts on him because I got to watch a lot of Andre Carter II. He's an edge defender from Army. There's a lot of people that really like the athletic traits and the length that he plays with, but he is super raw. And KB is saying, should we take a flyer on Andre Carter if he falls to the Broncos in the 7th round? 257, obviously, there's 2 picks after that to finish this out. I want your guys' thoughts on this because Carter is so inconsistent with the way that he plays to his length and his physicality and stuff like that. So I'm curious to what you guys think. Is Andre Carter a fit for what the Broncos are trying to do up front?
I mean, honestly, if you're talking one of the last picks in the entire draft, 7th round, fit Schmidt, just if he can find a way to the field, that's great. I think he does have a unique body type profile, but he's horrible at the Senior Bowl. Did not have a good year this year. It's honestly pretty laughable that he was getting 1st round love at any point from anybody. But I mean, that late in the draft, you're essentially saying this is a priority undrafted free agent that we're selecting before that. And it's a lot of it's going to be based on information about buzz around the league of who guys might sign with. Like if you have, let's say Andre Carter, a relationship with his agent and be like, listen, if you're not there, you're going to come to Denver. You're already calling the phone, right? You're working the phone lines right now about guys who you like on your board that you don't think will be drafted. Like, listen, we got an opportunity here for you. You can come in. You got to roll. We can definitely get you to that 53-man roster. You just got to sign with us. Then maybe not. I don't know if there's also the other aspect about this, the fact that he was a military institute player. Is there anything about servitude? I know that there was like a bill a few years ago that's been passed and we're all good there. I thought there was something about recently in Congress about those guys having to do 2 years or something before playing that they brought to the table, but maybe that got pushed away.
Yeah, it changed after who was the Air Force wide receiver?
It started with a J. Or number 15.
After him, it kind of changed up a little bit. He's free to come in and join right away. He's long, lanky, and a bad athlete. One thing that I can't remember which, like you might know because you listen to a lot of the podcasts too, was that they touched on with him is his body type is tough because coming out of Army, he can't work out, have the same kind of workout schedule, hitting the weight room, the same kind of thing as other teams can because of how Army does, how all of the military schools do it. It's just he has to be in shape and everything, and but there's limits on that. There's a 3 months out of the year he can't build his body for football, kind of thing. I can't remember what podcast it was. I want to say it was the Athletics with Dane Brugler talking about it. Might be mistaken though. And as Nick said, I mean, 7th round, that's guys of like, okay, who do we want as an undrafted free agent that won't go, that may not pick us? That's what it is. Teams start calling and doing that in the middle of the 5th round is when they start doing it. That's when you start to see teams like, okay, yeah, we have these 2 7th round picks. We're going to move up. We'll trade you both these picks in a future 7th or whatever, and we'll go in. We'll make our last pick so we can focus on the undrafted free agents. We see it every single year. It was one of the things I talked about a little bit earlier about maybe the Broncos, and before we knew the trade details, maybe it was a situation of that they were trading that 195 for a future pick and just kind of being like, yeah, we're done this year. We're going to focus on undrafted free agents. So maybe that is for him. I don't like him. I don't know what you will get out of him, but it's a 7th round pick. May as well take a flyer on him. He was a guy who coming into the season and at some point last year was like, oh yeah, this is a guy. He's a 1st round pick, like just because of his production in 2021 was so good. Just never grew or developed, and so maybe you still take a bet on that kind of upside this late.
How about?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm watching the draft here and trying to get caught up on what's going on. We got another punter taken, Ethan Evans from Wingate. Yes, I don't know anything about it. So we made history with the most quarterbacks taken in the top 5 rounds of the NFL draft. Are we getting close to history here with the most specialists? We've got 3 kickers already taken. I believe this is our 3rd punter as well.
Might be a 4 kickers with
I think 4 kickers, 3 punters. I think.
Yeah. Like it's an amazing run of specialists towards the end of this draft. I don't remember. We haven't got a long snapper yet that I know of. I may have missed a couple picks in there, but still, I don't think so. To get 4 kickers and 3 punters in a single draft class is, I guess, eyebrow raising. Curious is probably the better way of saying that.
Yeah, interesting, no doubt. I'm not sure. I mean, still might happen. Typically, teams used to be able to draft or pick those guys up as undrafted free agents. But hey, if you don't love the positional players here, might as well get a start on your specialists and somebody you feel like actually might make your roster. So who knows with that one? Also, those kickers and punters typically, don't come out early, and the fact that we have older players here happening, and maybe that's something where you're seeing like a buildup of these kind of guys coming out this season. So Broncos will be on the clock here pretty soon again. I guess maybe not pretty soon, but at some point coming up here. Want to continue our conversation about this roster. Eric had something first, though.
Yeah. I just want to pound my chest and a lot. Fumble rate running backs. It matters. Dwayne McBride finally goes in the 7th round. Zach Evans, Melvin Gordon Jr. went not that long ago. The only one who got drafted early that had a high fumble rate, Kendry Miller. He was the only one drafted in the top 100 that had a high fumble rate. Fumble rate matters, and teams are focusing in about it. I heard a lot with analytics. It's part of why I started focusing in on it as well. Fumble rate. Keep attention to that. Chris Rodriguez is another one with a low fumble rate. If you're going to carry the ball, hold on to the ball. If you don't, it's gonna drop you a little bit. And guess what, Lance? Kenny McIntosh still on the board. Fumble rate, man. Fumble rate.
Yeah, I like Kenny McIntosh too.
I don't disagree with that, Eric. I mean, it's a very good point, and it's something I didn't really look at when I was, this season. I'm going to give you some inside baseball on the stuff that I was trying to do this year. I was doing the most work I've ever done, and fumble rate was something that I wasn't necessarily tuning into. Statistical production was something that wasn't necessarily a huge thing for me. I was looking more for the traits and the abilities, what this player brings to the fold, and looking at when you're like me, I try to watch at least 3 games worth of every player, sometimes 4 or 5 if I get the opportunity, some time to be able to do so. You don't see all of that. The fumble rate, and when you watch 3 games, it might, especially for me, the 3 games I might watch are the best 3 games this dude's ever had, where he doesn't fumble the football in one time. So unless I go into that extra aspect of digging through the statistics, finding that drop rate, really understanding and incorporating all of that into the grade, it makes it difficult for everyone, really, not just myself, but to understand like that one thing, fumble rate, was not something that I thought I needed to really incorporate into my grade this year. So that's a failure on my part. It's obviously something I'm going to learn from and continue to get better at. But when I watched Kenny McIntosh, the games that I watched, he was incredible as a receiver. Like, he has incredibly reliable hands. He's a decent pass protector. He runs the ball hard between the tackles, despite being a smaller guy for his size, and he has good speed. So I took those aspects, what he actually brings to the fold, in the positive, rather than take away from the negative on that. I hope that explains a little bit of my process behind that too.
I liked him too. Fumble rate matters for sure. Turnovers matter. You can't give the ball away. Even in today, unless you're creating explosive plays, and guess what? Running backs, not super explosive plays there. So that's a double whammy on that one for that position there, and in the run game specifically. So Broncos come over here. I see a lot of people giving the Broncos, giving them a C minus grade. I thought they hit above average on every single pick, and I'm not grading them based on their overall return. I'm grading them based on each individual selection they had. So obviously, if the Broncos don't have a first and second round pick, you're already screwed the pooch on that. But for the guys they've taken them and when they've taken them, I think they've done pretty good on that. So overall, good grade. For me, just a B minus kind of thing, which is solid, honestly, because I grade true bell curve here. Like, half the class has to get a C. But I wanted to get to it real quick, continuing on this conversation here about where the Broncos could add some talent here. We talked about it already. Another name that stands out for me, and somebody that I'd be really curious, maybe this is me just kind of being suckered with the body type and the size, but we talked about maybe bringing in a guard that could be a people mover, a strong that would maybe move Quinn Miners to center. We talked about tackle ability as well for this team. I've heard that DJ Fluker is in unbelievable shape. He is an absolutely gigantic human being, and he's ready to come back for football. Talk about a cheap 1-year deal. Give yourself a right tackle option there, because we know Mike McGlinchey's had some issues there. And somebody also who has a chance to play right guard then. I mean, he is an absolute freaking giant human being. And then maybe you have a chance with, even if he's just a swing guard / right tackle, that'd be fine with that. But maybe somebody, again, let's see Quinn Miners, kick Lloyd Cushenberry and push him, and Kyle Fuller. Just another kind of guy out there that intrigues me. Have you guys heard anything about DJ Fluker? I mean, former first-round pick. He's a little bit older, but offensive line, I don't think he's had an extensive injury history that I can think of, and he's apparently in incredible shape. So I don't know what's going on there with him.
And if I remember right, he's played at guard before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and that was where he looked best, was at guard. He's been out of the league for a couple of years. He was in 2021, but he didn't see a snap played. I'd be interested. It's at least worth kicking the can on, like just somebody that maybe there's value, maybe he is ready, and you just get an insane ROI in what you invest in him, and able to get somebody and bring him in.
340 pounds, 37-inch arm length. Did not test great, but I mean, we're talking about building mountainous offensive line. I mean, that's one that, again, I saw a picture of him, like, oh my God, he's cut. Like, I have not ever seen, it's unbelievable watching him lift those weights out there. So I don't know. Final spot here, the one that makes the most sense for me as far as the immediacy for the Broncos that you need some help on. It's the interior defensive line. I know it's kind of the low-hanging fruit here again, kind of like talking about bringing back Cam Fleming, but somebody with some inside-outside ability at 1 technique to 3 technique. Would Shelby Harris be wanting to come back at all? I mean, he knows Vance Joseph. He probably still has a house in Denver. Teammates have been here as well. Having somebody like him that is more of your rotational in 3 technique to 1 technique guy to complement DJ Jones, keep Zach Allen more on the outside in those other situations, not having to play the nose all the time with DJ Jones. There's too much being asked of DJ Jones right now with this interior defensive line. I'd like another veteran body in there.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that one. And as far as Shelby Harris still having a home here in Denver.
Doesn't have any hair. You're right.
Hairless, yes, right. Anyways, as far as Shelby Harris having a home here in Denver, I still believe that his kids go to school in Denver. I might be mistaken on that.
But you yes, are 100% correct.
Yeah, like I know I was gonna say I'm almost 100%. Anyways, so sure, maybe he does want to come back to Denver. He can offer that three technique versatility the Broncos are sorely missing outside of DJ Jones. I really think they need to find a nose tackle, and maybe that is a guy. Last I checked, I may have missed it in the long conversations we've had over the last hour here. Siaki Ika from Baylor potentially being a player there. I know that there's. Oh, he did. Okay, so I missed that. I do apologize there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked about it because Eric pounded his chest about Tarzan plays like Jane.
That's right. I remember that. Guys, it's been a long weekend. It's been a long week. So just apologies on that one. Regardless, like a nose tackle, a true 0-1 technique, they have that guy right now kind of in Mike Purcell, but we're talking cap casualty, guys. This is the last year of his deal. He costs a lot of money. He's not a 3-down player by any stretch of the imagination. So you could definitely look to upgrade that nose tackle position, get a guy that can play anywhere from 1 to 4-eye if you got somebody versatile enough to be able to do that. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't have the free agency list pulled up, and I guess Moro Ojomo from Texas might be a fit there. But
as a nose tackle,
he's not a nose.
Not as a nose tackle. As it
okay.
Going the other way, going from 5 to 3. That more that B gap defender is probably where I'm looking at there. But if you can get a guy that can play the nose tackle going out to a 5 technique inside a 4-eye technique, a guy that can play inside the tackle into B gaps, maybe get into the A gaps as well. Sorry, I rambled there for a minute. I apologize.
Nose tackles, you still got Derek Notty's out there. Al Woods is ancient at 36, but he's still out there as well. Potentially Livinal Joseph, who's older, played some rotational stuff. And then Puna Ford, only 27 years old, squat. But I mean, if you, again, one of those guys as well, if you're looking for more of a 0-1, maybe some 3, but I think in that situation, you kick out DJ Jones to 3. So there are some defensive tackles still out there. Also, any of those signings probably give you a runway still where if a Wuzurike or Matt Henningsen take the step forwards that we were hoping for from a defensive lineman year 2, those guys aren't going to get in their way.
Yeah. So real quick, I want to touch on that a little bit, but funny little fact, the Steelers are now will be waiting 121 picks between their last pick and their next one. That is the most in their history that they've ever had to wait between picks. The previous high was 108. I like finding little cool facts like that. They interest me. As for that, for the defensive line conversation, Mike Purcell, like he's their nose tackle. If they're going to move on from him, they would have done it by now. And then they like Matt Henningsen as a nose tackle. That's where they used him last year. And from what I've gathered with communications I've had, that's where he's being viewed at this year. That's where Marcus Dixon likes him. It is interesting, though, when we were talking about Sean Payton kind of revamping the roster, it doesn't seem to be the cases for the guys on the defensive side of the ball. Like, he likes Damari Mathis. They're not really talking about Uwazurike. And I've heard a lot of positive things about them. They have high expectations. Of course, they haven't seen him at all. Like, they haven't seen anything with him. But, well, Marcus Dixon has. And he showed growth as the season went on last year. And he's just kind of like how he's being used in the NFL is so different from how he was used in college. So they're still betting on that a little bit. I think they're fine at nose tackle. I don't think that's where they want to go. I think they want somebody more versatile who can play up and down the line and just kind of be a versatile piece for them to use, which is why somebody like Adebawore or, who was the other guy that we talked about too in that same kind of mold, Carl Brooks. That's why those kind of guys make a little bit of sense for them, because they can move them around on the outside, from 3 technique to 7 technique. I think that's what they're looking for a little bit, which is something that Moro Ojomo, he can do. Like, he can be a little bit versatile. Maybe not so much 7 technique, but he can be, 3-4, 4-eye, 5 technique, that kind of thing.
Ravens take Andrew Voorhees right here, a player that you two are a little bit higher on than myself. I think I had him before his injury as a late third. I thought he was a very much a lose slowly kind of guy. I didn't see a lot of explosive traits. I know there's some, like when the Broncos had their first round pick from the Dolphins, people were mocking Voorhees to the Broncos there. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? So somebody sell me on Voorhees. Sounds like he's a great guy. Also the fact that he went out there and did the bench press after getting injured. I mean, God bless him for that. I would not have done that. I'd be too busy crying. So I'm not the best judge on that one, but sell me on Voorhees. I think he's just an okay player, but I don't think he'll ever be a plus starter in the league at guard. I think he's more of a backup caliber guy from what I watched.
So I had him as a late second, early third before the injury. And a big reason what was carrying him was his versatility. He is a guy that in certain situations, if you needed to, you can move him out to tackle, though that's not where you want him full time. And I do think you can play him at center, you can play him on both sides. So I just think the versatility with him gave him an extra boost for me, especially I love versatility along the offensive line. And then his injury was enough to drop me down to a late third.
I didn't factor in the injury concerns there, and obviously that happened at the combine, tore his ACL in the on-field drills there, which is just incredibly unfortunate. I had him as a third-round player as well on my board. I thought that he was really good as a run blocker. Not the greatest in pass protection, really needed to be a guy bumper to bumper because he didn't have the lateral agility to get out in pass protection. So you got to have that guy on either side of him. Decent length, good size, was at least good enough in pass protection that I would have taken him very highly. Very happy for him to still be able to get drafted. It's super unfortunate that ACL made him far, but I was really, like I said before, I had seen, it was somebody that's Damian.
If you are breaking up, if you want to step out.
Sanchez is one of those two guys that all right, sounds.
Yeah, breaking it pretty bad. It's one of those things where you keep letting him go, or do we stop? Is it just me? Sometimes, like before it was my computer was the issue. So not the Lance's computer is the issue, but maybe the internet dropping there for just a second. But Eric, I kind of agree with you with somebody who's versatile down the line of scrimmage that you can get, and I'll take anything that you can get on the defensive line. Am I crazy for thinking that Zach Allen is that guy though? I mean, they probably, obviously you can never have enough, but I figure Zach Allen, 7.53 technique in a lot of roles. It's what I saw with him at Arizona the last season, especially last season. So looking for somebody who's more 1-3 that can better unlock DJ Jones interests me more. Now, granted, maybe I am still on the Vic Fangio, space eater gap and a half, where this is going to be more of a one gapping pressing scheme versus the gap and read kind of stuff that you saw from Vic Fangio versus Giro, Evero, and now apparently Vance Joseph. So looking for more penetrators rather than the occupiers. But I don't know. I still think a 1 and a 3 that can help free up DJ Jones a little bit more, not put so much on him is the area I go. But that's more so because of how I view Zach Allen.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? I mean, do you disagree with me there? I mean, I'm not against a 3-5, 3 technique to 5 technique kind of guy, but I figured with Allen in that role, in my opinion, then maybe that a 1 to 3 makes more sense.
Well, it's just that they're looking for somebody opposite him because what I gathered is they're looking at DJ Jones more inside this year and not replacing Deshaun Williams, but kind of playing the same role he had last year. Because a lot of people were talking about, and while he did in sub packages when they only went with 2 down linemen a lot, he was, when they did go with 3, he was the guy on the inside. And so what I think they're kind of possibly looking at is a, Zach Allen, Purcell, Jones, Zach Allen, Jones, and then going to trying to get Uwazurike there a little bit, or somebody else to compete. And then when they go sub packages, then you pull off the nose tackle and you the 2 and you move DJ Jones out. And if they want to go big, then you have heavy on the run defense, then Zach Allen, Mike Purcell, and DJ Jones. So I think they just have options there for the nose tackle with what they want to do. And with Matt Henningsen, again, everything that I've heard is that they like him as a nose tackle. They don't like moving him outside a lot. And just betting on Uwazurike. I'd be fine if they did add a nose tackle. There are still a couple of guys that I like. I really like Jared Clark out of Coastal Carolina. And at this point, there isn't a lot of those, 3 to 5 techniques left in the draft that really send out and be like, okay, yeah, like let's go ahead and go get this guy. There's just not many of those guys left for me.
And real quick, I just want to touch back on this Matt Henningsen conversation there. A guy who's really highly cut, I think he weighed less than 290 pounds coming out of Wisconsin. So you're talking about him being a nose tackle. Is this just a pure? I thought he's not. I looked at his draft profile. I thought just a second ago, maybe he's definitely sub 300 coming out of the combine. He's a nose tackle. Is this like a pure pass rush, dime look kind of nose guy where he's, DJ Jones is out in the third and longs? Because that is not at all a typical body type for the nose tackle position. He's not somebody I see the ability to squat at all. He needs to be going forward.
Yeah, and that was definitely a concern I had, because we did see him there last year against the run, where he would struggle to hold up. He wasn't able to two gap. He wasn't able to hold blocks and anchor down and keep from driving from the point of attack. And so I do think it's more of a Mike Purcell's the run defending nose tackle. He's more of their smaller pass rushing nose tackle to bring something. But it's not unheard of for smaller guys to make a living as a nose tackle. We talked about Wade Phillips. They had the guy in Dallas there for a while. There's a few. It's just they're typically not, especially nowadays. It's just depending on the package you're going with up front and down and distance and game situation and all that stuff like that.
I mean, it's extremely explosive jumps. I remember last year. So like coming out of his stance and flying forward is one, but I just always thought he was a very long legged individual, and they were not very, a lot of weight on those legs as well. So not the typical nose tackle with that, bubble butt and carrying a strong base. So pretty interesting to hear about him being a nose tackle. Very much seems like a very niche position for him as a pass rush nose tackle. Almost seems counterintuitive, but again, if you're playing a versatile, skill set, different kind of guys who fit different roles on the defensive line, then I can see that vision. I just always figured with his body type and explosiveness being more of a B gap penetrator versus an A gap penetrator. But hey, if that's the role for him, especially on third down, that makes some sense. But again, 290, sub 290 coming out of Wisconsin is crazy for a nose tackle.
He did weigh in a little bit more than that, is what he actually played at. He played closer. I think it was about 305 to 310. They did have him.
Okay, that's a different conversation then.
But on that note, I think the best way I could put it is they view him as a one gapping nose tackle. So just a pass rushing nose tackle, using his quickness and explosion to kind of jump the gap. And I'm pulling up his snap counts here too, because I think the majority of his snaps came as that kind of a nose tackle kind of fit as a 0-1 technique.
That makes me think that his flexibility and his change of direction must be putrid, because coming from the B gap, you have to be able to change the direction a little bit while you're penetrating. But he's super explosive, like almost like leaps like a frog out of his stance forward out of the A gap. So that makes some sense, man. What an interesting niche role. I mean, for a 6th-round pick, if he can be that guy on those penny fronts on pass rush downs, that makes some sense. Typically, on third and long, you don't see a one technique too off. I guess sometimes you still do in the 4-2-5 kind of fronts, but interesting. I had not thought about him in that role. I guess I have not put him under the microscope for the season, but God bless, man. We're talking about a pass rushing nose tackle. We are definitely in hour 5 and 48 minutes and 25 seconds. Amazing.
We can take that next. We can start talking to long snappers.
No, I'm okay. Bob Meyer can stay in a box.
I can continue the conversation here with a one technique, one single gap penetrating nose tackle. Nesta Jade Silvera just was taken by the Las Vegas Raiders here at pick 231. So, quick, explosive, bursty kind of a player, good penetrator, but lateral agility is not his thing. Like, he's not a sideline to sideline guy, not a very good run defender either. So, if we want to continue the conversation of pass rushing nose tackles, there you go. There's a guy.
Yeah. God, he's an interesting one. He did pretty well at the combine, right? He's Arizona State. Did he finish at Arizona State? Did he transfer from somewhere else? Interesting player, no doubt. Douglas Wall coming back in with the Rocky pose there. Thank you for highlighting my last comment. One question from me: are the centers who are unavailable to be drafted that Sean Payton, George Payton didn't get? Could there be some available as undrafted free agents? Not a very deep center class. I'm sure they will bring in somebody that can snap the ball, but probably a long shot to make the roster this season. Maybe somebody who can be a practice squad guy that can develop into something. I don't think Alex Forsyth has been selected yet out of there, so maybe he's somebody that could be picked. I'm surprised with how many interior offensive linemen the Patriots have taken that they didn't take him, because they hired the Oregon offensive line coach, I believe, to be their new offensive line coach. So that's maybe a red flag. Maybe we should read into that. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. But the Broncos will definitely bring in a center to compete, or they'll go with some sort of guard and give Quinn Miners a chance to take that role. Best 5 play. I don't care if he hasn't played center before. There's been some talk about it for him. I think he did it at the Senior Bowl. There was some talk about it last year. A lot of the discussion made it seem like, okay, there's a pathway for Quinn Miners to start. And if whoever at right guard with Quinn Miners at center is better than Quinn Miners at right guard and Cushionberry at center, then that's the way they should go.
Yeah. Real quick, just want to grab this. Isn't Wazarika like 330? He weighed in at 316 at the combine, and they spent a lot of the summer last year trimming him down. His play weight was closer to 300. So they bulked up Henningsen and trimmed down Uwazurike.
And Uwazurike is a... Oh, go ahead, Eric. Finish your thought. Sorry about that.
As for that, with Alex Forsyth, I haven't heard anything about why he's falling. I did hear a couple things about Emil Ekiyor, and just some questions about how football smart he is and how easy it is to get through to him. Dude's good, but I mean, if you might have concerns about being able to pick things up, that is a question. I saw a comment in the chat. If one of you guys want to grab it, asking about smaller school options, who could develop at offensive tackle. The one who stands out is Jake Witt. I really like his tape, and there was a lot of hype coming in over the last couple weeks about him being a top 150 player out of Northern Michigan, right?
Yep.
And then also on that, there is the possibility of Joey Fisher, though he out of Shepherd, who's viewed more as an inside guy. JD DiRenzo, he's an interesting guy out of Rutgers, not super small school, but smaller than some of the other ones that we talk about. And then center also is Ahofiti Maka out of University of Texas, UTEP, El Paso. My tongue was getting tied up. I couldn't say L.
It's our this is always a crazy.
So those are guys along the offensive line that are guys that can make sense from those smaller school aspects of it. Mark Evans, Arkansas Pine Bluff. He's another guy that I think makes a decent amount of sense.
You didn't mention Curtis McClendon. McClendon Curtis, excuse me. I mean, he's massive. 6'6", 330. I think he's a pretty decent guard prospect at this point. I think he fits the scheme. He's long as well. I mean, I thought he was okay at the Senior Bowl. 30 games at right guard, 7 at left tackle. Also played left guard. Tough player. I don't think he's a little bit stiff. Guys can get under him a little bit at 6'6", but he's another small school guy that I think is at least worth mentioning here if you're going to toss out a lot of these guys. And I would consider Chattanooga a small school.
I got one as well. Eric, you actually threw us it was a YouTube video. It was a cut up YouTube video of this player. The Arkansas State, I believe. Yep. was where he's from. I do not remember his name. It was a right guard, and
they brought him in for a visit.
Yeah, it was this dude's a displacer, man. Like, he is packed full of power. That's what this dude does, is he moves bodies. Like, he's a big body touching big bodies. He moves people around. And I cannot remember his name for the life of me. You send it to us in our group chat, and I know we don't talk about the group chat publicly, but that was an intriguing player, small school guy. I cannot figure out his name. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
I'm looking.
Yeah, he was massive, crazy long arms, had the body type also that you're looking for there. Probably somebody that they've identified. I know Cincinnati brought him in for a visit as well. So maybe somebody, I mean, you have probably a better opportunity in Denver at this point. I think Cincinnati took an interior offensive lineman. So we haven't seen that yet. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. We have a comment here from Phoenix Fires coming in saying, isn't Wazarike 330 pounds? He was. I guess they trimmed him down some, according to Eric. He looked slimmer out there, but maybe that was the moving out of that ugly red and mustard color from Iowa State's uniform. I kid. Slim Slow coming in saying, no defensive tackle, no center, no edge depth, no running back, traded 2024, rounder away, hashtag was not great. I mean, you're picking this late, and it seemed like they were very much going by trusting their board. Screw the position. I don't care what position is attached to that player. Where do we like him? Can we see this guy as a future contributor? Which I don't mind too much. I think they did want center from what I gathered and heard from them. And unfortunately, the board fell away. That did not make sense for them to do that. So sometimes them's the breaks, and the Broncos don't have a center right now. We'll see what they do after the draft. But I agree with you. I mean, the lack of investment in the trenches in the draft is a little concerning. They definitely invested it in free agency, so at least it's not like you're totally over-concerned. But it's definitely one that long-term, adding logs to the fire, the Broncos very much did not do that. And you guys are all just on your phones these days, not paying attention. Live the life. Live the world. But we got another pick coming in here. Jason Taylor, the second, Oklahoma State, coming in here to the Rams. We're at pick 234. Broncos are still a little bit of ways left. We'll get there when we get there. Watch them trade out that pick for a future pick as well. That would be hilarious. I would laugh very hard at that and probably then start crying. So we are at pick 235 now. Broncos are picking at pick 257. We're going to get there, guys. I believe. I have dinner reservations at 5:30, so we better get there at some point. I'm going to just be falling asleep at the table with a cocktail in my hand or something. And Eric's giving us a finger. Eric, buck you too. What's going on?
Jordan Rhodes, the Arkansas State offensive lineman. Jordan Rhodes.
Yep.
Okay. We got it.
I knew that I knew his name was Jordan, but I couldn't remember how to spell his name. I was looking in the group chat so hard to try to find this YouTube video.
Got to learn to search. I learned how to search, man.
I did. I just couldn't remember how you spelled his name. I knew his name was Jordan something, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
Ark State.
I
called it. I called it, by the way, Arkansas State. I knew exactly what Richie Rich, dude. What's up, dude? It's good to see you in the chat. Holy Diver, by the way, you ride the tiger. You can see his stripes, but you know he's clean, by the way. There you go.
Brian's been having some clever quips in this one. I think he was giving you a hard time about how you say Samaje Perine as well, Eric, earlier, but I think it's Perine, but sometimes his name. We'll get it right after we watch these guys enough. You know, you read their name so many times on the back of their jersey or on clips. Okay, I'm watching this guy today. You don't actually hear it announced because you're playing music in the background while watching the tape. Or I like to listen to big nerd moment here. I listen to a lot of classical music when I'm doing that stuff because other stuff distracts me. So listening to some Chopin or some Rachmaninoff or something when I'm grinding the tape.
Mine is movie soundtracks.
Movie soundtracks? Hans Zimmer?
Like not the ones with songs, like the actual music. Pirates of the Caribbean's Hans Zimmer. Anything with
John Williams.
John Williams, yes. All the Star Wars ones, they're all there for it. As for the name, I'll say this frequently. I say this every year. I am terrible with names. Like I try to pronounce it correctly. 90% of them I don't remember how to pronounce correctly. And up until about like 4 years ago, I didn't even know how to pronounce my own last name. So like I still pronounce Lance's name wrong.
I mean, it's super hard.
Sanderson.
Lance. Yeah. Richie Rich says, I listen to metal. That's me. I prefer to listen to metal just typically in my life. But honestly, when I'm watching players, talk radio. I don't know why. I listen to talk radio all the time anyways. Sports talk radio specifically, whether it's Ryan Edwards, Benjamin Albright, Broncos Country Tonight, KOA, Sports Talk 104.3 The Fan in Denver. I listen to stuff like that where it's a conversation in the background. And I understand like that seems crazy to have a conversation in your head going while you're also focusing on something else. But at least I have that ongoing conversation all the time. I insert myself into conversation and talk radio, even though I'm not actually broadcasting with that conversation. So I guess that's the comfort zone for me, is having a conversation ongoing inside my head all the time. That might actually be a mental problem. Like voices in my head.
You don't just listen to the voices in your head like I do?
That's what I'm saying. The voices in my head are all over the place. You just never know where they're going to go. But
I don't have anything. I just hear the ocean waves going. There's not a lot. No thoughts in this head, just vibes, baby. But we're keeping it going here.
That's best for you, Nick. When you think things get really dangerous, I know that for a fact.
And dark. God, we're all going to die. But we have not too many more picks left before the Broncos are on the clock. We're wrapping it up here. It's the silly time, 6 hours. If you guys have any questions about the Broncos, hell, we'll open it up to life. At some point, I'm going to just start breaking down the Iowa Hawkeyes for next year, see what their chance looks like to win the Big Ten West. But we're having a lot of fun. Richie Rich is heading out saying, great job, guys. Got to head out here pretty soon. This is the time where we got to dive deep, boys. This is where we got to hold it down. Maybe we can start to break down some other teams' draft class. Nick put down the knife. I don't believe in knives. I'm a sport guy through and through, but I think we should break down the AFC West draft classes. If you guys have a chance, does that sound good? Kind of shifted here because I think Ernie Mays, I haven't seen him comment in a bit. So that way he's not going to come in, grab us through the screen and shake us a little bit. Any other thoughts? I mean, I'd be down to talk the AFC West.
Can we talk about your sport game real quick and how stupid sporks are?
Oh, sporks are great. They're multifunctional. I have a titanium spork that I take backpacking because,
It
sometimes,
makes sense for that case. Like if
yeah,
you're going backpacking, it makes sense.
yeah,
Versatility when you're out backpacking, it's a huge thing. But when you're at home, I don't want versatile. I want all reliable.
yeah. No, you're
So
fine. You're fine with that. But spork's near and dear to my heart because
I
of the versatility.
I have issues with sporks because every time I think of spork, I think of jail cells. So inside baseball on that one. Don't spend the night in jail because you got a warrant because you didn't go to court. Because it dumb, super dumb. I got arrested. Here we go. I got arrested one time sitting at a party. Listen to this. This is great. Nick is like super curious. So I got arrested one time sitting at a party that I was just kind of hanging out at because they came and busted us down. And I had an unpaid insurance ticket that I got stamped off because I had the insurance card. It was just out of date. And they issued a warrant for my arrest because I didn't show up to court and spent a night in jail. And I woke up having to eat pizza and mixed peas and carrots with a spork. So I have trauma issues with a spork. I'm out, all the way out on the spork here. I didn't even do anything wrong.
Was the food good?
No, it was terrible. It was the worst night of my life.
Okay. I don't plan on going then. That doesn't sound very fun. I will say my backpacking spork also, one of the prongs on the spork is serrated, so it's a knife too. I mean, this is high tech stuff here.
So it's a spike.
So yeah, it's good. It's a lot of fun. But guys, yeah, we have Andy Schrant coming in here, saying we got it's crazy guys first draft without Elway's influence. Yeah, absolutely. We got Dennis Chandler coming in saying unhappy with the Raiders draft for the Broncos. So this is a good way to get us in this. And we have the Colts taking Jake Witt. The Colts are going for the all Ross team this year. They're beating the Broncos in that one. Probably, I think they were the all Ross team last year and they ended up picking 4 overall. But
Chris
ahead.
Ballard is very much a traits guy. He loves traits, loves those athletic traits, loves it.
And he loves it again. But we got to talk. I'd love to talk a little bit about the rivals of our teams here and just kind of what we think the future is for these teams. I think we should start first with the Raiders.
And
since
real quick, Seattle Seahawks, Kenny McIntosh, yet another running back for them.
Why? What are they doing? I don't understand it, guys. I really don't. What is the problem with already having Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker Jr., who I understand got banged up towards the end of that season, but they don't need another running back. They don't need another hybrid defensive end. They don't need a bunch of this. They don't need I guess it fits a little bit better, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, while I like the fit, is not a need for them. What you don't need to take an underside cornerback at number 5 overall. None of it makes sense.
Jackson Smith and Jigba makes perfect sense. Their receiver depth was crap. Running backs, I agree with you on, because I mean, even though Kenneth Walker, DJ Dallas is a solid depth guy at running back. So doubling up, obviously, I don't have a lot of expectations for Kenny McIntosh, though late round running back. And I understand that Zach Charbonnet. I just wait a little bit later. But it's one of those things of the Seattle Seahawks have always had a little bit of questionable drafts, pretty consistently, through under Pete Carroll and Schneider. But they always tend to work out well. So, always tends out to be. I mean, they have their misses, sure. I mean, Bruce Irvin, that was a huge miss. But those questionable drafts, they tend to find good guys and works for them, works in their system. They have a method that works for them.
Yeah, they've been good, and the method the past few years has been taking the Broncos draft picks away, unfortunately. But we got the Raiders. I think they had a pretty solid draft class overall. Tyree Wilson falling to 7 overall. I mean, the mass and the length they have up front there with Tyree Wilson, with Max Crosby, I think they're still a little bit soft up the gut with the defensive tackles. Don't really have a difference maker there, but Tyree Wilson is an alien, a first guy off the bus, and him opposite Max Crosby. I think Max Crosby played 96% of the defensive snaps last year for the Raiders. Hopefully Tyree Wilson can help Max Crosby get a few breathers. And for Max Crosby to be that good still, despite playing that many snaps, is absurd. I mean, God, he's probably the most underrated defensive player in football, unfortunately. After that, you have them trading up to go get Michael Mayer. A lot of people thought Michael Mayer would be a top 15 pick entering this last season. Falls a bit, not a truly dynamic player, just good all around. I compared him to slightly better Pat Freiermuth coming out of Penn State. Been pretty solid for the Steelers last few years. But that's a good pick for them, going up and getting a tight end. We know that Josh McDaniels has liked to use those tight ends. Third round, they have 2 third-round picks here. They go Byron Young, get a defensive tackle here who's been okay. A little bit of inside-outside kind of stuff there for him as far as like 1 technique, 3 technique. I think he can play some of that under-tackle stuff there. He's okay. Early third. I don't know, 7th overall in the third. I thought he's more of a 4th-round kind of guy, but you mentioned earlier, Eric, a kind of a thin defensive tackle class. Trey Tucker, wide receiver, big play threat from Cincinnati. Jacorian Bennett, small cornerback, but feisty as heck. Good get off, good burst. Aiden O'Connell, then quarterback from Purdue. Christopher Smith, they took Christopher Smith. I must have missed that. Safety from Georgia, not a good athlete, but a pretty good production out there at Georgia. I'm sure the Eagles are upset about that one. Amari Burney, outside linebacker from Florida. And then finally, Jade Silvera, defensive tackle from Arizona State. Overall, I think the Raiders, this is probably one of the drafts I've liked better over the last few years. The pick that stands out the most for me here, though, is Tyree Wilson. I mean, I know the Liz Frank is a little bit concerning for him, but just getting somebody who's a defensive lineman with that kind of build out there to add to that front, those are the kind of picks that you want to make if you have a lottery pick in the draft.
Yeah, with Tyree Wilson, man, it's great for him to fall as far as he did, and not to say that 7 is falling, there's a lot of people that said he was going to be a top 10 pick. So he obviously goes in that range, but when you watch him play, he has just incredible play strength and he has incredible tools. The first step is not quite always consistent, but he just is such a fireball in the running game. He does a really good job tracking running backs down from the backside and ending plays that way. He's going to take a year. I think he's going to take a year because he's a little bit raw in terms of his pass rush plan. He relies more on that athleticism and his length than he does in terms of natural technique and everything like that. So you get a chance to line him up behind Chandler Jones, who Tyree Wilson projects perfectly as. Like, if you look at Tyree Jones and what he brings to the table, him and Chandler Jones are very, very similar players. So that's a pick that I really like. But the biggest value that they got is Michael Mayer. Everyone thought that Michael Mayer was a top 15 player in this class. There was a lot of people saying he was a top 10 player in this class. I know Trevor Sikkema had him at, I think, number 9 overall on his big board. For him to fall and then be that replacement player, a guy that's a little bit more versatile in terms of being a guy that you can line up as a wide tight end, line him up on the line of scrimmage, split him out wide, get him out into the slot. You can really you can really see the value for what the Raiders are getting out of a player like Michael Mayer after moving on from Darren Waller. So I like the fit there. Byron Young in the 3rd round was a little bit of a reach to me. I wasn't as huge on him, the defensive tackle from Alabama. I like Byron Young from Tennessee a lot more than Byron Young from Alabama, but I understand what they're doing there. They need to add some beef up front. I think what the Raiders did overall, though, adding a lot of pieces, versatile pieces to this defensive front was definitely something they really needed to do, because going back over the last, 5 or 6 different years, the Raiders have been so bad defensively that it's dragged the whole team down. And quite frankly, it made Derek Carr look like a bad quarterback, quite honestly.
You can speak freely about Derek Carr now. You can, Eric's not here to tease you anymore. I think Derek Carr is a top 12 quarterback, top 14 in that next year. So you don't have, sorry to interrupt, but now that Eric's gone, you don't have to worry about your Derek Carr love. It's okay. This is a safe place.
It's always a safe place with me with Derek Carr. But seriously though, this dude is an amazing player. Honestly, he's a really good football player. Like you said, probably on average about top 12 player. But when he's on and when he's distributing the football, he's got weapons around him, give him an offensive line, he can take you significant places. And when you don't have a defense around you, Derek Carr was still averaging 26, 27 points a game with that Raiders offense. Yeah.
Careful.
But your defense is allowing 30 points a game on the other side of that. So you've got to understand, with the Raiders going what they have right now, bringing in as much defensive talent as they have this year, they're making that the priority. And like somebody brought in here, I don't remember the name here. This is not the Mayock Gruden style draft. They're actually identifying quality players, not drafting overly for need, and still adding good pieces to this roster, especially on the defensive side of the football that they've needed for the last 6, 7, 8 years.
And guys, we have how many picks left? About 20, 25 to go. We're at 6 hours and 10 minutes. I gotta say, I typically am like, I kind of fall off after pick 150, 175. A lot of the names that are considered the top names still I've watched. Now, granted, we've reached the point in the draft where half the players picked. It's like I haven't watched him. I haven't watched him. I know the top consensus big board guys available left. But coming back here, Lance, I want to ask you. Oh, Lance leaves. Never mind, Lance. You're good. I'll ask Eric. See ya. Peace. Have a great one. So I got to ask you, Eric, tell me your take on the Raiders draft class. Do you have a favorite day 3 pick for them so far? And I listed the players. You have, I moved it to the Chargers because that's what I want to talk about next. You got Jacorian Bennett to them, Aiden O'Connell, Christopher Smith, Amari Burney, Florida outside linebacker, and Jade Silvera from Arizona State. Any of those day 3 picks for the Raiders stand out for you? And the Steelers take Corey Trice. Hey, the guy who took finally fallen. So they got Corey Trice and Joey Porter Jr. out there in the Steelers. Fun pick. Glad to see him finally come off the board. But talking about the Raiders here, favorite day 3 pick.
Probably Jacorian Bennett. I really like him. I like what he did. Hold on one second. I gotta pull it up so I can see in front of me. I've honestly paid absolutely zero attention, like outside of just in passing, of what the other teams have done. So I
have a Jacorian Bennett, Aiden O'Connell, Christopher Smith, Amari Burney, and Nesta Jade Silvera. So Jacorian Bennett, you mentioned him when the draft happened. That's a great pick for the Raiders. Tell me about Jacorian Bennett. Why is this a good pick for the Raiders? Is he going to move to safety? Nate Hobbs going to move outside? What's going on? Because their boundary cornerback room is freaking awful. They're terrible at cornerback.
Bennett has inside-outside versatility. I think he's best inside. I think maybe they want to move Nate Hobbs outside. They could always flip that, of course, or they could be looking at Jacorian Bennett more as a safety, kind of a hybrid secondary player kind of role for him. I also do like Christopher Smith as well. That adding him, I think it was great value. Adding him also makes me think that their view for Bennett is more so of a corner role, either on the boundary or on the inside, depending on what they do with Hobbs. Both those guys are good. They really needed to revamp their secondary, and they had a focus on doing that. They needed a lot of help on their defense in general, and they got a lot of that help that they needed. Byron Young, he's a solid run defender who has some ability to generate some inside push. Nesta Jade Silvera, he's a solid guy who can generate some push up the middle, solid run defender. Michael Mayer, gives them another element another element to their offense as both as a receiver, as a blocker. Tyree Wilson, I mean, dude is so good if he can stay out there on the field. He's got a lot of tools and traits to work with. Does need a little bit of development. But they're a team that, they brought Max Crosby along. I don't know who their current guy is that'll be coaching Tyree Wilson. I'm sure it's different from Max Crosby, but Max Crosby is going to be a good mentor for him as well. After what Max Crosby has done, he's completely turned his life around, battled it through alcohol abuse and all that stuff like that. And so, that's a good leader for Tyree Wilson to help bring him along.
Yeah. Without a doubt, we got some defensive backs coming off the board now. Corey Trice comes off the board to the Steelers. Max Dugan going to TCU there. Duggan, quarterback from TCU, Heisman runner-up this year. And Anthony Johnson Jr., Iowa State, coming off the board. I laugh a little bit, and my mock drafts are not always great, but I saw that Chris Collinsworth final PFF mock. He had Anthony Johnson going in the first round. He also had Hendon Hooker going to the Chiefs in pick 31. So he might have just let the simulator run and just like, we're just going to bullshit this one. Just go with it. Chris Collinsworth, who cares? We'll generate some content. That's what it's all about. Bottom line for that PFF stuff. Pretty good overall class by the Raiders. Tyree Wilson's a great pick. I want to move on to the Chargers now. Chargers overall draft class today. First pick, Quentin Johnston, TCU, wide receiver. Then they go Tuli Pilotu, USC edge rusher. Then they went Deane Henley. Some people loved him. Linebacker from Washington State, good athlete, good coverage player. Darius Davis, TCU wide receiver. Jordan McFadden, Clemson offensive guard. Scott Matlock, Boise State defensive tackle. And finally, 7th round, Max Duggan, TCU quarterback. My favorite pick by this Raiders team in terms of the value and what they got there is Jordan McFadden. I think he has a chance to be a starting guard in this league. Eric mentioned earlier him potentially playing center as well. 5th round, that's what you're looking for here. Versatile interior offensive lineman. He's got size. He mostly played tackle at Clemson, but I thought he played pretty well there. Just didn't have the athleticism or the profile to stick there, but won a lot of his matchups. So I really like Jordan McFadden here. I also really like them doubling up on the TCU wide receivers. Just build around and get Justin Herbert some explosive playmakers because, my God, he's an unbelievable quarterback. But for value, Jordan McFadden's my favorite pick here. Eric, what do you think? This overall draft class by the Chargers here. Oh, and also real quick for the Raiders, I'm going to give them a B+. Let's grade the Raiders draft class here real quick. I'm going to give them a B+ overall. Lance, grade for the Raiders. I think you're muted.
Sorry, F. Screw the Raiders. Don't care.
He said something and laughed. I'm like, I have no idea what he said.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I had unmuted my microphone. Yeah, for real though, probably a B+ as well. Adding as many pieces as they did to that defensive front, they desperately needed to have. I like Chris Smith a lot. It was a good value get for them from Georgia, that safety. You play pretty much anywhere you want him to. He can play single high, can play double high, can play around the box. So versatile player. I like him a lot. And then Tyree Wilson, getting him to fall down and taking advantage of a top, 5 player, according to most people in this draft class. Getting him at 7 is good value for them. And he, like I said, he offers that upside as a high-end pass rusher for you coming off the edge in the future. Might take a year for him to get there, but he's going to be a very good player in the NFL. So I like what the Raiders have done, although quadruple F the Raiders because I hate them. So
grade, Eric, what do you think?
Well, Lance give him the quadruple F. I'll give him the quadruple U for the Raiders. But I like a lot of what they've done.
Yeah. Say it. God, it's okay. We're here to be not biased. We're here to be analysts.
Yep.
I'd probably give them an A-. I like a lot of guys that they got. I think they got a lot of good value guys. Tyree Wilson, if it wasn't for the injury, he probably was the first defender taken. He was a top 5 guy. But he ended up being taken off a few boards, which caused him to slip just enough for the Raiders. So I'd probably give them an A or A- as much as I hate to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Big bummer. I think the big thing with them is for them is that they didn't get a quarterback I truly believe in. I know some people really liked Aiden O'Connell, but we'll see how it plays out for them. So Chargers, I mentioned my favorite pick for them. Eric, what do you think? Chargers draft class favorite pick? They have classic down the board 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, just every single. They made their own pick every time.
It's pretty standard Chargers though.
Yeah,
under Spanos, that's pretty standard. I'm not a super big fan of what they did with their first 2 picks. Personally, I am not a Johnston guy. He gave me bad gut feelings when I watched him.
Like Taco Bell bad gut feelings, or
more kind of like. I don't want to throw that word out there, the B word that you don't want to hear with draft picks, but that was the vibe. That was just the vibe I got from him. And Thule, I mean, I think he's a good player, but it's just what is he going to be for them? Really, I don't know if he can hold up as a true edge consistently. I really do like Diane Henley. I think that gives them an element to a linebacker that they needed to get, especially with how big of a liability Kenneth Murray is in coverage. Henley can at least provide some reliability there. Mm-hmm. Darius Davis, I mean, he's a weapon. I like Scott Matlock. I think he's the Matt Henningsen of this year for me. Just a reliable defensive lineman that you can have. Max Duggan is whatever at this point. I mean, 7th round quarterback. Maybe he develops into something, maybe not. A lot of work to do. But Jordan McFadden is probably my favorite pick. I think he's a guy who he can be a starter at 3 different spots. He can play tackle in emergencies only. But he's smart, high character football guy. I really like that pick, and I think it was good value there in the 5th round.
Yeah, I agree with you. Lance, what are your thoughts on the Chargers draft class here as we approach 6 hours and 20 minutes? God bless, man. It's always their first marathon. You talk about a marathon.
Oh, I know it, man. I'm getting tired. I'm getting really tired, and I got stuff that I gotta get done here soon too. So I gotta go milk a cow. I know this sounds great. I gotta go milk a cow here later this afternoon, and hopefully we can get out of here quickly. But the first 4 picks, I'm huge on for this Chargers team. I know Eric, you said with Tuli Pelotu, man, that's a hard name to say. You just don't know what he is. And I agree with you on that 100%. But this dude plays with his hair on fire. it almost actually turns into a liability at times, though. And that's a problem for him because he will put himself out of position so quickly because he just wants to get upfield and make plays. And it's an issue. He will, like I said, just get out of position really bad. Quentin Johnston, I had a problem with the pick when they made it, but I understand a little bit more now because Mike Williams, I believe, is going into the last year of his deal that he signed a couple of years ago. Keenan Allen's getting a little bit older, and they still want that same archetype, that big body possession receiver, a guy that can go out with reliable hands and just be a decent player for you. I didn't like it there. I thought they should have went with like a more explosive player like Jalen Hyatt or Zay Flowers, but they doubled down on the wide receiver position, take the other TCU receiver that I really liked a lot in Darius Davis and gives them that versatility, that explosive downfield presence that I like a lot. And it gives Justin Herbert that ability to, push the ball down the field the way that he wants to. So the first 4 picks I'm super high on. I didn't get a whole lot of Scott Matlock, so I'm not going to comment on him. Jordan McFadden, I like him as a versatile piece, can probably be a 5-tool player or a 5-position player. Center, guard, tackle, has at least enough versatility to do that. So I like that for the offensive line depth there. And then Max Duggan, we talked about him just a little while ago in terms of being, that backup quarterback that has some athleticism, just a gamer, can make pretty much any throw you want to with good arm strength, but he just has so many issues with his overall game in terms of processing, in terms of touch and accuracy. There's some concerns there. He's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball thrower. So overall, I probably give the Chargers a B. I mean, they did a good job accentuating the skill set of what they need to have on the offense and giving some tools around Justin Herbert. But overall, just not a whole lot of substance to everything there.
I'll probably give them a B-. I think that they could have done a little bit better. I'm glad that the direction they went as far as the helping surround Justin Herbert with some more weapons, but I didn't love every single pick, value in every single pick. I'm going to disagree with Eric a little bit. I think the range that they took Quentin Johnston for this wide receiver class is okay, especially if you're going to use him as a Z. I mean, getting him in space on some crossers, getting an athlete out there. They just need to be able to create more explosives, and I think he can help them do that. But I think I'll give them a B- overall in their draft class.
It's not that I think that like bad value. He's just not my guy. He's not one. I'm not a fan of his. And as a result, I mean, those first 2 picks, I didn't care for either, and I give him a C. Like, I just think that with the receiver they got and the receivers that were still left, I think there were other guys that made a little bit more sense to help complement. I understand Keenan Allen's coming to the end of his career. I understand they have their archetype a little bit, but it's like you're just giving yourself a third receiver who does quite a bit of the same things. It makes me wonder if they're going to move on from one of those guys, Mike Williams or Keenan Allen. Darius Davis is good. I mean, I like him. He's got solid hands, but he's just a gadget guy to me. So, and then Thule again. I already said my concerns about that. I give them a C. It's just a lot of guys who I like, I don't love, and I think there were other guys on the board still that made more sense for them.
Yeah,
quickly fast here. I believe Keenan Allen was like projected as a cap casualty coming up this season, so that might explain a little bit of the Quentin Johnston pick there. I don't remember 100%, but I know that he is like there's a very serious conversation about the Chargers moving on from Keenan Allen this season. So
it is, and he was listed as a cap casualty, but Johnston's not Keenan Allen, and it's not even like that caliber player. Keenan Allen's a good route runner. Johnston is not.
Horrible, in that regard. Needs a runway.
He is closer to Mike Williams than Keenan Allen.
I see Brandon Ayuk, diet Brandon Ayuk as the type of player.
I'm not saying like, I'm just saying it's like between those 2 receivers, I see him closer to Mike Williams than I do Keenan Allen.
Yeah, and I see him differently than both of them, which is why I think it complements pretty well as a Z out there. Maybe Zay Flowers would have been a better pick for them. How would we feel if it was Zay Flowers instead?
A lot better. But I think you get a lot of what Zay Flowers brings. Not to say that Darius Davis is the same player as Zay Flowers, but at least they bring the same kind of dynamic playmaking ability with explosive speed and change of direction ability. So if it was Zay Flowers at 21, I probably would feel a little bit better about it. But at least they went and got a guy that does a lot of the same similar things and brings that deep threat ability to there. And Quentin Johnston, don't get me wrong, I like him. I'm with Eric on this one. But I'm also down on this receiver class as a whole. I mean, Jackson Smith-Njigba is wide receiver 1 because somebody has to be. Like, honestly, if we compare this class to last year's class or even the Jerry Jeudy class, where does Jackson Smith-Njigba line up in terms of those types of players? Wide receiver 6, 7, 8? Like, that's how far down the board these guys are in terms of NFL talent. Not to say that Jackson Smith-Njigba is a bad player or Quinton Johnson is a bad player, but they're not elite level wide receivers. There's no elite wide receiver in this class at all, period. Point blank, done. End of conversation. So I'm down on the class as a whole, but you got to take somebody. And Johnson, while I think that he's got issues, he brings a lot of tools and traits that make me believe in him a little bit more than Eric does. But again, I'm not a fan exactly of the I guess I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry about that. I guess I'm not a fan of the receiver class bad enough that Quinton Johnson seems like, where Eric said, like, this is the B word potential is huge with him. You know what I mean? Like, he could very well easily bust out of this class. He has the tools and traits, but he doesn't have the consistency, and it's a problem.
Yeah, without a doubt. So there goes my guy Braden Willis to San Francisco, tight end, fullback type. Okay, well, I like that fit for them. That's a good player. That could be a good fullback, maybe after life of Kyle's Juszczyk. But we'll see what happens here with Go ahead.
Which parting ways with Juice has been going around a while for last 2 years, I think, about them parting ways.
Yeah. Yeah, that's no doubt about it. That'll be really interesting to see what happens with that. So we're approaching the very end here of the draft here. We got still a good amount of picks left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 picks left. 10. We're down to the last 10 now. Did the Eagles already have their pick in? We have 11 picks.
No, it's 11. Sorry.
Yep, it's okay. So Brandon Hill, Pittsburgh going there to the Texans. We're getting very close. Got to talk the Chiefs as well. That'll get us to win the Broncos pick, and we can give a little quick thoughts on what's going on with the overall draft class. The Chiefs take Felix Anudike-Uzomah there. Oh, they still have pick. They still have another pick this round. Do we have to wait?
Yeah,
for
they
that?
have the next pick after the Eagles.
Okay, so by the time that I read this, we'll be there. So they take Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas State defensive end, Rashee Rice, SMU wide receiver, second round, Wanya Morris, third round, offensive tackle from Oklahoma, Chamari Connor, Virginia Tech safety, BJ Thompson, outside linebacker from Stephen F. Austin. And then they took Keandre Coburn. I guess I missed that. Coburn, defensive tackle from Texas. For me, my favorite pick of this group from the Chiefs is probably Chamari Connor, just because I think he is such a good tight end stopper that can play that slot position, go up against some of those bigger body wide receivers as well. If you're looking for zone out there, and I know that historically Spagnuolo has loved to use a lot of 3 safety looks. So Connor comes in and is that guy who's a little bit bigger there, can do some box, can do some slot stuff. Love that pick a lot. I think overall the Chiefs get I don't think they got amazing value in every single one of these picks, so I'm going to give them a B- overall in their draft.
Go ahead, Len.
I was just about to say, Eric, go ahead. I want to kind of process. It's fine. Probably my most favorite pick for the Chiefs, and I know this is chalk because it's a first round pick, but Felix Anudike-Uzomah, man, like the edge rusher out of Kansas State. I really liked him. I thought that he should be a target for the Broncos if he was available around, the top of the third round, maybe a guy that I would move up for. But you're talking about length and speed to power conversion. Like, is a very powerful player. You're pairing him with George Karlaftis from Purdue, the rookie pass rusher they took last year, and then you also have Chris Jones, a guy that is notorious for being a pocket penetrator along the interior. Then you get Keandre Coburn, who has a lot of pocket presence as well, a guy that can really generate some push in the passing game. So this defensive line just got filthy nasty with versatility. You got guys that can definitely collapse the pocket around, and they all stay disciplined in their rush lanes. There's not a guy that wants to get upfield and bend around the arc, or a twister stunter that's going to get outside of his gap. Everything's going to be very disciplined with this Chiefs pass rush moving forward. And Felix Anudike-Uzomah to take over for the Frank Clark role on that backside 7 technique is such a good fit for what this Chiefs defense wants to do. Steve Spagnuolo just got a very crafty piece that he can work with, and I like that pick. I like Wanya Morris as well. I think there's some guard tackle versatility with him. Going to be a right tackle for them from the sounds of it, and I think he has some starter upside as well. So I like that pick too. Rashee Rice, I'm down on. I thought that he was one of the biggest fallers in this draft class. So for him to fall down that far after being projected as a top 30 pick-ish, somewhere around in there, a guy that was widely considered as a draft pick for the Dallas Cowboys early in the draft process. Good wide receiver for sure. I don't know exactly how he fits there, but I'll give him a B- for the most part. I think they improved, especially on the defensive line. But again, it's not a lot of flash. It's just a lot of solid players that you're bringing into this team. So B- for sure.
So I like a lot of what they've done. Rashee Rice fits with the style that they've been going towards a little bit, gives them a good blocker outside. They do want to try to run the ball, be a little bit more consistent running the ball to help take a lot of the pressure off Patrick Mahomes. FAU, I mean, he's a guy, they brought in Charles Omenihu. He's going to compete with him for the starting job opposite George Karlaftis. And then Keandre Coburn, I mean, they needed depth on their defensive line on the front four, and they got that this year between those two picks. And even BJ Thompson, he helps bring an additional depth piece to him. Waiting to see who their next pick is. The pick is in. And Wanya Morris, he's going to be competing with Lucas Niang right away. And they have a really good developer on and their offensive line coach. And Andy Reid, he's well known for with what he does with the offensive line. I really like this class. Jamari Corner, versatile defensive back, guys that they've loved to utilize over the years. I'd actually probably give this a B+, A-. I like this class a lot.
Yeah, you like this class that much. That's pretty interesting here. I got to say I didn't love all the values of the picks. I thought Rashee Rice was, I mean, you were a big Rashee Rice fan. I liked him too, but when he didn't test amazing, I thought it wasn't great at the Senior Bowl. Thought he was more of a third rounder. And then Wanya Morris thought was more of a fourth rounder. So they're a little early on both of those guys, but they were picking late. So I guess seeing that number in front is different than the overall number. And also we have Mel Kiper eating a pumpkin pie. And I think I just saw on Twitter that apparently Mel Kiper eats at least half a pumpkin pie every single day. How is he not, diabetes? That is unbelievable. Shout out to Mel Kiper, Godfather, somebody that we all grew up watching on ESPN. I don't know if you're shaking your head at the pumpkin pie, but hopefully you're not disrespecting Mel Kiper. Okay, that's good.
No, the pumpkin pie thing, no, all the way out on pumpkin pie.
And I like that you mentioned Mel Kiper. Dude is a trailblazer. We wouldn't be doing what we do if it wasn't for him. Exactly. There's been a big uproar on Twitter today, apparently, because I guess somebody at ESPN said he should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for what he has done, and he 100% should be. He changed the way the draft is and the way the draft is viewed, not just for fans, not just for the NFL as a whole, but for teams too. His analysis and what he started years ago really made NFL teams up their game.
Yeah, late in the 1980s, it was late 80s, early 90s, I believe, is where Mel Kiper really started to show up in the draftnik scene. Like, he was the one that started everything. The godfather of the NFL draft is Mel Kiper Jr. And not to disrespect him in any way, shape, or form, his pumpkin pie thing is disgusting and terrible. I hate that, but I grew up watching Mel Kiper a lot and looking up to him. And like Eric was talking to me about the other day, I'm bringing a private conversation in here. What I wanted to be when I grew up was like Mel Kiper. I wanted to be a guy that focused on the NFL draft and was an analyst and stuff like that. Eric, kind of told me the same thing. So, who the hell is Mel Kiper?
I told you that in confidence in private lands. How dare you?
Well, I mean, it's a relevant comment though. And as a contributor to the NFL right now, and I don't give a damn whatever anybody else thinks. Mel Kiper Jr. is a Hall of Fame contributor to the NFL, and he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Whenever he retires, or if they want to do it while he's still active and working at ESPN, he needs to be a guy that the NFL needs to immortalize for what he was able to do. Like, absolutely 100%. Because without him, like you said, Eric, we're not here doing this right now.
And I just want to add this real quick. The Eagles continue to add defensive pass rushers. They take Moro Ajomo at pick 249, somebody that we had highlighted as a possible fit for the Broncos. They just being Howie Roseman, he knows what he wants to do, and god damn it, he's going to do it first round, second round, all the way through the entire draft. So Moro Ajomo going to the Eagles as a potential pass rushing weapon for them.
Rock Chalk, sincere apologies that we didn't get to this earlier. I wasn't sure if they grabbed it. I meant to grab it while ago. I totally forgot. Sincere apologies, man. He comes with a $5 donation saying, thanks for the marathon draft coverage and sticking it out after the Broncos traded down from 195 to 257. MHH rules. Appreciate you guys. Well, we appreciate you, Rock Chalk. I mean, and everybody who supports this. I mean, you guys are an enabler and allow me to do this full time and help me, somewhat fill my dream of being a Mel Kiper-esque kind of guy. Though I don't hold a candle to him. So appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And we still got a little bit left to do. Also tonight, as far as I'm aware, there is still plans for the Saturday night show with Thomas Hall and Ron White to recapping everything that the Broncos did. There should be some good analytical stuff from Thomas going on. I know he's got his probability analytics that's pretty interesting. But going back to the Chiefs, I cement them as an A- with their last pick. I like Nick Jones. I thought he would go earlier. He is one of those guys that is exactly their type, fits what they want to do on and off the field. Like, it's been nothing but raving comments about him. I like Nick Jones. He was one of those guys that I was hoping maybe the Broncos would look to doubling up at corner there at the last pick, tripling up on defensive back, or getting him as an undrafted free agent. I doubted it would happen. But that cements an A- for me. I like this class a lot. They address needs now and address needs down the future or down the road.
Down the future. Well, down the future from now, the Broncos will be picking, hopefully. We are getting pretty close there. And another cornerback off the board there, Alex Austin from Oregon State. Oregon State had a couple good cornerbacks. I see Redzon Wright is still available as well. We still got Emil Ekiyor. Sean Tucker is still on the board. Maybe he's somebody that the Broncos take super late here just to get another running back in the room. Alex Forsyth is an option as well at center. So will be interesting. We still have a few picks until the Broncos get there. We're going to get there very soon, though. So, sorry, Rock Jock, that we missed that earlier. Hope you're doing pretty well. Bryce Ford Wheaton is still out there, too. Maybe he's somebody that can do it. And Todd saying, Nick looks tired. Nick's trying to watch the draft over here and also seeing a beautiful day with rain in the forecast for tomorrow. Just slipped through, but Nick is ready for – Nick's talking in third person now, I guess. God. Pin it back. One more conversation here. So we graded the draft classes. We'll put a bow on the Broncos, too, soon after this last pick is announced, assuming they make it. Next year's draft class needs any other spots. So we talked a little bit yesterday about it, but I just kind of want to pin that as well, because once this draft class goes, we kind of have an idea of what you're looking for in the future. We know what this roster mostly is. So therefore we kind of know what the future directions of this team could go. So Eric, I'll kick it to you first. Your number one position the Broncos could go to. I'm not going to ask you for any names in the future as well. We want to let that class play out. We know like the top quarterbacks, Marvin Harrison Jr., know a few of the top tackles, but don't ask me about the best edge rushers or cornerbacks or stuff like that just yet. But number one position for the Broncos next year, power ranking for the 2024 draft.
It's difficult because a lot of it depends on what happens this year.
Yeah, I know that. That's fair.
If Russell Wilson doesn't bounce back, then quarterback. You got to go get a quarterback. I expect him, if he doesn't bounce back, I expect him to June 1st cut him and move on. I will say offensive tackle and edge, no matter what. Those two positions, I think, are going to be high priorities for them next year.
Which one would you put over the other? Obviously, again, with the caveat that we don't know what the heck's going to go on yet. There's a lot of things that are going to change. But right now, if you're a betting man, you're buying odds on one of them, then the odds are the same. What would you put your money on? Put it on black, put it on red, evens odds?
I did that because I didn't want to do this. Because it depends what happens with Garrett Bowles, what happens with Randy Gregory, whichever one resolves. Maybe it's both. Maybe Denver's like, yeah, we're just going to move on from both of you. Like if they keep one of them, it's whichever one they don't keep the guy at. I think I kind of lean edge a little bit more because there's so many more questions about it. Not only Randy Gregory and his health being cut, Can Barry Browning stay healthy out there on the field? An issue for his first 2 seasons. Is he able to play consistently out there? What happens with Nick Bonito, Jacob Martin? And this is the last year of his deal. So it has more questions. So I would go edge over offensive tackle right now.
Interesting. I would not disagree. I'm going to kick it to Lance, though. Any thoughts there? Edge, offensive tackle, a different position. Where could the Broncos go? Center? Were you going to use a first-round center next year? But what are you thinking?
Damn you, Eric, for saying the position that I would think. Quite honestly, edge is still such a need for me for this season, even with adding Drew Sanders, who's not really an edge player, but a guy that you can line up there and have the versatility to, attack the quarterback. But you got to get better at edge, and you've got to get better in the running game, specifically at the edge position. So that's where I would go. Tackle, I'm right there with you, Eric. It really depends on what happens with Garrett Bowles, and maybe the Broncos do take a developmental tackle this year, but the Broncos haven't drafted a tackle since Garrett Bowles. Let that sink in, guys. It's been that long. 2017 was the last time that the Broncos drafted a tackle. So that's a big concern for me. It's a big concern going into the season. You guys, we've already hashed out, getting a Cam Fleming to come back, potentially going out and getting Donovan Smith, the former left tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If the Broncos don't take a tackle now, they need to get somebody that they can develop moving forward. So tackle is a big thing. As much as I like Riley Moss, I still think that cornerback is going to be a need as well moving forward. K'Wan Williams, I believe, is in the last year of his deal. Damari Mathis, we still need to see some growth from him. And particularly if they want to move him inside to slot, we need to see that before we can really depend on the Broncos having a nickel defender. Safety as well. While I like JL Skinner, I think that he's more the close to the ball guy than turn and run in coverage kind of player. So a slot cornerback, nickel defender, something like that, where you can really find a guy you can trust is a big need for me. And like Eric said, again, it all depends on Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson falters, if Russell Wilson fails, he's not going to be here very much longer. They're going to eat the dead cap. Post June 1, cut him and look for the quarterback class, which next year I like a lot of guys. And I'm going to go quickly on a tangent here, name a couple guys. Obviously, Caleb Williams, Drake May, a guy that I like a lot out of Coastal Carolina, Grayson McCall. You've got Wake Forest, Sam Hartman is a guy that I like a lot. Phil Jerkovich from Boston College is a name to kind of watch out for. Keaton Slovis as well. So there's some names to watch in this quarterback class. We'll see how that all develops. But that's where I'm looking at.
I don't know about those.
I got to boot you out of here. How dare you mention Keaton Slovis in my presence?
I think probably some guys that make more sense there would be somebody like a Bo Nix, Michael Penix, JJ McCarthy, Quinn Ewers, those kind of guys that are still up and coming. Obviously didn't look incredible in some of those situations, but those are the names I'd more interested in.
On the clock.
How about Thompson from Nebraska? Casey Thompson, former Texas kid, transferred to Nebraska.
No.
Well,
I don't think so. Not so much. He's okay, but we have Broncos on the clock here. We're going to get our last pick in here pretty soon. We'll see who the Broncos can go with here. We still got other picks still being announced, so let's pull it up right here. Round 7, not many picks left. Jalen Graham, outside linebacker from Purdue, coming off the board here. A lot of Purdue Boilermakers coming off, the Big Ten West champion Purdue Boilermakers. Javarius Owens, safety here. Broncos on the clock. We're waiting for the Packers pick to be announced, and then we can put a bow on it. I see Chad has also joined us now. I can't wait to hear. We're going to have Chad's take on the Broncos 7th round pick here. Really just, no, he's gone for a second. He dropped in and now he's gone. What's going on? Chad, where'd you go? Just a reminder, Orange and Blue View podcasting at 6. And we're going to be out here. Grant Du Bois, is that who you wanted?
Yeah. He was one name. I like his blocking. And if they wanted to add just another blocker, a receiver specifically, I liked it. Not a guy that I was super eyeballing, but just a guy I thought maybe as an undrafted free agent.
All right. Well, the Broncos are on the clock. Eric said they did a lot of work on Sean Tucker. I mean, with Sean Tucker falling like this, I'm curious if he was the player that Daniel Jeremiah mentioned that was going to plummet out of the draft because of medicals. I thought maybe it was going to be Tajay Spears, but Tajay Spears went 3rd round still. So we'll see what happens. We still have Emil Ekiyor on the clock as well. Maybe this is the Andre Carter pick. That way we can get another selection here. But the Broncos
got a center, Alex Forsyth.
They took a center. Ah, man. All right. Well, Alex Forsyth, a interesting player. What should you two scout at him? I think I should give you guys the floor.
This was Eric that scouted him, so I'll let him take the floor.
I like him. I think he's got enough versatility. There's obviously a question if he can come in and start right away. Part of why he fell. Decent mobility, decent strength. I mean, I don't know if there's a high ceiling for him to grow and develop in like a lot more than he is currently. But this late in the draft, I mean, he's got nothing but praise for him about his football IQ. You know, he's got it all above the neck up, which is what you really like in the center. He was really trusted and relied on for communication at Oregon. He got along well with his teammates, and he's just a guy that I'm not going to say he's going to come in and start right away, but I think this is a good competition with what was left. This is a good competition piece for Lloyd Cushenberry.
Well, I'm glad they got a guy that can come in and compete here. Alex Forsyth comes off the board for the Broncos, started a lot of games for Oregon. Oregon kind of played with the wider alignment, but they've done pretty good with those offensive linemen over the last 4 or 5 seasons. They get in a center. Guys, I don't think that I would not expect Alex Forsyth to come in and beat out Lloyd Cushenberry this season, but hey, maybe long-term he could be a guy that can come in and do something year 2, give them an option, or hell, maybe he does come in and beat out Lloyd Cushenberry. Nobody there should feel calm, but the Broncos get a center here. One of the last picks in the draft, but not one that expect too much from, but good pick nonetheless. And we have the complete class. Lance, what are your thoughts?
I thought Forsyth, while he does have good size in terms of like height and weight and length of the 32 and a quarter inch arms, so good length for a center. It seems like he's lean. Like for some reason, I thought he was a little bit thinner. So he came in at what I actually just pulled up his combine profile, 6'4", 303. I guess the height is the big thing. Where as tall as he is and as lean as he is, I didn't think that he was going to be that big in terms of weight. Good power for the position, decent mover, quality and pass protection. Not a guy to displace anybody. Doesn't play with a whole bunch of like play strength, but recovery abilities there. Definitely developmental guy. High football IQ from everything that I've heard. So I like the player. It obviously fills a big need for this Broncos team. So I don't really have a whole lot on him. I didn't do a lot of work on Alex Forsyth, so I'm going to kind of bow out a little bit to Eric on what he said. But the little bit of stuff that I did see, I liked him. I thought that he probably would have went a round higher than this. So the Broncos get a little bit of value at the center position here.
Yeah, started 28 games at center over his career, has some experience at left guard and right guard as well. I agree with you. He's a little bit thin for the position, given his height and whatnot. Hopefully he can add some more mass, but with Oregon strength and conditioning staff and at 24 years old, I don't know how much bigger he can get, but you like all the starts out there. Definitely a solid mover. I think he is an okay player. I don't think he's overly twitchy or anything, but you're talking about a late 7th-round pick, so has a chance to be a reserve player, come in, take some snaps. Maybe I know that Eric keeps mentioning Kyle Fuller, somebody they like, but maybe Forsyth comes in and beats out Fuller and you go with a younger player with cost control rather than having Fuller out here. Again, I don't expect this to be a displacement for Lloyd Cushenberry. Center is probably another one that it's going to be Cush this year. You hope the pieces around him, you can hopefully scheme around to protect him some. Maybe the weakness of the blocking that was Graham Glasgow and Dalton Risner next to him as far as the power will be mitigated some with the other 2 guys around him now. But Alex Forsyth, this is a fine pick in this range. I don't expect him to be a long-term starter this late in the draft. Also from what I saw from him, but that's fine. And hopefully he does provide that versatility. Also, the bell doth toll for, God, that would have been so clever if I could remember the name. Who was the guy they took last year?
Luke Wattenberg.
Yeah, Luke Wattenberg. Probably not on this team anymore.
Yeah,
so,
go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
I mean, I like him a little bit more, and this is one thing too. Is like Lance really didn't see power, and I don't think that like he's got great power. I think it's functional. He can last, and he fits well with what they want to do. He is a much better run blocker than pass protector. He does well of generating power from his lower half, rolling it up through his hips, and generating a little bit of push that way. But again, it's the football IQ, it's the makeup of him. Everything that was praised for. It doesn't have an extensive injury history. So it's a good pick. Maybe doesn't beat out Lloyd Cushenberry. But it's just another piece of competition there for them with a guy that they like. And it could be a situation of that they don't care if he's going to struggle. They just want to move on from Lake Cushenberry. Again, I talked about it quite a bit ago. I know that Sean Payton kind of made that comment of, oh, Lake Cushenberry's our starter. But when I listened to it, it kind of came off like he's our starter because we just don't have anybody else. It wasn't really a vote of confidence kind of comment. So it's I like the player. He's fine. Final note, he was the best player left on my board.
Well, that's what you like to hear. So I think, guys, we got to wrap it up. It's 4:00 my time. Okay, let's hear Lance. What do you got to say?
I got one last thing here that I want to throw in on Alex Forsyth. And I'm going to go to the offensive line coach, Zach Strief, a later round pick that everyone was like kind of throwing under the bus, lack of power, decent mover, hard worker, a guy that you can like project as a potential starter. Zach Strief was a 6th round pick that went on and started for 9 seasons for the New Orleans Saints. Is this a pick that maybe he started to pound the table for? A guy that has some versatility, has enough ability and a high football IQ and is a hard worker that, maybe he thinks that he can develop into a potential long-term starter, if that makes sense to you guys.
Maybe. I mean, this late in the 7th round in a weak center class, anything is possible because it is still, I believe, mostly a head-up position. Also, I'm reading here, he's senior captain, considered a pillar and a big leader in that Oregon locker room, also a finalist for the Jason Witten Collegiate Man of the Year. So get another guy who is a big-time leader in his team and somebody who should come in and at least, there's not going to be questions about is he putting in the work. You're going to maximize your ability and he's going to hold himself and others accountable. But as far as the starter this year and everything like that, I'm with Zach Strief coming in here, Strief. I don't know. I guess maybe just because of where he's picked, I'm a skeptic first. That's the scientist in me coming out like, 7th round pick. Most of those guys don't do anything. But you take a shot here and you roll the dice and you hopefully get something from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real quick before we get out of here, I mean, overall thoughts on the draft. I mean, we did it for the divisional opponents, and obviously we've been talking about it off and on. Overall grade for the Broncos?
I think I'll give them a solid B, and that's graded based on the picks they had. My least favorite thing was the value they gave up in the trade to go get Moss, just with the risk associated with it, with the Broncos having you mentioned quarterback, you mentioned offensive tackle, you mentioned edge rusher as positions of need, and now you only have a 1 and a 3 in the top 100 next year. It's going to be hard to fill out some of those premium positions. Regardless, it would have been anyway. It's that much harder now. But they're going for it. And if Riley Moss hits, then you're not going to cry too much about your later 3rd round pick in this upcoming class. So I think they get a B overall. I really like what they did with each selection. Honestly, good players at each selection they did make.
Yeah. I'm with Nick on this one. I'll give him a solid B. I like to move up to go get Marvin Mims, a player, like I said multiple times, is one of the biggest needs that I had for this offense specifically. Drew Sanders, the value is just amazing. Their projected 1st round pick, it falls all the way to 67, so you get him there. The trade up for Moss doesn't sit well with me because you give up the future 3rd. If it's a future 4, then I'm fine with it. Trading down and getting Adam Troutman and another pick, which then turns into Alex Forsyth, who is at least a depth piece early on at the center position, which is definitely something the Broncos need to address as well. Solid B for me. I wish they would have went in a different direction and not traded up to go get Riley Moss. But overall, I like the class. It's solid. The Broncos got better this weekend, guys. They definitely got better, and they really started to match the identity that Sean Payton wants to bring to this team.
Just real quick, we're already starting to get undrafted free agents. Emil Ekiyor's going to the Colts.
Jesus, good God.
They've got all the Senior Bowl guys.
Yeah.
Essentially. Fun. We're hearing about all that stuff coming out. Guys, we're going to get on out of here. Appreciate everybody for joining us today. Did you give your grade as well, Eric? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't. I'd give it a B. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. But before we get out of here, I just want to say, Lance, this year, man, you took a lot off my shoulders with the scouting content. I appreciate that. It was a significant help, even though I still had to sit there and, edit them and get them published and do all the stuff behind the scenes. But I appreciate it, man. You absolutely killed it this year. Nick, thank you as always for doing this with me. I mean, every year you bring valuable insights and terrible hair and an ugly face, but we appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you guys. Super proud of what we were able to do this year with draft content. 417 scouting reports are up at milehighhuddle.com between 125 different articles. I have my tweet pinned on my Twitter account that takes you to my board, and inside my board you can find links to every single one of those articles, whether Lance did it or I did it. You have access for it there. Thank you everyone who joined us for the last, roughly 15 hours over the last 3 days. Thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate you so much. And now I get to take a little bit of a break. I got some, my little bit of post draft stuff to take care of. Then I get to take a few weeks off and enjoy a vacation before I get started on everything for next season or next year.
Yep, I got nothing to add. Thank you guys. Everybody did a great job. The chat was great. Thanks to those who stuck with us the entire time. You could have gone to a lot of different places, but you chose to hang out with us. That means a lot. We really do appreciate that. But that's going to wrap it up today. We got to get going. I'm going to take a little quick nap. I think I'm starting to crash. Maybe go for a walk. I don't know. It's like almost 80 degrees here. Unbelievable. It's going to be 60 and rainy tomorrow, but God bless. Broncos had a good draft, another good draft season. Hey, for now, we got a first round pick next year that we can look forward to. So let's start thinking about 2024 mock. We're going to do that after the show. We'll see you in an hour. I'm just kidding. We got orange and blue coming up after this. You guys make sure you check that out. Make sure you're following all of us on Twitter as I scroll over to get rid of this banner here. Follow Lance at Lance S_MHH, Eric, of course, at Erick Trickel, and myself at Nick Kendell MHH. Also follow us at Mile High Huddle if you haven't done so yet. Join us on Facebook, facebook.com/Mile High Huddle, and facebook.com/Mile High Huddle Pod. If you enjoyed us and want to leave a comment, any insight or anything like that, find us on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Leave us a 5-star rating and review. We really would appreciate that. And as the ticker says underneath, if you're joining us on YouTube today, please subscribe, like, and share over on the YouTube side of things. That's the number one place you can find our content. And click that bell icon so that way you know when we go live. If you enjoyed the content today, there's a lot of other shows, a lot of other voices, a lot of other opinions for Mile High Huddle. We're bringing you so many different podcasts, live streams. We're bringing you so many different articles, voices. It's not just, group thinking here. We have different opinions, different takes, different flavors. And hell, man, that's the spice of life. So appreciate you guys. You guys both killed it today. Shout out to you. You mind if I take this home and close it out?
Go ahead.
All right, guys. Well, as I always like to say, make sure you continue to practice kindness and compassion. And as always, go Broncos.